The guests have arrived. We'll welcome the guest. I request the dignitaries to please come on stage. I request Professor Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan to please come on stage. I request the audience to please take your seats. Welcome. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, honorable guest, Professor Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan, Principal Professor Dr. Shyam Mode, participants and dear colleagues. On behalf of Deccan Education Society and Fergusson College, it's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the second day of the conference. Policy to Practice, Reality, Opportunities and Challenges under NEP 2020. In this session, which is regarding the verticals of NEP Theme 3 of this conference aims to explore the transformative potentials of National Education Policy NEP 2020 by focusing on the positive, practical aspects of key academic verticals like on-job training, field projects, outcome-based learnings, Indian knowledge system, ability enhancement courses, and value education courses. This session will deliberate on how these components, along with the structured implementation of the fourth year in undergraduate education, foster a multidisciplinary approach, bridging the gap between theoretical knowledge and industry requirements. Today, we have with us Professor Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest. Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan is a professor of sociology and IQAC director at Hindu College, University of Delhi. Her areas of interest include urban sociology, women and work, sociological theory, family, sociology of education, sociology of development, environmental sociology. She has published over 40 research articles and also edited a book titled as Thinking Gender, Socio-Cultural Perspectives. I now request our principal, Dr. Shyam Mode, to felicitate honorable guest, Professor Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan. May I request Principal Sir Dr. Shyam Mode to please take the seat in the audience. I request Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan to start with the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Yeah, just tell me.
Or you can tell me, I will just.
Which is the button?
This.
This one. Huh? Okay. Fine.
Tell me next. I will change this.
Very good morning to all of you. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words of introduction. Respected Mode sir, Tadke sir, Veer Savarkar sir, and all esteemed colleagues, Anukriti ma'am, Jadhav ma'am, who has come from Latur, Ambad sir, and Sonowal sir. They have been coordinating with me, and all those whose names I don't yet recall, but I have met them. Very thankful to all of you to invite me, and I hope that this talk today is of some use to all of you in implementing the fourth year. So let's begin. This is to do with the 4-year undergraduate program implementation under the NEP. If we look at the NEP, can you just go back, please? So basically, as you all know, that the very edifice on which the NEP is based, we have the idea of access, of affordability, equity, and accountability as well, and quality education in a holistic manner. So the NEP is meant to provide flexibility in its teaching process. And with that in mind, there are different kind of options. You have flexibility in choosing papers. Suppose somebody is doing a major in, say, history, they can study commerce if they want to as a minor. So we have the concept of generic elective courses. So you can minor in a different field. In our own college, for example, somebody from mathematics chose to write a dissertation in the 4th year in political science because they were interested in political science also, but sometimes due to parental pressure, you have to opt for a particular discipline. So NEP has got a lot of intrinsic worth in that sense. It provides you lot of opportunity to explore your potential via various tracks of courses. So this is the intrinsic flexibility which is inbuilt into the system. There are also multiple entry and exit options. You can exit after first year, after second year, after third year, and complete the full 4. So all 4 options are available. After third year, they get honors degree. After 4th year, they get honors with research degree. That is the difference. So far, ours is the first year in the implementation of NEP. Before that, of the 4th year of NEP, before that, we were doing the 3-year under UGCF NEP program. And to prepare for that, in our college, we have established an interdisciplinary research center where there are labs for even the social sciences. So we have lab for political science, lab for sociology, lab for history, for languages, and not just rooms. They are equipped with certain aids which those disciplines require, like the sociology lab has audiovisual aids. So we have ethnographic filmmaking, and students are able to utilize those resources. So certain amount of infrastructure, physical infrastructure, will be a prerequisite if we need to go ahead to implement the 4-year undergraduate curriculum framework in the spirit in which it is intended to be. So that is something which institutions will have to look for, and for which universities and governments will have to provide some funding. Otherwise, it will not be possible at a level of an institution to devise all this on their own and start implementing the NEP in the way that it was intended to be. So this is something I think colleges and universities will have to look at, not universities, colleges will have to look at and decide whether they are working as a cluster of colleges and facilities available in one location. Those type of frameworks can be adapted. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is the first 3-year structure. All these slides here, 7-8 slides now. This I think you are already having in place. The 3 years. We have 3 types of programs under the Delhi University framework. In the what is called the honors program, in which we have a particular subject in which a student majors. So in the first year, you have to do core papers, 3 core papers from the major subject. So if it is economics honors, 3 economics core, again in the next semester, and so on. Same way in the next slide, you will see the subsequent semesters of the program. 3rd and 4th semesters also like that, 5th and 6th also like that. Then when they come to the 7th semester, they will start with the research component. So in the first 6 semesters, apart from the core papers, they have what is called as a DSE paper. discipline specific elective paper where they can elect to choose a particular paper from the available options. Now this again is very nice on paper, but the reality what happens is that we do not, in any college or anywhere, it is not possible to provide so many teachers because you have workload constraints. I think all of us are teaching faculty here, so we appreciate these constraints. And then you need minimum 20 people in a class. So although we call for options from students, it is not always possible to accommodate those options. That is one of the operational problems. So students sometimes come back and argue with us that you are saying it is elective, but where is the choice? So it is like a core paper. Teachers also feel bad because that means there's a whole class. Sometimes we wish that we have a smaller class to teach because under NEP you have IA and CA, internal assessment and continuous assessment. So there is a lot of work with regard to tutorial work also and hand-holding of students and mentoring, because mentorship is an essential component of NEP. So we have groups. We are supposed to be mentoring those students. So apart from their educational curriculum related issues, we have to deal with their personal problems, their career problems and all kinds of things. So we are literally bound to the system, even in the physical sense from morning till evening. But the point here is that we cannot offer them the electives of their choice, not because we lack the expertise, but because we do not have the necessary sanctioned workload. So if NEP has to be implemented in the real way, then definitely more number of teachers should be provided in every institution. So that of course again is the whole conundrum of funding and finance. So we are stuck actually. But we try in our college and in Delhi University, we try to offer at least one elective out of several. So we give them two. So you choose out of at least two, So we are doing that. And partly this is taken care of by the system itself because there is a paper called as GE, generic elective, that also the student can choose. Now, if a student is studying economics, they cannot take GE from economics. They'll have to take from some other subject. The persons from another subject can come and take economics GE. So if we offer a DSE, discipline specific elective, it can be GE for another student from another discipline. And it will be DSE for our student. So basically, initially it all sounds very confusing. But when you start doing it, we get used to it. In addition, the student have to study AEC, Ability Enhancement Courses, which are essentially languages, that is the modern Indian languages, and they are EVS, which is compulsory, Environmental Science, Environmental Studies. So that they do. So Ability Enhancement Courses are of 2 credits. The core elective papers are of 4 credits each. So in every semester, they will do AEC and SEC, except when they come to the 7th semester. Similarly, we have VAC. VAC is Value Addition course. So these are also a whole basket of courses is there. Student can choose from any other discipline. It's not discipline specific. There are simple things like digital, financial literacy, computers, small capsules. They are small courses. Earlier, our college, and I'm sure here also, many of your colleges must be offering value-added courses on your own, self-financing, diploma and certificate courses. Now they have also become part of the curriculum under NEP. So we have value-added course. VAC is a compulsory. It has a practical component also. The classroom size in value-added courses becomes huge because some courses are very popular. So everybody wants to do those. Then apart from that, you have what is known as skill enhancement course. That is also compulsory. Everybody has to study SEC. It gives 2 credits. It has practicals again. Skill enhancement courses are simple courses. They don't have very big structured curriculum. And for the VAC and the SEC, the marking is internal. In our system in Delhi University, exam is conducted at the university level, and marking is also done in a centralized way. But for us, for SEC and VAC, it is all internal marking only. So it is to that extent decentralized. The SECs are like communication in everyday life or communication in professional life. These are some of the SECs that we offer. And where AECs are concerned, where the languages are concerned, what happens is that as per rule, a student has the freedom to take up any language they want to study from the list of languages in the constitution. So if they want, say, Marathi, now our college is not offering Marathi, so we have the concept of cluster colleges. So if we are not offering a particular course, a particular AEC course, they can go to the college where it is offered, and the credits are added for the students. They can bring the credits from there. So some colleges have Bengali, some have Punjabi, Urdu, Tamil, Marathi, like that. And this is done by the university only. So the Dean Academics of the university has been extremely forthcoming, the Office of the Dean Academics, and they have been helping us to organize these things under the UGCF 4-year program under NEP. So many of our students go elsewhere, even with regard to discipline-specific electives or to generic electives. A particular student may want to study a particular paper, which we cannot offer due to constraint of workload, because we have to, every class has to have minimum 20 students, then only get one teacher. And for 60 students, we get a section. So sometimes a few students want a particular course, but others, majority, don't want. So as in a democracy, then we have to subscribe to the majority view. But then students start complaining that just because we are few, why is our choice denied? So in order to accommodate that, once again, we have the cluster college system. They can go to another college where that option is being offered. They go there, they study, and they get the credits which get included in their total credits. So the advantage for us is, because the examination is university conducted, it is central. So regardless of which college they went and studied, the whole process is same. So the student doesn't have any problem as such, they can accept a little logistic problem. So otherwise it gets taken care of. So we have some students going in cluster colleges to study certain subjects in the DSC. That is one more provision. So I feel that wherever, when we talk of the NEP, if implementation has to be done in a proper manner, there has to be a lot of support and assistance from the parent university, which we are getting in Delhi University, from Delhi University. And that is how we have, although we are still in the first year of NEP or fourth year, we are finding our bearings, but throughout there is a lot of hand holding from the university, and a lot of our problems get sorted out. So all the VAC, SEC, AEC, GE and DSE, wherever a student has a requirement which we are not able to fulfill, they can be accommodated in another college. And together we are trying to cross this new venture, in a way that all of us benefit. So only the core papers are strictly with us. But 99% of the students continue to opt for whatever the college gives, because there is a lot of they also feel safe and secure in the familiar surroundings. But even so, this provision is there and some of them avail. Then we have also created the provision of academic bank of credits. In that also, student can earn credits from elsewhere. Like recently, we have signed an MOU with Waseda University, Japan. So students will be going there for a semester. So whatever credits they get, they can bring here, and it can be added to their credits here. So that sort of thing we are exploring. Minimum they require 18 credits in a particular semester, and maximum 26. But actual is 22. So every semester 22 credits they have to do. Whether it is a single course program like an honors, what in Delhi we call as honors program. Then we have something called as the BA program, which is now called multidisciplinary under the NEP. In that they study 2 subjects, and then we have a BSc program in which they study 3 subjects. So whatever may be the nature of the program, the whole structure is same. Only difference is, you can move the next slide, please. All these slides are actually explaining that only, so you can keep moving. So basically in the BSc, I think the BA program slide is already gone, but doesn't matter, I can speak about it without the slide. In the BA program, you have 2 subjects. So say for example, political science and Sanskrit. So they will study both core, and when they come to the 4th year, they choose which one they want to study. If a student, whether irrespective of whichever type of program they are pursuing, if a student does the 7 papers in a particular subject throughout those 4 years, they can minor in that subject. So it gives a student a major degree and a minor degree, and in the minor degree also they can go for PG. So that is an advantage also, because a lot of students want to write the civil services exams. For them, this minor degree becomes helpful. Then they choose something that they will make into their optional. They can even do the dissertation in the 4th year in the minor degree. So in the BA program, which is a 2 subject program, from the very first semester, they do 2 core papers. They have 3 core papers as per the structure, but they will do at least 1 core from both the papers which they have selected, both the subjects, disciplines which they have selected. So if it is English and history, so they will do 1 paper, core paper of English, 1 core paper of history, and the 3rd core paper they can choose of whichever they want. And if they want to change their choices, that they can do only once, which is after the 1st year. Once they have completed the 1st year, that is after 2 semesters, they have still the option to change their mind. Suppose they studied history and political science, or history and English, and then they decided they want some other subject, they have the choice. They can change after 1 year. But once they have done 1 full year and they have changed, then again and again changes are not allowed for these people further. So some amount of flexibility is inbuilt in that also. So if a student wants to change their GE they can keep changing. There is no problem. Generic elective, they can choose their parent discipline. They cannot keep changing all the time. But if they want to keep on studying different things from different papers, nobody can prevent them. But usually, because 7 papers if you do from one particular subject, you get a minor degree. So usually students stick to 1 GE so that they have more options after they graduate. So for going for masters, they have 2 fields. So if they've done economics and statistics, then they can do masters in economics. In OR, they can go for MBA. So it widens your opportunity. So most students are quite sensible and they choose only a particular GE. However, they have that choice. They can go from how many number of papers they want apart from their parent discipline, which they cannot change. So in the BA honors and the BSc honors, they cannot change the parent discipline at all, because they have been given admission in that discipline on the basis of their CUET score. But in the BA program and the BSc program, they can change their primary discipline at the end of 1st year should they wish to. That much flexibility is available. However, in the BA program, like I said, they do 2 papers in each semester apart from the 3rd core, whichever the subject they want. Then in the 7th semester, they have to choose which one they will write their thesis on or the dissertation on. Similarly, in the BSc program. In BSc program, they have 3. Say, for example, BSc program in chemistry. So they will have chemistry, mathematics, and some other paper, whichever the college can offer. In our case, we offer them physical sciences, chemistry. So they do physics, chemistry, and mathematics. So they continue to do these 3 papers. But once again, in the in the seventh semester, they have a choice. So they can choose. But the rest of the structure is the same. Total number of credits per semester is 22, and requirement of discipline specific core, of generic elective, AEC, VSC and SEC. All that is same. So everything is same, only the choice of papers varies. People who do BA program and BSc program, if they complete 4 years, they get honors degree. A program degree is considered just BA or BSc, and the honors degree is of course honors. So they get BA with honors or BSc with honors after 4 years. And the people who are already enrolled in the honors degree, after 4 years they get BSc honors with research, or BCom honors with research, or BA honors with research, because research is the integral to that in the 4th year. Now, for initiating them into research, in the syllabus, research methodology for the particular subject is a compulsory paper that has to be offered. So we have in my subject research methodology for sociology. There will be research methodology for statistics, research methodology for political science, like that. So for every subject, a syllabus has been devised for research methodology. And that can be, you can move the slide, that can be offered in the 6th or 7th semester. In our institution and the rest of the colleges in Delhi University, we offered it last time when we started it for the first time. We offered it in both 6th and 7th semester. And but we have realized that that creates a workload issue, because it's a compulsory paper. So a few students, if they don't opt it in the 6th semester, because it's not a core paper, it's an elective paper. If they don't opt it in the 6th semester, then again we have to offer in the 7th semester, even if there are 2 students or even if there is only 1 student in the class. So this was creating a problem. So now what we have done is, we are trying to, the university has also given a circular that try to conduct research methodology course in 6th semester only. So irrespective of whether the student wants to pursue 7th semester or not, we just give them training in research methodology. So that cannot, it will always stand them in good stead if you look at it. The negative aspect of this is that it denies them one elective which they could have opted of their choice, because we have limitations of teachers and limitations of the classroom structure. So we cannot keep on offering elective courses. We are allowed to recruit in Delhi University, we are allowed to recruit 20% teachers over and above the sanctioned strength for meeting extra workload requirements, and for that the money comes from the UGC. But that also does not suffice, because there are too many papers now. So therefore, we have decided in our college that as far as possible, research methodology should be taught in the 6th semester, so that it is out of your way. It doesn't matter if they get a less choice. We give them more choice in the 7th semester, because a smaller classroom size, whoever is really keen in the subject and wants to come to the 4th year, we can definitely offer them more choices. So that is we are also finding our bearings in this, and like I said earlier, university is giving us a lot of help and trying to help us navigate the whole process. So if you just, I think now we have covered all these initial 3 years. If you just go to the next slide, please. Keep moving, I think I've spoken. This is only about the credits, all the requirements of the credits, which I think you are already familiar with. So let's start with the 4th year now per se. So like I said, they have to compulsory do one core paper in whichever subject they were doing the 4th year, and then one 2 DSC, 3 DSC or 1 DSC. That's their choice. They can take GE and DSC as per their choice. If they need to take more GE to complete their minor, they can do that. Same thing with the case of the other programs also, BA program and BSc program also. Now in this, they have to now 7th semester itself, they have to start dissertation. As per the rule, all faculty members can be supervisor, as per the rule in Delhi University. So even non-PhD, we are allowing and giving them supervision. In fact, it is compulsory. Everybody has to be a supervisor, and you can take about 10 students, up to 10 students for supervision. And this is the dissertation is in two parts actually. Seventh semester there is a dissertation. This is for 240 marks, this component, because this is equivalent of several credits. It is 6 credits, or 6 credits. So this is something which is taking up a lot of time. They have to write a research topic and a proposal, and then all the teachers, faculty in a particular department meet the students. It's completely like the board process in the university. We have interaction with them, we help them to reorganize their topic, write something. All this is not in the workload. Although the fourth year is part of the UGC framework, UGCF, and also it is encouraged by the university, but the directive is clear that no additional teachers will be provided. So we do this over and beyond our lectures workload of 16. We have a system of 12, 14 and 16. So over and beyond that, we have to supervise these dissertations. And there is a well chalked out structure through which we do this. So please come to the next slide. This is the outcomes which we expect in the 7th semester. There are, we have actually now 5 things, choices which students can do. First one is dissertation, which every student has to do individually. The second type of thing is called academic project. Academic project is more or less similar to dissertation, but we were told that the difference is that in the academic project, it has to be an applied area and it has to generate some policy. Now, of course, it's nice to be idealistic, and we are trying to be, but it is not possible to do that kind of intensive research to start generating policies in 6 months of a program. But still, students, I find, we have found, are very enthusiastic and they are doing a lot of work. We'll talk about it later, how they are able to do all that much of work, because we have very good tools like ChatGPT, so they are going ahead with that. So I really don't know what originality it is encouraging. It is definitely giving us a lot of excess work. So the third track is entrepreneurship. In our college, we have a startup cell and a skill development center. So we thought that a lot of students might want to take this up, but we have not got any enrollment in entrepreneurship. They all went for projects or for dissertation, which was more original ways of doing research. Apart from that, there is also provision of internship and translation. So 5 things they can do in the 4th year, apart from additional to coursework, to qualify for a research degree. One is the dissertation, which is more or less like an MPhil. There is a review of literature, there is also fieldwork, original research, and then analysis of the data and the findings and conclusions. And the rule is that they have to do 50 literature review per semester. So that's why I said that only ChatGPT does those things for them. They are not able to do, even we would not have, nobody can do 50 literature review in 3 months' time or less than 3 months, along with regularly attending the class and doing all the course work. So naturally, it is very, very ambitious plan. So I hope that this works out, and let's see how it plays out. But so 5 things they can do. One is the dissertation with 50 literature review and original research. Other is academic project, in which they can do look at any policy, or they can look at some applied area, like if it is in, say, economics, and they're looking at a particular migration or particular state's development, things like that. And then they have to come up with policy prescriptions. That is a required outcome of a project. Project can be done in groups. So 3 or 4 students can do a project together with one supervisor. But again, the problem is that every student has to separately submit a project report, because otherwise how will you grade them? So every student has to have a unique project report from the same project in which they have worked together. So most of the students go for dissertation. The third, like I said, is entrepreneurship, where we have to connect, they have to devise some startups, we have to connect with some people from industry and figure out how to go about it. And the other track is of internship, in which students have to do internship under the supervision of a faculty member. Outside the college, they have to do the internship. Again, we have not had any subscriptions for internship, because we were also not keen on it, but we floated all the options for the students, and fortunately for us, students did not opt for it. We ourselves have a lot of students going for internships, no doubt about it. And we also give a lot of value added courses, like we are having a course on public policy in which we provided internship in Niti Aayog. But those are different things what we do ourselves. But here it is not, that is not integrated into the curriculum. But here internship as a part of the curriculum, and to grade and evaluate, we are not aware yet how to go about it, and nobody in DU has offered internship from the curriculum point of view yet. And apart from that, there is the provision of translation. This is meant for people who have opted for majoring in languages. In our case, we have 3 languages, Hindi, English and Sanskrit. So they can take any books and translate those. That is considered equivalent of a research. So that gives them a research degree. Translation provision has come very late actually. The distribution was already done. So I think in the next semester, we will have a lot of people who would want to take part in translation. Till now, we are only having majorly dissertation and academic projects. So, and similarly, in the 8th semester also, the same thing happens. Now, if we look at the research structure, this is for the 8th. Again, it is the same thing, the major and the minor degree. Student can write the dissertation in the minor also. They have the choice. But something in that topic should reflect from their major also. So if they are able to bring together the 2 things, then we allow them that flexibility. Please come to the, again, the outcomes I already told you about it. And same things are followed in the 2 discipline program and the 3 discipline program. Now we have a, you can move the slide. This is just an illustration that how many, what all choices they can take. Isko, we'll take this slide later. Just go to the subsequent slide. Go to the next, we'll come back to the advantages. Yeah, this is the research track which has been given to us by the university. We have to constitute an advisory committee for research. ACR it is called. We have done that. ACR is the supervisor, and if at all any co-supervisor, we are allowed to have co-supervisor from outside the college or outside the university, even outside the country also. So one is supervisor, second is the advisor from the same discipline. Advisor 1 is a 3-member committee, and the third advisor is an advisor from some other discipline, because everything is supposed to be interdisciplinary. So we have an ACR for a research student who is working under us as a supervisor. The ACR has to meet with a student every month and make a monthly report. If you click on this, I have this one hyperlink there. You can click one blue colored link. That one, exactly. So we have created this type of proforma. So this is the monthly report. So every department does it in the same standardized way. And after the meetings of the university has given us guidelines. There is a proper document which has been shared with us. So what are the expected outcomes in the first month? What are the outcomes in the second month, and so on? We share those with students. So they also know, we also know, everybody knows they have to do this much work minimum in that period. Then at the end of the month, we judge them that whether they have done that work. Initially, there was a system of videography also, that when they are doing their research, they should create videos and all. But then our association of faculty and in general the university also in its wisdom felt that that much surveillance is not good. So the video provision was abolished. So now they just have to do the research, come back to the ACR and report their findings. So if it is say the semester began in August, so first week of September we have ACR of August, then first week of October we have another ACR, then first week of November we have another ACR. The advisory committee will meet and the report of the student. So minimum 3 ACRs will be there for one semester for one student. So all this ACR we have to compile and keep, and then there is a, you can go back please to the same slide. No, to the same slide, the track. Yeah. Then there is supposed to be a subject research committee, the SRC. That is the next. It's a 3-tier structure which is operational in our college and every other college. So we have created email IDs, ARC email ID, SRC and RCC. So the subject research committee is the teacher in charge, what in your case is called the HOD. In our system we call TIC, teacher in charge, plus 2 other members from the same department. So if it is a subject research committee of say political science, then the current HOD, because in our case HOD TIC is rotational, and then the senior most teacher and one teacher who is a junior, either junior most or with less than 10 years service. Am I running? Okay, I'll quickly wrap this up. So the SRC gets all the ACR reports, and then the SRC reports go to the research committee of the college, which is the RCC. That is how the structure of operating the 4-year undergraduate program functions. And then if the SRC recommends that a student is good and is qualified for the Viva, then the Viva is conducted. The Viva board has the supervisor, the advisor who is not from the discipline, and an external examiner. And the provision of payment for external examiner is there, just like in practical exams, and this university provides the payment provision. These are the forms we have made. You can skip the links. I'm sure you can make your own forms. So this is generally the way that we are implementing it. Please go to the next slide. We are having some practical challenges in doing this activity, because how to find time to supervise their research, how to get funding and facilities, especially in the sciences, because their work is lab oriented. For all the equipment and the apparatus, students think of nice topics, but how to give them the logistic support is a big challenge. And they are also supposed to publish. This is another important thing, with the name of the supervisor. So to publish something with an undergraduate student is a huge challenge, because that is the extent of hard work we'll have to do, either a book chapter or something. Now they have introduced that they can take part in conferences. So we are encouraging our students to go and take part in conferences. Then the other are the implementational challenges. Like I said, plagiarism is a major problem, and AI, all the literature review is full of AI only. They openly say that they are using AI, because nobody can do so much literature review in such a small time. And another challenge is the enrollment itself, because students exit after 3 years. They are not interested no matter what you try. We gave them a lot of counseling sessions. We conducted need assessment analysis, and a lot of things were done. But enrollment is very poor in the 4th year, which is okay from our point of view as a personally, that our workload is still somewhat less. But if the system needs to sustain, then it has to be popular among students. So that has still not happened. We have actually very good placement, and students are getting such good placements after 3rd year that they don't want to continue to 4th year. You know, subjects like commerce and all, they are not interested. They're already getting very good placement. And then we also have found that a lot of students who are coming to 4th year are in fact those who have nothing else to do, or they want to prepare for exams, or they had a back, like a, they failed in some paper. So there has to be some benchmark for giving admission to fourth year, which is not there because they're getting automatic admission. So back year type of students are coming. So we have to now coax them into doing research. So it's an irony. And the Delhi University is not releasing the result data. Result is now released only after fourth year, because according to them it's a 4-year program. Third year is exit. So university topper to fourth year में से आएगा, and fourth year is not necessarily the most brilliant student. So things are very, very difficult to handle. Of course, there are some advantages. I think I had an advantage. Yeah, so you can just have a look. Definitely, it is helping us with international mobility, because 4-year programs help students to slide into the system abroad. And certain other advantages are there, no doubt about it. But again, students are not interested in the 1-year PG program. They want to do 2 years of PG, because the fourth year syllabus is no way same as the first year of the postgraduate syllabus. So keeping all that in mind, I think we are still treading some kind of delicate spaces here where the fourth year is concerned. But the spirit of the fourth year is admirable and appreciable, and I hope that we are able to implement it in the manner that it was intended. Thank you. Sorry for overshooting the time. I think we don't have time for Q&A. We can have lunches. You please follow. There is time.
Now the session is open for question answer part. So you can ask your questions to ma'am.
You can be seated on the chair. Mic will be provided.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for your lecture. It's given us little clarity about the fourth year, but my question is about your cluster university and the combination that you're having with the elective subjects that you are offering in other university. I would like to know how you're working this out, because timetable wise, the flexibility means when the student is supposed to leave the campus and go, then have you all fixed a particular day, or means how is it being worked out?
Yes, that is the important question here. Although on paper there is lot of flexibility, very few students opt for it because they have to go there wherever it is offered, and they have to attend according to their timetable there. And here, according to our timetable, they may be having some class and they have marks for attendance. And if their attendance falls short, they are detained from sitting in the exam. Attendance is very strict in our college and elsewhere in DU. So very few students avail of these opportunities. That is why even where research methodology is concerned, for example, if in the 7th semester only 2 students are opting, we have to give them that option, because where will they go even if the provision allows? But they find it difficult, and at the end of the day, the system is supposed to be student centric. So we try to do things to accommodate the requirements of the students. So yes, there are a lot of practical problems in doing this.
Hello. Ma'am, after honors with research, fourth year, the student can get directly admitted into the PhD program. No need for the PG second.
That is what they are saying, that they can take the, be eligible. They will not ipso facto get admission, but they are eligible to go for PhD also. But our students, I find, who are now currently in the 8th semester, they are all writing CUET. The exam is on the 19th for my subject. They are all writing CUET for postgraduate, and they all want to do 2-year PG. They don't even want to do the 1 year because it will somewhere dilute. So basically things have to be worked out, because we know that at that stage to into PhD, even if it is allowed, they are not mature enough intellectually to deal with the requirements of PhD. That's the thing. Anji sir.
Or as per the merit list,
Sorry?
fourth year will be the natural growth as per the merit list admission.
Yes, it will be natural growth. That is what I am saying. It is not as per merit list. Every student who has entered into the college from merit in the first year has the right to go till fourth year. It is their choice. If they want to leave, they can leave. But we cannot, suppose they have failed also and got a reappear. So they spend their time in fourth year. What to do? It's a natural growth.
It is in relation with the same question which is asked by sir. Actually, ma'am, there is a little bit contradiction as far as the Delhi University guidelines and Mumbai University guidelines are concerned.
Oh.
Even the circular which is given by the government of Maharashtra, there has to be capping of CGPA 7.5 for honors with research. Whether these guidelines are there under Delhi University or not.
It is there under Delhi University also, but because you only need to do a certain amount of credits, so students sometimes get back in the VAC, they have not sat in the exam and so on, but they may have got the 8 or 7 in their average SGPA, CGPA, they are able to come to the final fourth year also. That capping is there even in DU. But there are always ways of looking at it and avoiding and evading things, and we find students entering the fourth year for various reasons apart from research. Usually it is for preparation for UPSC. Earlier they would take a year off and study. Now they are enrolled and they study for their competitive exams, MBA, UPSC and so on. That is the problem.
Madam, the question is about the science students who most of the times are going to opt for fourth year degree because of the 16-year education facility which is available. My question over here is they are finding it exciting because we are going to implement it right now, but they are worried about the awareness amongst the other institutes or the industry who are used to 3+2 pattern, and the continuous query that we get is, what if we decide to go for higher education later or want to go for job, is industry going to give accept us for a job with 4 years degree, which will be essentially an undergraduate degree.
Yes.
So the awareness of the industry is the question I wanted to ask basically.
See, our students had the same apprehension, especially because the placement, the companies come to campus for placement, and third year students were getting placed to reject those offers and come to the fourth year. So I think the awareness will spread because now it has been in place. Some people implemented it in 21-22. We implemented from 22-23 admissions. So awareness will definitely spread. So I think somebody studies from a prestigious college or a university, student need not worry. That should not be the major worry as far as the student is concerned for the fourth year. So main worry should be, whether they are able to really do the research that is expected of them and how to accommodate for the extra workload for which we are not getting any teachers for supervision work, etc. So that is I think the faculty is facing more problem than students in this context, because students are leaving whenever they want to leave. So they have all the choices, but we don't have choices. We only have constraints. That is the thing.
Ma'am, just now you said that attendance is compulsory in your college. So what measures and actions you take on students if students don't attend?
We detain them. If they have less than 67.5, then we detain them. They are not allowed to write for the exam in that semester. So they cannot graduate in the minimum stipulated time. Then we have a student parliament where we have a elected prime minister, a leader of opposition, council of ministers and so on. So they cannot participate in the election if they don't have proper attendance. So, and also in many of the committees of the college and societies, they cannot participate if they do not have attendance. So there are some deterrents for them.
Ma'am, so is it essential that you email them or you notify them if their attendance is low before you detain them or before you take any action?
No, it's not, because we make them sign undertakings, and at the time of admission itself, we tell them, we give it in writing that they will be detained. And sometimes when students' attendances are running low, then we email all the parents, but so that they are aware in advance that their ward or child is not attending. Many times, however, we found that the email IDs are not, they are fake IDs. So we make them sign undertakings and we repeatedly warn them.
Good morning, ma'am. I have a
Good
question.
morning.
If fourth year is the natural progression of third year, then if somebody is having backlog, can he get admission for fourth year?
They have taken admission, sir, not backlog with the fail results, because the university is not actually taking out result itself in the third year. But if they have attendances are complete and their CGPA is passing CGPA in all their core papers, then they can go to the fourth year
Okay, thank you.
if they are qualifying in the core papers.
Because out of that, you have to select students for research. That's what I was wondering.
Yes, this is a real problem. A few students are like that, but many of the students who have come are actually interested in research, and they have, because they are young, they have more energy and enthusiasm. They are actually able to do a lot of research, aided and abetted, of course, by all the AI tools. That is the main thing. But in fact, when we conducted Viva and we called external examiners, they were very much impressed by because students make presentations. So they were really impressed by how much the student has been able to do in such a short time. So we were also surprised and impressed. So it's both the things are there actually.
Good morning, ma'am. I have very simple question that, though in general everybody says that fourth year of our UG should be exactly mapped with the first year of our PG. Okay, so in such cases, when we are having the similar domain and, students are gradually progressing, we design our syllabus so that, the fourth year will be an extension or some, the much, higher level of study which they have studied in the 3 year. But we have observed that when we are seeing that who takes or who will be taking admission in PG, they will be students from other colleges, other universities. And usually what we think that in first semester of PG, we have a kind of a summary or some extension, or so that we can bring all students at one go. So what you have planned, or what you are thinking, that how you can bridge this gap?
In Delhi University, the PG syllabus is quite, I would say, it is quite rigorous and intense, and it is not designed to accommodate students from different backgrounds. Even papers which are called introduction to this and introduction to that actually have a lot of intensive reading work. So students at the PG level are expected to do a lot of self-study and make themselves at par. So even now in our fourth year, if I say, the Delhi University syllabus is still among the very strong syllabi in the country. But even then, the PG syllabus is much more intensive and rigorous than the fourth year syllabus. So it's different here in Delhi University from what is your perception, ma'am?
Hello.
We running out of time.
Madam, in your presentation,
Hello, it's a request. This will be the last question which will be taken due to the shortage of time. And after, okay, 2 questions will take, after which we'll conclude.
in your presentation, you mentioned that the university conducts the examinations, same end semester or year-end examinations. Does it mean that autonomous colleges have their own syllabus, they have to set their own papers and conduct the examinations? Do you mean that you follow the timetable, or the papers are set by university and the student have to appear for that?
Yes, sir. We participate in the centrally conducted exam. Papers are set by us, that is teachers from different colleges, for the entire university. And exam is conducted in our college, but the papers or scripts are sent to the central evaluation facility, and teachers go there and they correct the answer sheets there, and the result is then finalized by the university.
So the answer sheets were written by the students are sent to the university.
Yes, sir. They are
Not
sent
in the college.
No, they are
Though
sent
it is
in
autonomous.
field. There is no autonomous college in DU. That is the joy that we are hoping that continues, ma'am.
Just one last question. Does DU offer fourth year by research as well as by paper? If yes, then what is the difference in the syllabi or the conditions under which you are?
The fourth year syllabus is same, ma'am, but students have the choice of the different tracks of research, either translation, internship, entrepreneurship, or a dissertation, or a academic project. But the coursework, the syllabus is same for all.
I think so many questions are there, but ma'am is there with us till lunch. So across that, we can continue with this. Due to the shortage of time, we have to conclude with this session. But regarding the fourth year implementation, ma'am has explained many things, so many questions are cleared by this time. I would like to express heartfelt thanks to Professor Surya Narayan for sparing valuable time and insightful thought with us. Your valuable guidance has greatly enriched this conference. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you all, and I'm sorry I overshot the time. Ambad sir, please forgive me and bear with me. Thank you.
After an insightful and engaging first session, we are going to start with the second session. I request Principal Dr. Shyam Mude, Professor Dr. Shyam Mude, to please come on stage, and our honorable guest, Prashant Ambad sir. Professor Dr. Prashant Ambad sir and our principal, please come on the dais. I warmly welcome honorable guest, Professor Dr. Prashant Ambad, Director IQSC at JSPM University Pune, and our principal, Professor Dr. Shyam Mude, for this session. This session will focus on the transition to outcome-based education. This session will be highlighting the discrepancy between current implementation and the ideal OBE framework, particularly regarding faculty readiness, infrastructure alignment, and the standardization of measurable learning outcomes. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. Prashant Ambad. Dr. Ambad is currently serving as a professor at the JSPM University Pune and has over more than 20 years of rich experience in teaching, research, and academic administration. Sir has completed his PhD in reliability engineering from IIT Delhi and has made significant contribution in the areas of reliability engineering, Industry 4.0, maintenance management, and quality engineering. Dr. Ambad is serving in various academic leadership roles and is presently serving as Director of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell. His research publication and academic guidance have greatly contributed to the advancement of engineering education. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished academician with us today. I now request Principal Dr. Shyam Mude to felicitate Professor Dr. Prashant Ambad. Thank you. May I request Principal Sir to please join the audience. I request Sir to start with the session. From your laptop.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah. So, good morning all. So, being a teacher, I want to move, so I thought I should have a collar mic. We had a very beautiful session from Shalini madam. So, respected Shambude sir, all the management representatives, all the teachers who are here. So, the challenge that I have is I have been given a topic OB implementation. Basically, this is a very vast topic and the time allotted is very less. So I will try to cover maximum possible. So this image is created through AI. This is AI image. So we can use AI, but it depends on how you are using a particular tool for what purpose. Is it okay? Okay. Yeah. So these are some of the contents which I will try to cover during my session. So there are two aspects. One is NEP, another is outcome-based education. So education in the 21st century should shift towards outcome-based approach, because whenever the NEP 2020 is implemented, there is something. When we say outcome-based education, so it is focusing on equipping the student with outcomes or competency, ensuring that they will achieve the desired skills, knowledge, and attitudes. So whenever we talk about the outcome-based education, so this name is very, very important. That is PADI. In PADI 1994, come up with this concept of outcome-based education. And if you see the timeline of educational policies in India, so it started with University Education Commission. So the first education policy started in 68, and then we come up with 86, and then we went to 2020 with additional policy, a third education policy. And if you see in nutshell, what was the focus of different policies? So it was more of integration and language in 68, then literacy and infrastructure in second, and then what we are talking about 2020 is about the flexibility. So flexibility and skills are the most dominant places in NEP 2020, and that is where the OB will be into picture. So Shalini madam has given some glimpses about the fourth year, so where she was talking about the internships is the challenge. But at our university, we offer the internships to the engineering as well as non-engineering disciplines. Now we are into third year, and we have offered to even the social sciences, the English students, even the psychology students. We are offering the internships, and we are carrying out lot of MOUs with different organizations so that the students will get the opportunity to go for internship. In our university, we have internships every year, after first year, second year, third year. So it is also challenging for us, but we are trying to get the maximum number of internships for the students. Also, I will skip the slide of fundamental principles of NEP. Already you had a lot of sessions on that. So what had changed from the earlier to now? So earlier people were talking about the content-based learning. So where the major focus was on memorization of the facts. So what are the examination systems that we have in our most of the universities as well as the colleges? We are more focusing on how much student can remember. right? So we have more focus on teacher-centered instructions. Teacher decides what to teach. And then we have some standardized tests, test 1, test 2, test 3, and then we have a final examination. So where the focus is more on examinations. So when we reached to the 2020, so it was said that your emphasis should be on the competency. Why competency? Because the student should be ready for the industry, society, organization. And in order to do that, the focus was given on the conceptual understanding. The focus was given on the student-centered learning, not student only the teaching related thing. And now we are talking about the continuous assessment. We have the two components. One is CIE, where we are doing the internal evaluation, and then we have end semester evaluation. And here the focus will be given on the skills and outcomes. So when we say outcome, we need to understand what is the outcome. So whenever we talk about the outcome-based education, so this is basically education system. So I want your comment on this. So what this slide will tell you. So can you comment? Yes. This is an exam. First thing is this is exam.
How the holy men or the sages in India literally taught students in the gurukuls. They studied the students, and according to their talent, according to their how they were responding to the learning, they were given the expertise. So the fish doesn't know how to climb the tree, or you can't make him climb the tree. So the same thing is with the monkey or the dog. So we ought to know how a student, where his literal interest or his joy or in learning lies. Therefore, he will expel. He will go beyond.
But what our system is? So we have end semester examination, where we are judging the students based on the what he is writing or she is writing in the examination, right? Nowhere our focus is to understand the skills. So the gist of this slide is that, so you have different types of students who are sitting here, and you will find that who is the strong in this, who is the strongest. So if you see power, the strongest is elephant, and even there is a king of the jungle, right? But still these students will fail in the exam. Why? So what is required for climbing the tree? Skill. So what I am trying to say is that the skill is the most important component which is required for climbing the tree. And if you are not providing that, so student will fail, right? Because though these students are having various capabilities, various skill sets, but they will fail the exam because we are taking the same exam for all, right? And what is happening because of that? So every student is a genius, but what will happen if you judge the fish by its ability to climb the tree? So it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. And number of times it happens with the students, right? Because we take the exams, student could not able to perform because they are not having good skill set in that exam, and because of that, what happens finally? The student will go into some frustration, and they feel that so I am not good at education, right? So outcome based education will take care of it. And in today's scenario, so is it possible now? So if you just download any college education, will it be possible that all the skill sets will be inculcated into the students? It is not, right? And because of that, what is happening in the past? So we were more focusing on the teacher-centered approach, where the syllabus is designed by the faculty members. They will have a traditional curriculum, and then we are now switching to content driven to the learning based curriculum. So what OB says, and why we need OB or outcome based education in NEP. So our students are getting recruited at all across globe, right? And whenever the students are going out of India, a particular country needs a particular type of skill sets. A particular country needs a particular type of knowledge. And there are different types of international accreditations across the globe, which ensures that all the things, if it is in line with the outcome based education, so in that case the student will get the global recognition. And in order to do that, we have to implement the outcome based education. And what is required in that? So there is a Washington Accord. India is the permanent signatory of Washington Accord, and because of that, the international employment mutual recognition of degrees, because the degree which we are offering to the student should also be eligible in other countries. There are some issues which are coming up. So in order to do that, so outcome based education is one of the most important aspects. Along with that, our curriculum should be industry aligned. Industry does not mean only a manufacturing industry. Depending upon what field the students are going, based on that the student need the problem solving abilities, student need the communication abilities, student need the critical thinking abilities. There is ethical responsibility which the student has to carry, and the lifelong learning. So which is the most important skill sets which the students are required. And in order to do that, it has coming up with some types of outcomes, like there are course outcomes, program specific outcomes, program educational objectives, and because of that it is possible that our students will get the global recognition. So if you see NAC, NAC provides a small portion for the COPO, and if you see different type of institutes like affiliated, autonomous or university, the weightages are 30, 30, 40. But if you go through the new binary accreditation system, that has been converted from output to entirely outcome based education, where you will find there is a portion of input, there is a portion of process, and there is a process of a portion of outcome. So the future accreditations will be entirely based on the outcome based education. And if you see engineering education, in engineering education already the outcome based education is in existence since 2015, and it has a weightage of around 250 out of 1000, and everything is revolved around outcome based education. So what is outcome based education, right? So if you see outcome based education, the highlighted words are important. So this involves the process of restructuring the curriculum, assessment and reporting practices in education to reflect the higher order learning and mastery. So what do you mean by higher order learning? Can anybody tell me what is higher order learning? Yes? So here the focus is on evaluation of the outcomes of the program through input output parameters are also looked into. There are three important domains in which the students are learning. So one is knowledge, second is skill, and third one is the behavior. So, and in every skill or every type of learning, we are expecting some attainment to be achieved, and that we call it as the attainment of the students, whether it is a 3-year degree or 4-year degree. So these knowledge, skill, behavior are the observable and measurable abilities of the graduates. So these graduate attributes we have started in 2009. NBA National Board of Accreditation adopt the input-output model, and since 2015 it has adopted the outcome-based education model. So what are the important things about the higher order abilities? So in the present examination system, memorization is occupying the major space. The recall of factual knowledge, though essential in the examination, is only one of the several abilities the student should have. The assessment process must test the higher level abilities of the students, the ability to apply the knowledge. For example, if the student is a student of say engineering, in that case we say that it should have the ability to solve the real life problems. For example, in Pune we have a traffic problems, and if a civil engineering student is given a problem, how you can reduce the traffic of the city, right? The same problem can be studied from the various perspectives. Can you tell me what are the different perspectives of addressing the problem of traffic? One will be transportation. Any other ways in which the problem can be addressed? Yes? Okay, that is transportation, that is fine. But do you feel that other than engineering, there are some additional perspectives which are required to solve the problem? Discipline, right? So when we are talking about the problem, so discipline also plays an important role. Again, the psychology plays an important role when we are talking about the traffic jam. So whenever a problem is in the existence, so we have to address that problem not only from the only widening the roads, but we also need to look into what are the other parameters which will have an impact on that particular problem. So what is required? We need to understand the problem, and we need to understand what are the ways in which the same problem can be resolved. And then we have that we say solving the complex problems, then analysis, synthesis and design. So when professional skills like ability to communicate, students are writing good, but they fail in interviews, they fail in the placements, right? Why it is happening? Because they could not able to communicate. Number of times the students are very good on the paper, but when it comes to the oral communication, they fail. Work in teams. Nowadays, work in teams is a very, very important aspect which we need to cover when we talk about the outcome-based education. And the final is the lifelong learning. Lifelong learning plays a very important role because you can mentor the student only for 3 years or 4 years, but what after that? So what after that? Because nowadays, if you see, especially in the case of computer field, you will find that the student need to learn the new skill sets every time. After 6 months or 1 year, student need to learn a new language, so which is really challenging. And nowadays, because of the AI tools, it is again a challenge to get the jobs. So what is required in that? The student should have abilities to solve the problems, but at the same time, the lifelong learning is also important. And here, the importance of so important is that the examinations also give appropriate weightage to the assessment of these higher level skills and professional competencies. And whenever I am saying these are the skills like ability to communicate, work in teams and lifelong learning, can you tell me which are the courses which can address this? So these are the abilities required in the student. Do you agree to this or no? So if you see that if the student should have good ability to communicate, so what skill set is required and how you can inculcate that skill set into the student? Yeah, but how? Will you offer some courses or what? How? So, most of the institutes has a component of communication skill, right? And I have seen the exams are taken in different way. For example, the communication exam is taken as an end semester exam where student has to write. Right? I have seen some colleges where the examination of communication skill is taken where student need to write. That may be one of the skill sets which is required as a communication. But what about the oral communication? So accordingly, your assessment system should be designed. What I am trying to say is that if you want the student should have a good communication skill, your examination system should be such that those skill sets should get inculcated into the students. The same way, work in teams. How will you do that? How will you do that for a work in teams? So one is group discussion, fine. Yes? Training. And then as madam said, Shalini madam said, you can have some projects. So whenever you have projects, in which you have 3 to 4 students which are working in different groups, and you will find if there is a group of 3 students, in our engineering it is a regular practice. Whenever there is a group of 3 students and they have some projects given, you will find that after some days you will find the students are complaining कि वो दोनों में से एक काम नहीं करते. You will find these types of challenges for the students. So working in team is very very important, because every time the student will come, फिर वो जाने के बाद दूसरा आएगा and he will say कि sir वो दोनों काम नहीं कर, right? So these challenges you will find when the students are working in teams. But unless you will give them a proper counseling, they could not able to get survive in those, because when they come out of their education, they have to work in teams, irrespective of whether they are into education, whether they are into industry, or whether they are into government organization. But working in teams plays a very important role, and that is what the skill sets we are going to. Okay, so there is always a question: what is output and outcome? Because when we say NEP 2020, we are into outcome based education. So what is output then? And what is the difference between output and outcome? Yes? What is the difference between output and outcome? Okay. Can you elaborate with some example? Okay. Yeah. Okay, and what is outcome? Okay. So I will tell you with one example. This is the Pune. So there is a Mula river which is flowing, and there are 2 cities. There is one city A, city B, right? And what is happening here? There is a bridge which is exactly 5 kilometers from city A and 5 kilometers from the city B. So city A is residential area, city B is the industrial area, where or the workplace where the maybe workers or maybe the employees are moving. So if you are moving in Pune city, how much time it will take from going to city A to city B, and again coming back from city B to city A? How much time it will take? Maybe depending upon the traffic, it may take, for example, in some places it will take 45 minutes, it will take 1 hour, maybe depending upon that. So they will start from the home, they will travel for 1 hour, again they will go to city B, they will complete their work, and again they will go back to the their home. So they are traveling for 2 hours, right, daily. What I have done, I have made the change. What I have done, I have constructed a bridge which is hardly 500 meters from the city A and 800 meters from city B. What has been changed? Yes? So is there any change that you have observed because of this bridging, constructing a bridge? Yes? So is anything will change because of the construction of bridge at 500 meters? Yes? So travel time will get reduced. So what is happening because of that? Because if your travel time is around 1 hour and now it has been reduced to 5 minutes. It is? Yeah, so your time will get saved, which is a unnecessary time you are spending in traveling, right? So what is here important is that, so this will improve the mobility. So people can travel easily between city A to city B, reduce the travel time, they can improve the connectivity, and it is easier to commute between home to workplace. So what is outcome is that, so outcome is nothing but, so it is what is coming out of the output, right? So what we achieve because of it is called as an outcome, right? And that is what we are saying in education also, what is required as an outcome, right? So these 2 pictures are showing, one is output and one is outcome. So what is the difference? What is the difference in these 2 slides or 2 different pictures? So here the person says that I am hitting 60 arrows in a minute. So that is the output he is getting. And second person says I am hitting only one arrow and that is exactly at the target. So what is the difference? So that is what the difference between the output and the outcome. So output, when I say output, it is only I am worried about how many marks I got. But outcome is says whether I have achieved the goal or not, whatever the goal I have set. So if you see deficiencies in the traditional education, so there will be a little focus on the whether the students are truly learning or not. Grades, rankings drive the examination systems, and still you will find the graduates are ill prepared for the workforce, and they will have these skills which are lacking in them. Maybe a communication skill, maybe the interpersonal skill, analytical skills, and the working attitude. So when I say outcome-based education, we are more focusing on what the student need to learn and what the students are demonstrate to the real world or the professional world. And accordingly, we need to design the curriculum. What is important over here is that we do the reverse engineering. In doing that, what we are doing, we are understanding that what do the student need to learn for a particular type of course. And based on that, we design the curricula, and we also design the delivery mechanism. Because whenever we are saying outcome-based education, it is important that we should able to design the curricula in such a way that whatever may be the outcomes we are expecting out of the students. Right? So this is basically a figure which shows you what is the difference. So, so there is a person who says that I have taught my parrot to whistle, right? And this says that, but I have never heard it whistling, right? So here, have you achieved your outcome? Because number of times the teacher says that I have taught for 40 hours. You have taught for 40 hours and you are expecting that in 40 hours the student will learn that course, right? Or subject. So here the difference lies here. So O said, I taught it, I never said it learned. So what is important? Teaching is not important, learning is important, and outcome-based education is more focusing on the learning. So the most important line of outcome-based education is, it's not what we teach, it's you learn. It's what you learn. So whenever we talk about the outcome-based education, we are defining everything in terms of the learning, not in terms of the teaching. Right? So it is basically a learner-centric approach as compared to the teacher-centric approach. And in outcome-based education, there are different types of levels of achieving the outcomes. So the first level is talking about the program outcomes, in which we are saying that describe the graduate level capabilities applicable to any programs. Means as a student of BSc in psychology, what we are expecting in 3 years or 4 years. As a student of sociology, what we are expecting in 3 years. Right? So what is expected as the capabilities of the students, so that will be defined in terms of program outcomes. There are some program specific outcomes as well. So that is specific to the program. So depending upon what program is offered. So based on that, these are the specific outcomes which are expected. And when I am saying course outcomes, so every program will be consist of number of courses. So from each course we are expecting that what course outcomes we have achieved. So if you see, these are the different criteria which are expecting as a part of the accreditation, and these are the systems. So when I say outcome-based education, so the important questions that we need to answer is what students should achieve, how to make the student to achieve the outcome, and how to measure it. So these are 3 components which are important. So first component talks about what the student need to achieve, means what type of education we need to give. Second component talk about the curriculum. How will you design that curriculum which the students needs to achieve? And based on that, you need to decide your teaching learning process. So what should be the teaching and what should be learning process of the students? And accordingly, we have to measure whether the student have achieved that or not. And that is what we talk about the outcome-based assessment. So when survey was carried out for finding out whether what is the most important from the employer point of view, it has been seen that the CGPA or GPA is here, right? So you can see that if you see prioritize what are the important things which are required as a student, so you'll find that the examination will have a very last role to play. What is important that we need to understand, because getting good score in examination may not be only the final thing which the student will have to consider for getting the employment, right? So we are talking about the examination results, so where our role is to have eligibility and filtering, and examination role is only for the initial filtering. So for example, if the companies are coming for placement, if the organizations are coming for placement, or if you see a competitive examinations, they have some minimum eligibility criteria. It can be 6 CGPA or 60% like that. But once that is done, the next part which is important is the selection, and with which the skill sets are required. So that we need to understand. And what is required there? You need to have a problem solving skill sets, you need to have teamwork as well as the communication. So here the important thing is that marks open the door, but skills decide who walks through it and how far they go. So you will find that in no government system, it is only the marks which will decide the final results. But along with marks, they will have some additional selection criteria like interviews or any other criteria to decide the final candidates. Marks are only used for up to a particular level, but after that, what is important is what are the skill sets the student will have. So if you see 2026, so there are some hard skills and soft skills which are required for the students. So these may be the technical skills, which are the hard skills, and there may be the communication skill, problem solving skill, which may be required as a part of the students. So when we say OB, it addresses the following key questions. What do we want the student to be able to do? How can we best help the student to achieve it? How will we know whether the students have achieved it? And how do we close the loop for further improvement? So whenever I talk about the outcome-based education, so these are the three things which are important. Along with that, the continuous quality improvement is also required. So I have to keep that loop continuing. It is not the case that once you are done with the results, once you are done with the attainment, you have to stop. But you have to again improve. You have to set the new targets. Again, you have to go for new targets. Again, you have to achieve that. Again, you have to go for new targets. So that will goes on continue. And because of that, you will find that these are the benefits that you will achieve from the outcome-based education. Okay. So what is expected from the students? Because when we are studying, we are talking about the students. So what is expected is that the student should able to do more challenging tasks. Students should able to write project proposals, complete the projects, analyze the case studies, give case presentations, show their abilities to think, question, research, and make the decisions based on the findings. So here the CIE role is very, very important. When we say continuous internal evaluation, it is not only the test which should decide the performance of the student, but along with that, you also need to ensure that can we have such components into our course, irrespective of the type of course. Can we have some small project to the student which will help them to achieve some sort of outcomes? Can they do the analysis of the case studies? So if you provide them with the case studies and they can do the analysis of that, so that is what is expected. And if you ask them to give the presentations, so their other skill sets also get into. And what is important nowadays is that be more creative, able to analyze and synthesize the information. able to plan and organize the task, able to work in team and community and those things. And because of that, you will find with NEP 2020, the new things has been introduced. So the new things like projects are introduced, entrepreneurship is introduced, and so many things. So if how I can have an integration of outcome-based education and NEP. So NEP talks about the holistic education, NEP talks about the skills and competencies. So those skills and competencies you can able to achieve with the help of outcome-based education. When I say we are talking about the flexibility and the multidisciplinary learning, so flexibility will be achieved with the different types of electives, what madam has also explained. So different types of electives are offered to the students, though there are challenges in offering the electives, but what is expected is that when we say outcome-based education, the flexibility plays a very important role. We have to give the choice to the student that which type of courses the student should choose. Not only apart from the core courses, those flexibility has to be provided. Along with that, we also need to see that how that competency will be developed, and because of that, there is a project-based learning which has been involved as a part of the NEP 2020. And then we also talk about the choice-based credit system and those things along with this, and internships. So internships also plays a very important role when we talk about the outcome-based education. So if you see the difference between the traditional education and this, so primary focus of traditional education is content memorization, whereas NEP or OB teaching model says that you have to concentrate on the skills, competency and outcomes. Teaching approach is lecture centric approach in case of traditional, and in case of NEP it will be a student centric learning. And when I talk about the instruction method, it should be teacher driven in case of traditional, whereas in case of OB it should be problem based learning. The learning strategy can be the content focused syllabus, whereas in case of NEP we call it as a case studies and experiential learning. And there are so many parameters which will make it. When I talk about the curriculum design, in case of traditional it is fixed and rigid curriculum, whereas in case of NEP we talk about the flexible and multidisciplinary curriculum. And in learning outcome, I am talking when it is a traditional education, knowledge recall, degree completion, whereas in case of OB, I talk about the skills, employability and innovation, because these are the things which are required as a part of outcome-based education. So if you see the reality of implementation, there are challenges. So there are challenges and we have to overcome those challenges, because the first challenge that you will find is the assessment challenge, because as earlier the assessment tool was only examination, it was not difficulty, only you have to assess the question papers and based on that the marks are given. But now outcome based education talks about so many number of assessment tools to be used. Because of that you will find that the assessment will be one of the major hurdle. Then second hurdle which is found is the mindset shift. So number of times we have a resistance. If something is traditionally going on, we are very comfortable in those things, so we don't want to change, right? So that may be one of the challenge, because new things are coming up, the culture has been changed. So earlier culture was different, now the culture has been changed. And then again there is a lack of training. So you will find that very few number of trainings are organized to train the faculty members for these number of tools, as well as in number of institutes there is a challenge related to the digital infrastructure. And another important thing is collaboration and coordination. So there is a difficulty in departmental alignment and monitoring. So what is required is that, so we need to enhance the assessment. So we need to develop the standardized assessment rubrics. I hope you understand rubrics. We have to use the quizzes, we have to use the projects, we have to use the presentations, implement the digital learning management system for outcome tracking, conduct the regular assessment reviews. So that what is important is that you know that if you need to understand that whether the students are learning or not. How do we do that? You are teaching a course which is having say 40-50 lectures, and you want to understand that whether the students are learning or not. How to do that? It is exam, but other than that, feedback. So feedback plays a very, very important role. Though there might be some feedbacks which are taken by your IQAC, but along with that, we are also expecting that you take a frequent feedback, maybe a oral feedback, or maybe by framing some 4-5 questions, whether the students are understanding or not, whether the students are getting or not, because learning is important, right? So you can spend some 5 minutes so that you will understand that whether the students have learned the concepts or not, and understand that what are the obstacles which are coming in learning. So because of that, this particular aspect plays a very important role. So if you want to change the mindset, so you have to conduct the regular workshops, encourage the peer mentoring and collaborations, share the best practices and success stories, recognize and reward the innovative teaching. So if you start rewarding the innovative teaching, it will help you to change the mindset. So it is required to have a structured OBE training workshop, introduce the OBE management software if required, enhance the digital infrastructure, and allocate the resources and the technical support which is required. Along with that, for collaboration and coordination, we can have the OBE implementation committee. I hope your college already have that. Strengthen IQAC role in OBE monitoring, conduct the regular review meetings and promote the interdepartmental collaborations, which NEP says. So NEP even says that you should have inter-institute or inter-departmental collaborations. Okay, so when I say outcomes, so these are the different outcomes we are expecting, and when the design is done, so design is done from top to bottom. So whenever, because you will find there are two arrows, which are, some arrows are coming down, some arrows are coming up. So you start with the design from the vision mission, then you start the vision, then your program educational objectives, program outcomes, and then program specific outcomes, and then course outcomes. So whenever the design is carried out, so it is from the top to bottom, and when the implementation is carried out, so it will be from bottom to top, right? So when we say that design is done, and we want to ensure that whether the design is as per our parameters or not, you have to check. So that will be done with the help of assessing the course outcomes, and then you can do the attainment of the step. Okay, so when I say outcomes, so from program outcomes to course outcomes, these are the short-term outcomes, and when I say vision and mission, those are the long-term outcomes, which are program educational objectives plus vision and mission of the institute. I think it is giving some issues. Yeah. As I had told you, this thing is very, very important. That is closing the quality loop. So whenever you are teaching any course, any program, so closing the loop is very, very important. So this has been derived from one of the famous Deming's quality circle or quality cycle. What it says: plan the activity and set the measurable objectives, implement the plan and execute the processes, measure the performance, collect and analyze the data against the planned objectives. If the objectives are met, raise the benchmarks. If not, identify the gaps and take the corrective actions. So whenever we talk about the, are you doing the course attainment and those things? So whenever you are doing some course attainment, you need to ensure that whether you have achieved the target that you have set. If the target is not set, you have to find out the gaps. If the gaps are there, so next time you have to fulfill those gaps. If you could be able to achieve the target, yeah. So you should be able to achieve the target, and once the target is achieved, we have to close that. Right. So these are the role of facilitator in outcome-based education. So these are some slides. Okay. What is important is that you have to change the methods of assessment, so that depending upon what the learning abilities are required, so there should be a robust assessment system. We have to do the institutional SWOT analysis, and then based on that you need to understand the different roles of the different stakeholders. So this is what are the roles of the students. When we say administrative system, so these are the different roles that you may have in your organization. It may change from the institute to institute, like course coordinator, module coordinator, program coordinator, and program assessment committee, departmental advisory body, and the internal quality assurance cell. So this will help you to achieve those outcomes, right? And this is what is expecting in implementation of OBE. So there are lot many things about the outcome based education. So dissemination also plays a very important role. We have to disseminate everything, and that dissemination can be done through different media. These are some, but you can have additional media through which you can disseminate the POs, PSOs, and the COs. And now, so this will happen in future. So do you know company IKEA? So this company is known for the customized furniture, right? So a person is coming for interview, and before starting the interview, the question that has been asked, you have to make a chair and sit, because it is a furniture company. So it may you might have seen the way in which the interviews are taken, the way in which the students are getting placed. So that will change in future, because nowadays this will be the way in which the outcome based education will work, right? Okay, so these are some acknowledgements. So I thanks the management of Fergusson College for providing me this opportunity, though the time was short, so but still I tried to cover most of the things. If you want to go more with the outcome based education, there is a William Spaddy, who is known as the father of outcome based education. So I have some, so there is also a course of NPTEL called as a NAT, which talks about the outcome based education. Okay, thank you. And these are the important years. I hope everybody has gone through those years. Yeah.
Yes. Now the session is open for question answer session. We have 5 to 10 minutes for the same. So if you have any questions, please ask.
I would request to flash that slide of important GR one more time.
So there are 3 GRs in Maharashtra. One is related to the education Dhoran. One is related to the NEV implementation for non-engineering, and one is related to the engineering. So if you go through these years, you will get most of the idea about the NEP implementation, and based on that only the curriculum is designed.
Thank you, sir, for your session. So I have 2 questions. So like say for example, in our courses, we have a huge class of students. So suppose we have more than 100 number of students in a class, and all the students are quite intellectually heterogeneous. So when we implement OB, one of the aspects is that we set up a target percentage for every CO. So in such a class wherein the students are quite diverse with respect to their intellectual ability, how do we actually set the COs, I mean the target percentages, which can be actually, proper? And the second question is that if we have to design the rubrics for assessments, how do we set up measurable rubrics for assessments? Thank you, sir.
Okay. About the targets, generally the targets are generally set if you are affiliated institute. Most of the targets are set as compared to the what is the university result of last year. So based on the average of that, the targets are set. In some cases, the targets are set based on the what is the class average percentage of last year. So if you have the data of last year, in which you know that this many percentage of the student have got this many marks, you can have that as a base for your targets, because that will give you an idea what type of students you will have in the class. If it is 100 plus, you will get better targets as compared to what you will get with the less number of students. So that is one thing. your second question is related to rubrics. Okay. So, for rubrics, you have to decide some methodology, the measurable objectives. For example, if I am dealing with some seminar, right? So where the rubrics are applicable is important. Where I cannot do the quantitative assessment, I can go for rubrics. So for example, I need to decide a seminar. So what measures you are expecting for the seminar? So if the student has to deliver the seminar, so what are the important things? Can you tell me? So if student need to deliver, so one thing is the report. You can talk about the contents, right? So that will be the content of the seminar report. Second thing, you talk about the how the student is delivering, the confidence of the student, how the student is delivering, whether the student is able to complete that in assigned time or not, right? Along with that, what you are expecting out of the student as a seminar. For example, it is the seminar of say communication skill, so you can talk about the grammatical things also. If it is a seminar of say some psychology, you can talk about the content of that seminar, right? So what is expected is that what you are trying to assess, so that should be the measurable objective that you will, right? So as OB says that it all depends on what you want to assess. So based on that, you need to decide your measurable objective.
Is OB
One
related
last
to
question we will take. It's a
OB
request.
related to
One last question we will take, then we will stop.
Yeah.
OB related to Bloom's taxonomy or not?
Yeah.
Because we can in theory questions, theory examination, we can reach up to maximum 2 to 3 level, lower order thinking. Remember, understanding.
Yeah.
But we cannot reach up to creativity level.
So that is what the system is. So there are two types of components you have. One is CIE, one is end semester exam. When it is a particular time based examinations, like we have 2 hour or 3 hour, so we said that you can achieve only up to analyze maximum. And if you want to go for evaluate and creative level, you have to use some projects, you have to use some case studies, you have to go for some presentations through which you can able to assess the abilities of evaluation as well as creativity, right? Because nowadays it is not achieved with the help of final end semester examination if it is a time based. So the best thing is you can go with better tool in or innovative tool in CI, that is continuous intermediate.
Thank you, sir.
A truly enriching session. We say that one picture is worth 1,000 words. So the slides which sir have shared with all of us, they were really good, truly enriching session, sir. On behalf of organizing committee, I thank you. Your presence today has truly enriched this conference. We are deeply grateful to your valuable time and guidance. Once again, we extend our heartfelt thank you to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. I now announce that now we take a short break for tea. After 10 minutes, we will come back in this hall for panel discussion. Thank you, sir. सरांना मदत करा. सरांना रिफ्रेशमेंटसाठी कुठे न्यायचं?
Hello. Hello.
The panelist for this session, moderator and Vice Principal Dr. V.V. Acharya sir, to please come on the stage. Respected dignitaries on the dais, honorable guests, Vice Principal Dr. Vinay Kumar Acharya sir, all participants, I extend my warm welcome to one and all. Good afternoon once again, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this panel discussion session today. We have an excellent panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights and perspective on this important topics which is related to verticals of NEP 2020. Our first panelist, Professor Prasad Joshi. It's my great pleasure to introduce our guest, Professor Prasad Joshi. He is a distinguished scholar in the field of Sanskrit and linguistics, specializing in Sanskrit grammar, Vedic language, Paninian studies, and Indology. He is serving as the acting vice principal of Deccan College, deemed to be university, vice chancellor. I'm sorry for that. Yes, he's serving as the acting vice chancellor of Deccan College, deemed to be University Pune, and has also worked as head of the Department of Sanskrit at Fergusson College. Professor Joshi has authored 5 books and more than 30 research papers, delivered over 80 invited lectures, and participated in numerous international conferences. He is also the recipient of the prestigious Maharishi Badrayan Vyas Sanman, a President of India Award, recognizing his outstanding contribution to Sanskrit studies. We feel truly honored to have such a renowned personality with us today. I request Vice Principal Dr. Vinay Kumar Acharya to felicitate Professor Prasad Joshi. Thank you, sir. The next panelist, Professor Dr. Sanjot Apte. Professor Sanjot Apte has served at SP College, Pune for more than 30 years in the Department of Political Science and retired in July 2025. During her distinguished career, Professor Apte held several important positions, including Vice Principal of Arts Faculty, Head of the Department of Political Science, NEP Coordinator, and IQSC Coordinator. She has contributed significantly to academic development as a member of various Board of Studies and syllabus reconstructing committees. Currently, ma'am is serving as the Director of BA Civil Services Program. We are honored to have such an experienced academician and mentor with us today. I request Vice Principal Dr. Vinay Kumar Acharya sir to felicitate Professor Sanjot Apte. Please give a round of applause. On our panel, our next panelist, Dr. Srihari Ashok Pingre. I now introduce Dr. Srihari Ashok Pingre. Sir is an associate professor of zoology and IQSC coordinator at Sangamner Nagarpalika Arts, DJ Malpani Commerce, BN and BN Sarda Science College, Autonomous, Sangamner. A gold medalist from Nagpur University and a PhD holder from Savitribai Phule Pune University, Sir is widely recognized for his outstanding contributions to higher education, research and academic leadership. With more than 14 research papers, 22 textbooks and over 350 academic lectures delivered across the country, Dr. Pingre has made remarkable contributions to the academic community. Sir, he is also a recipient of several prestigious awards, including International Best Teacher Award and Mrs. Kamal Sharma Award for Academic Excellence. I request Vice Principal Dr. Vinay Kumar Acharya to felicitate Sri Dr. Ashok Pingre. We have with us now Mr. Bhim Raskar in the panel. I introduce Mr. Bhim Raskar, a distinguished social development professional with over 4 decades of experience in governance, education and community development. He holds a master's degree in social work from Nirmala Niketan, Mumbai, along with several specialized diplomas in education. Decentralization and institutional development, Mr. Raskar has served in important roles including consultant to the Government of Maharashtra for the National Literacy Mission and Director of the Resource and Support Center for Development. He is also a founder member of the Institute of Democracy and Election for Good Governance and actively contributed to strengthening local self-governance and grassroots democracy. I request Vice Principal Dr. Vinay Kumar Acharya sir to felicitate Mr. Bhim Raskar. Our next panelist, Dr. Manish Aglave. Manish Aglave sir is the head and associate professor in the Department of Mathematics in Fergusson College. Dr. Aglave has over 14 years of experience in teaching and research. His research interest includes lattice algebra, lattice modules, algebraic structures related to group theory. He has published several research papers in national and international journals, completed research project funded by Savitribai Phule Pune University, and presented his work at national and international conferences. I request Vice Principal Dr. Acharya to felicitate Dr. Manish Aglave. And now we have the moderator for today's panel discussion, Dr. Subhash Shende. Dr. Subhash Shende was a former vice principal and head in the Department of Statistics, Fergusson College, served for more than 30 years in the college. Dr. Subhash Shende has earned his PhD from Savitribai Phule Pune University with research on statistical modeling on maternal infant HIV transmission. Dr. Shende has published research papers in reputed international journals and completed UGC-funded research project. He has also contributed significantly to curriculum development and academic committees in the college and on several universities and colleges. I request Vice Principal Dr. Acharya to felicitate Dr. Subhash Shende. Once again, a warm welcome to all the members in the panelist. May I request Vice Principal Dr. Acharya to please join the audience. Let us start with this session. I now hand over the mic to the moderator, Dr. Subhash Shinde.
Good afternoon. I'm sure I'm audible properly. Yes. घरचा आहेर मिळालेला आहे. So in the light note, I think we can start now. The main idea, yesterday we have witnessed some of the speakers, in which case most of you are interested to listen Professor Anil Rao itself. त्यांनी काही सूचना केलेल्या होत्या. त्याच्यानंतर आपल्याला 2 पॅनल डिस्कशन्स काल झालेले होते. So we have observed the panel discussions yesterday regarding the implementation of a NEP. Anil Rao sir, as a part of the policy makers itself, त्यांनी आपल्याला पॉलिसी तयार करून दिलेली आहे. त्याच्यानंतर 2023 पासून if you observed, we have implemented the corresponding in the autonomous colleges the effectively the NEP itself. मला काही तारखा परत एकदा म्हणाव्याशा वाटतात किंवा सांगाव्याशा वाटतात. So I'll refer those dates. 11th March 2023. Some of you might recall this, some of the principals, those who were there yesterday. पहिलं मीटिंग जी कॉल केली होती हायर एज्युकेशन गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र इन मुंबई. 11 मार्च 2023 ही सुरुवात झालेली होती. इट इज ओपन दॅट गव्हर्नमेंट हॅज मेड अनाउन्समेंट की ह्या वर्षापासून कमिंग अकॅडमिक इयर वी आर इम्प्लिमेंटिंग द NEP इन द ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेजेस. हे SNET युनिव्हर्सिटीमध्ये ही मीटिंग झालेली होती. अँड आय वॉज फॉर्च्युनेट इनफ टू हॅव विथ our principal, then Professor Pardeshi and Vice Principal Professor N.M. Kulkarni itself. ते झाल्यानंतर one more date, what yesterday we noticed, 20th of April, की जो GR आला आणि त्या एकदा GR आल्यानंतर we have to start working on NEP implementation. And regarding this, थोडक्यात एक लाईट सांगतो की त्यावेळेसचे प्राचार्य आणि उपप्राचार्य यांनी एक छान काही टीम मेंबर्सना बोलवलं होतं. त्याच्यात मी पण होतो. आत्ताच्या उपप्राचार्या राधिका मॅडम पण तिथं होत्या. तेव्हा त्यांनी सांगण्यात आलं होतं की काही नाही 2-3 महिन्याचं काम आहे, तेवढं आपल्याला करायचं आहे. अँड इट विल स्मूथली विल स्टार्ट वर्किंग द NEP इटसेल्फ. जे काल राव सरांनी सांगितलेलं होतं की कोणी मागणं धक्का दिला, ती गोष्टमध्ये काल त्यांनी जी सांगितलेली होती ऑन द सेम नोट इट इज बिंग ऑब्झर्व की आणि एकदा ती सुरुवात झालेली आहे. सरांनी हे पण सांगितलेलं आहे की दोर हा सुटलेला आहे, आता आपल्याला परत मागे जाता येणार नाहीये. ऑन द सेम नोट आय वुड लाईक टू ॲड, लकीली वी डू हॅव ऑल द पॅनल मेंबर्स फॉर दिस डिस्कशन. दे all actually worked in this NEP implementation. So we are all lucky enough that we are going to listen their facts, findings. म्हणजे काल इवन आपल्याला यांनी सरांनी सांगितलेलं होतं सिंहावलोकन करायचं आहे. बट दॅट इफ वी सी केअरफुली की ते खरंच केलेलं जाणार आहे का. ऑल पॅनल मेंबर्स आर रिप्रेझेंटिंग फ्रॉम द डिफरंट इन्स्टिट्यूट्स. त्यांचे एक्सपिरियन्सेस काय होते, Fergusson College experiences काय होते, and as Professor Mude has informed, this all what we are getting, that unbiased outcomes, unbiased reactions, that will help us to send it to the government of Maharashtra. With this note, I think we can start to our panel discussion. The very first question that I will like to pass on to our one of the member of the panel, Dr. Sanjot Apte. And even at the later stage, I'm sure that some of the questions we will keep it open to the audience also. पण प्रत्येकाच्या मनामध्ये काही काही प्रश्न असू शकतात. And we do have all experts available to answer for the same. Since NEP has already been implemented, what is your opinion about various verticals introduced under it? Ma'am, can I have on some light on this particular point?
Yes, thank you so much, sir, and thank you to Fergusson College. Very privileged to be a part of this panel. Let me start by answering this question where I don't want to get into just saying what are the verticals. I want to first ask from where were these verticals derived, or why did we have the SECs or the VSCs, So our first fundamental question is, why were these verticals created? So for that, we have to go back to the NEP, and I want to call it like a seed of education that was being planted in the second decade, 2020 onwards, a new seed of education. And this seed was supposed to be planted as a student-centric seed in a very transformative way to make some deep impact in the society and take the country ahead. But when this seed of education of NEP was being planted, it was being done at 3 levels. So there was an international context, there was a national context, and there was a local context. Only when we understand this will we know why these certain verticals were created. So the international context is obviously that we were into the 21st century, which is an extremely complex, skilled, technology-driven, conflictual, environment-oriented kind of a 21st century, where the next generation that is going to come in is going to require a very different mindset and a skill set to solve the problems that are coming. The second was, India is also part of a lot of international agreements, and we were a part of the signatories to the Sustainable Development Goals, which also told us that our education has to move in a given direction. So this was the international context in which the new NEP was sought to be introduced. At the national level, we were looking to be, and even today, those who are looking at the world outside, we are looking to play one of key roles as influencers in world politics. Also, we are said to be a country that has the biggest demographic advantage. So probably in the next few years, every 1 out of the next 5 people who will be entering the market is going to be an Indian student. But are these students really equipped to face the issues that will be coming in? So what do we need to reinvent or change our education policy so that they may acquire these kind of? Also, while we are positioning ourselves at the international level, what about the fact that we are a civilization? What about the fact that for many, many years, the kind of knowledge that was disseminated in our institution, to a large extent, I won't say totally, but to a large extent, yes, came to us from the West. So when we start positioning ourselves, is it right to go back to regain our knowledge legacy also? And then how could we integrate that into the new education policy? This was second. And at the end of the day, whatever education we provide to our students, it has to be beneficial to resolve our problems at the local level. So when we speak of curriculum in Maharashtra, we would obviously want to include modules that would help our farmers, our society, our artisans, our economy, etc., etc. So what was that was lacking in the earlier policy, which told us that we will have to create certain verticals in the NEP, and that is why these different verticals that have been created fall basically under 4 broad categories. I've just clubbed them together. One is your academic one, which is the major and the minor. Second is the skill part. So you'll have the SECs and you'll have the vocational skill courses. The third is the value education, where you talk about the VSC, where you talk about the CEP. And the fourth is, of course, the skill-oriented, where your RPs and internships and FPs and your OJTs are created. Now, when you look at all these verticals, you realize that there is a certain sense and a lot of thought that has gone beyond putting these verticals under certain specific categories. And the students are obviously over a period of 3 years or 4 years, as some colleges would be starting, would be expected to cover all these verticals, earn their 132 credits plus, and then get their degree. Now, over the last 3 years, when we were all looking at how we are implementing it, we found that there were 3 or 4. I'll speak about the good part also, the pros also, and I'll also end with the challenges. I know I have only 2 minutes, so I'll just take that very fast. So when we started saying that, okay, these verticals are going to be introduced, the first reaction obviously from the teaching faculty was, how do we, especially I'm from social sciences, I teach political science, so how are we in the arts faculty going to bring in so much of skill orientation? What are the vocational skill courses that we will be able to bring in? So I think it was a very positive thing for teachers to start thinking about their subjects in a different way. For a very, very long time, for the past 50, 60, 70 years, we have been teaching history, political science, economics, and whatever. I talk about the social sciences in a very given way, which is more theoretical. But NEP, in a sense, told us and forced us to look at our own subjects from a practical point of view and to tell ourselves also that yes, the market is changing. Where is my child, where is my student going to go after he or she gets this degree, either in political science or whatever? So it forced all of us as teachers to rethink and to really develop some good courses wherein even our students would say, okay, we have practicals, we are going to go out in the field and we are actually enjoying this. So this was one extremely positive thing. The second was, it was a challenge for us to offer our subject to the science students or to the commerce students. SP is a multi-faculty college. We have both arts, science, commerce, all the faculties. So for us, again, it was very interesting and exciting to say, okay, I have to offer this subject, like even a constitution, to students of science and commerce. How am I going to do it? How am I going to keep their interest and make it very relevant for their faculty? How do I do that? So I think a lot of teachers in this entire process went through a lot of serious thinking, lot of group discussion, talking across colleges. I remember Pingle sir, Panalile Ahet, Shende sir, we had so many good discussions and we learned so much from each other. There was tremendous learning. So I think what NEP did to us, especially the social sciences, was to bring in this aspect of practicality, introduce skill set. So for example, in political science, we realized we never do maths because my students have left maths after 10th standard, they have nothing. But today, everything is about data. If my students want to study elections, which is every 5 years, if they want to know something, they will have to engage with data. So we said in the SEC, let's give them a statistics course, which could be very basic, but R, why don't they learn R? Why don't they learn the basic concepts so that when they go out and talk about political science, it will be in a more informed and in a more data-based manner. So for all of us, it was definitely a very, very positive way of looking at it. But in the next 1 minute, I'll just end with the challenges that there are some more points, but I know I'm short of time, so I'm winding up. But having gone through all this, the feedback that has come, which is more challenging, is, and everyone has been talking about it, we do need a lot of hand-holding from the government. The government has to first ensure that there are appointments, good human resource coming in, because we are talking of a lot of verticals. We are talking of subjects like IKS, which, sir, truly none of us were trained to teach IKS. Let's be very honest about a lot of things. We never did ancient Indian political thought or whatever. We are not blaming anybody, but I think we were not trained to do a lot of things. So can government have training sessions for teachers? Can they do hand-holding? Can they help with the infrastructure? Because our timetables are all stretched. We are all stretching our infrastructure from 7 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening, because all of us also have our junior colleges. So the junior college, senior college timetables, our infrastructure, our classrooms, and our teachers. So can the government really help us with more of this and hand-holding? And the second important point was, as an academician, is the core of my major subject coming down, because my time is now being divided into so many other verticals. So what I would have studied, a lot of others would have studied when they did their graduation. Compared to that, are my students studying lesser of my core subject? So that was another question. And third is from the students who keep saying they find it very difficult to coordinate their academics with all the RPs and the CEPs and the VSCs that we are giving to them, because they need to go out of college. If they leave at a certain point of time, when do they go back? Their safety, their time, and their focus on the major subjects. So these were 2-3 points. Sir, as I said, there is more, but I'll stop here just to answer your basic question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to note, yesterday, the ma'am from Latur, she has mentioned the same thing what she has mentioned just now. if the particular course is not being covered for the case of the major, what our teacher has also raised the question yesterday. In the same connection, but it is possible because of this all flexibility, we can keep on covering in SSC some of the papers at least, if they are not covered as a part of the major courses at least. Ma'am was trying to say that all flexibilities are there, different verticals are there. I have seen one clip from one of the college. I'm not saying that at least. आज किसका submission करना है? आज CEP का करना था, आज FP का करना था. The students, but initially they got confused, but later on, as the time progresses, I'm not saying that, as the time progresses, we are, as a teacher, as academicians, as well as the students also are, I'm saying slowly they are coming into the mainframe itself. With that line, let me proceed one step ahead. IKS, Indian Knowledge System, that is being decided as per the GR, should be considered at the first year level, generic IKS. And second or third year, we should go a subject specific or the major specific subject we have to consider. That was a little bit difficulty to understand at the beginning. But as we have the expert available today with us, I would like to ask Dr. Prasad Joshi. Sir, थोडक्यात तुम्ही आम्हाला जर त्याच्याबद्दल मार्गदर्शन केलं तर आम्हाला आवडेल. Does introducing IKS in education bridge the gap between traditional and scientific standard for overall development?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Shinde. Let me extend my gratitude towards the organizers of this symposium for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to express few views. Now, so far as the IKS is concerned, actually Deccan College, the institute that I represent, and the field, Sanskrit and Indian languages, probably we are engaged in IKS even much before the term IKS was known to us, introduced to us, or it was coined. Because for almost century, Deccan College has devoted itself to the exploration, excavation in ancient traditional systems through archaeology, material evidence, and also through literature by building an encyclopedic dictionary of Sanskrit on historical principles. Now, when NEP was introduced, probably attraction was drawn to Indian knowledge system, and lot of curiosity was spread not only among the students but the educationalists, the institutions, and even organizations, voluntary organizations. And we started receiving invitations to say few words, to deliver lectures, to publish some articles, or take up some courses in IKS. So Professor Sende has specifically asked how to bridge the gap between the traditional knowledge and what is happening today, the modern things. The task is not that easy. When we talk about the Indian system, which is very, very vast in terms of literature, one of the international scholars of Sanskrit language said once that put together the knowledge in Latin and Greek, it is much less compared to the knowledge of Sanskrit. That the vast corpus is available in Sanskrit. Whatever we know today of Sanskrit texts or books or manuals or monographs, much is hidden still in the form of manuscripts. And this is, I am talking about Sanskrit, one single language. But IKS never to be equated only to Sanskrit or restricted to the Sanskrit. Other languages, Pali, Prakrit, and many regional languages, they too have many books or profound literature which has relevance to the Indian knowledge system. So talking about Sanskrit only, we have this much corpus. So there is lot of to be used today in the NEP in the light of IKS. So how to bridge the gap, that is important. Say for example, language or linguistics is one area where many modern theories are there in phonetics, phonology, syntax, and other areas of linguistics. Modern linguistics developed in the beginning of 20th century when Saussure had his lectures in Geneva. Then modern linguistics started. Language study got kind of spring from 19th century, beginning of the 19th century. But there is a lot of in the Sanskrit tradition also, right from Panini, Patanjali, and many things are there. So what is the relevance of those traditional systems so far as the scientific study of language is concerned? So that is the challenge. Not that everything will be there available in the tradition, and not everything in the tradition is there in the modern or has relevance in the modern. So while bridging the gap, we have to first identify the need of time today, and then find what is the solution, what is there in the tradition. So identification of certain topics, identification of certain areas which are relevant today, that is the first task, and then go to the traditional books, then go to the traditional corpus. But then most of the treatises written in Sanskrit, that too in highly shastric manner, it's very difficult to understand. So another need to bridge the gap. Suppose there is well practitioner of maybe in the field of medicine, doctor is there, and he has to find certain answers or find certain ways for some problems in the Ayurveda. Then can that doctor really interpret the Charaka Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, Ashtanga Hridaya, or many other treatises? He has to rely on the translation, which is a secondary source. But the proper Vaidya, the proper Ayurvedic traditional scholar who reads the text in origin and with the help of original commentaries he tries to understand, makes a difference. So, immediately something comes like flood on the traditional system where there was, darkness for a long time. Nobody turned to the libraries to find out those books, and now crowd is coming. But the challenge or the bridging gap requires this kind of material, reliable translations, the reliable dictionaries. It is very important. Otherwise, even the technical terms would not be known properly, used in various sciences. There are many sciences. We are handling 62 branches of Sanskrit literature in Deccan College. Chemistry is there, physics is there, minor sciences are there, and political science, Arthashastra, Kautilya's Arthashastra is there. Lot of things are there in the Dharma Shastras also, relevant to even many areas in economics and political sciences, social sciences. To understand them in origin is a difficult thing nowadays. So we need scholars trained in this traditional manner, and with help of dictionaries, with help of translations, reliable translations, probably we can bridge the gap and address certain issues relevant to this. So for example, we know that now we have paper currency. But in those early days, this paper currency was not there, which has diminishing value or increasing value like anything. But there are certain principles mentioned in the treatises that there should not be inflation without apad dharma. If it is truly necessary, if there is catastrophe or if there is any emergency, then only there should be inflation. Otherwise, it should remain static thing. Such principles are there, but to understand them in origin and then translate them in the modern scenario, that thing is very relevant. Now, when we are teaching certain sciences and we want to go back and find out what are the definitions of those things in traditional treatises, like I'm not a scientist or do not belong to the modern science field as such, but when we read Vaisheshika, when we read Kannada, probably we go through many terms, but we Sanskritis do not understand its modern relevance. So, for example, Gurutva is defined in Vaisheshika as Adyapatana Samavai Karanam Gurutva. So, we also teach when this definition is there, then or try to understand, but it's difficult to understand what is the meaning of Adya, the initial. The idea is that suppose there is a vertical line. So what is a line? It looks like one single line, but it is a series of multiple n number of small dots, bindus. So same way, Vaisheshika say that patana is there when falling is there. It's not one single falling. There are innumerous fallings. But the reason for the initial one, Adya, that is the Gurutva. So tradition will just say that it is Adya, but we do not know what is the further than Adya. Then probably scientists would come and say that there is some kinetic energy which creates the next thing, next energy or something. So in Ganita also, mathematics also, Lilavati and other treatises are there. But technical terms, we just interpret them word to word. But the hidden sense is not known unless scientists do come and sit with them. So Sanskritis are there who know language, but may not understand the scientific sense, scientific significance of those terms or those lines. Just Panta Adhyan is not enough for us. Similarly, the scientist or the modern educationists, they will have to understand those things. So to bridge the gap, both the traditional scholars and the modern scholars have to come together, and there has to be some symposium, some workshops, significant workshops to discuss the technical terminologies and their proper usages and these things. Then reliable translations, good dictionaries to understand, because we must understand fact that there is a gap. Lot of things were there, but for decades and centuries, we have not touched those treatises, and generations have gone. So we do not recognize the significance. So to bridge the gaps, we need rigorous understanding of traditional texts. And for that, I think some workshops should be conducted where both both best of the both worlds do come together and sit and decide something. So that can happen.
Sir, yesterday, Professor Anil Rao has given that guidelines that Fergusson College should take a lead now. And you have given the choice right now that to have this, to compile this bridge between these two, we need your help, sir. You I mean to say, your institute and Fergusson College, and with the help of other all institutes, if you can have something, then only it's possible. So as I said, the very first batch, it is a very experimental batch. Whatever the IKS being passed on to them, we are not sure it is up to the mark itself. So if we want to improvise at the later stage, we need to take the help like the expert available for the IKS, Dr. Prasad Joshi, and our team should work together to improvise at least. That is what I feel as long as this IKS is concerned. With that concern, let's move for one more pillar in the same regarding AEC, VEC and OE. This is specifically designed that we do have experts, all are experts in all fields, at least I know that, but specifically they have been prepared on the same line. Even the same in the audience also, many more experts are available, I know that. But in case of the AEC, VEC and OE, the term ability enhancement courses, they are often skill based. I can ask Dr. Manish Aglavi sir, what innovative non-traditional assessment models can be implemented to measure the ability rather than the memory?
Hello. हॅलो हां सर धन्यवाद. मी प्रश्नाच्या उत्तराच्या आधी एक दोन गोष्टी सांगू इच्छितो. ज्यावेळेस NEP इम्प्लिमेंट झालं त्यावेळेस पहिल्यांदा NEPचं काम NMK सर बघत होते, त्याच्यानंतर शेंडे सरांकडे गेलं आणि त्याच्यानंतर शेंडे सर आणि राधिका मॅडमही होत्या बरोबर, आणि त्याच्यानंतर ते माझ्याकडे आलं. सुरुवातीला म्हटलं अरे काय आहे, मग सगळ्यांची हेल्प घेऊन नॅशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क सगळं वाचून काढलं, RD कुलकर्णींचा रिपोर्ट वाचून काढला, आणि म्हणजे माझा विषय मॅथमॅटिक्स असल्यामुळं बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी वृक्ष आणि स्टेप बाय स्टेप सगळं लागतं, पण ते काय पहिल्यांदा काय रीडिंगमध्ये काय कळलं नाही. पण हळूहळू मी स्वतः अवलोकन केलं. माझे आचार्य सर आहेत, सगळे टीचर्स आहेत, त्यांच्याकडून बऱ्याच गोष्टी शिकल्या. फटांगरे सर आहेत, त्यांनी कसं इव्हॅल्युएशन च्या काही टेक्निक्स बघितल्या. तर मी इन जनरल बोलतो, म्हणजे AAC-BEC तर आहेच आहे, पण आता मी एक रिअल अनालिसिसचा कोर्स शिकवतो. मी माझ्या विषयातला संदर्भ देतो, म्हणजे तो जरा जास्त संयुक्तिक होईल. तर एक कॉन्राडचा पेपर आहे, त्यांनी डिफरन्सिएशन अंडर इंटिग्रल साइन, त्याला आम्ही लिबनिझ रूल म्हणतो. आणि आता तो कशासाठी एवढा फेमस झालेला आहे, तर त्याचे किती ॲप्लिकेशन्स आहेत, म्हणजे स्टॅटिस्टिक्स पासून ते फिजिक्स पर्यंत सगळीकडे तो वापरला जातो. तर त्याचा एक छान पेपर आहे, तो UG लेवलच्या थोडासा पुढं आहे आणि तो कोर्स मी TYला शिकवतो. तर तो मी डाउनलोड केला आणि मी सगळ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना सांगितलं की ह्याच्यातून एक सेक्शन तुम्ही घ्यायचा आणि तुम्ही प्रेझेंटेशन करायचं. मग त्याच्यामध्ये इव्हॅल्युएशनमध्ये तो विद्यार्थी बोर्डवर येणं किंवा त्याने प्रेझेंटेशन करणं, बोर्ड वापरणं, बोर्डवर कसं लिहिणं, म्हणजे मी बघितलं बरेचसे विद्यार्थी हात टेकवतात बोर्डला, जसं आपण नोटबुकवर लिहितो, कारण ते कधी आलेलेच नाही आहेत स्टेजवर. मग आपण त्यांचे स्किल्स, म्हणजे त्यांना प्रॉब्लेम्स काय आहेत, मग छोटे छोटे मिनी प्रोजेक्ट्स देणे. आता आमच्या फटांगरे सरांनी सुरुवातीला ज्यावेळेस ऑटोनॉमस झालं होतं त्यावेळेस मला आठवत आहे की विद्यार्थी कॉपी करायचे, एक असाइनमेंट दिली की सगळे एकमेकांची कॉपी करायचे. मग त्यांनी स्पेसिफिकली बसून प्रत्येक विद्यार्थ्यासाठी 2 ते 3 प्रश्न वेगळे, जेवढे काही वर्गात विद्यार्थी आहेत त्यांना एवढ्या एवढ्या स्ट्रिप्स दिल्या आणि तुम्ही ते 2 ते 3 प्रॉब्लेम सोडून आणा, प्लस वाहिवा द्या की बाबा तुम्हाला समजलं आहे का नाही. म्हणजे तुमचं नॉलेजचं टेस्ट होईल, म्हणजे नुसतं मेमरीवर अवलंबून नाही, तर तुम्ही पुढे येऊन काय करताय. तसंच मी आता एक प्रयोग केला की मी एक्सपर्ट नाही आहे वेब डेव्हलपमेंटमध्ये, पण यावेळेस ते माझ्या अंगावर आलं की मी वेब डेव्हलपमेंट युजिंग पायथॉन असा कोर्स शिकवायचा. ठीक आहे, म्हणजे बरेच स्लिपलेस नाईट्स मला घालवावे लागले कारण मला काहीच माहिती नव्हतं त्यातलं. पण मग मी ज्यावेळेस विचार केला की ह्या मुलांना इव्हॅल्युएशन काय करायचं, मग मी त्यांना सांगितलं की तुमची वेबसाईट तयार करायची आणि तुमची थीम युनिक असली पाहिजे, तुमची सारखी थीम दुसऱ्या कोणाची असली नाही पाहिजे, आणि डेटाबेस संदर्भात तुम्ही कसं डेटा स्टोअर करताय, मॉडिफाय करताय, त्याच्यानंतर तुम्ही डिलीट करताय, आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी, म्हणजे त्या विद्यार्थ्यांना HTML म्हणजे काय माहिती नाही, तिथपासून ते SQL क्वेरीज फायर करणं, आउटपुट दाखवणे, जँगो, फ्लास्क असे नवीन टेक्नॉलॉजीज हे करणे. म्हणजे मेमरी बेस्ड करण्यापेक्षा मी त्यांना म्हटलं की तुम्ही पाहिजे ती हेल्प घ्या आणि यू शुड वर्क ऑन, आणि काय टर्मिनॉलॉजी वापरल्या, तुम्हाला प्रॉब्लेम स्टेटमेंट समजलं का, तुम्हाला टेक्निक समजले का ह्याच्यातले, आणि अशा सगळ्या गोष्टी आम्ही बघितल्या. आणि आमचा जो विद्यार्थी आहे की ज्यांनी हा कोर्स डेव्हलप करायला मदत केलेली आहे, आम्ही त्यालाच एक्झामला बोलवणार आहे आणि त्याने एक्सेप्टही केलेलं आहे. तर तो विद्यार्थी ज्यांनी कधी कॉम्प्युटर बघितलेलं नाही आहे, तर तो वेब डेव्हलपमेंटपर्यंत जातो, तर ह्याच्यामध्ये मेमरीचं काय हा पार्ट राहत नाही. तर असे वेगवेगळे टॉपिक्स तुम्ही निवडा आणि एक्सपिरियन्शियल पद्धतीने त्यांना इव्हॅल्युएट करणं गरजेचं आहे, रादर दॅन मेमरी बेस. सो आणि माझ्या मते फर्ग्युसनमध्ये बरेच लोक आहेत, शिक्षक आहेत की ज्यांच्याकडनं मी शिकतो आणि ते एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करतात. सो थँक्यू.
थँक्यू मनीष सर. मला पिंगळे सरांना विचारायला आवडेल की ह्याच कनेक्शन म्हणजे तुम्हाला अगदी थोडक्यात जर सांगता आलं, मग अशी आपण बोलत होतो रिगार्डिंग दॅट AEC-VECच्या ह्याच्याबद्दल, की त्यात वी आर नॉट गिव्हिंग द मेन इम्पॉर्टन्स टू द मेजरिंग द एबिलिटी रादर दॅन त्यांची मेमरी तो भरपूर त्याच्याकडे आहे, पण एबिलिटी जर टेस्टिंग मला जर करायची असेल, सो हाऊ डू आय गो फॉर दॅट?
I think before I start, I must thank the organizers for inviting me in this esteemed panel. When it comes to ability enhancement, there has to be evaluation method to see if the skills have actually been inculcated by the students. And that's where the board of evaluation and examinations come into play. your internal evaluations methods, they come into the play. If you compromise with your evaluation methods, then you are going to compromise with the objectives of the national education policies. So since your student has been enrolled in your course or in your institution, it does not mean you have to, get through with the student. So you have to be sometime critical with the observations. And those observations can be oriented out on what we call as outcome-based education. So if that outcome-based education is focused upon, you will eventually get to know that the student has been able to attain those outcomes or not, that we have been discussing in the hall some time ago. So that happens with your value-added or an ability enhancement education as well. So if your, the focus was on certain ability skill that you wanted your students to acquire, if, you evaluate your student in such a way that you focus on those areas, and you see that student is actually performing in those areas, I think the abilities have been inculcated. And that's where you have succeeded with the way you had started with. So that is what you should be focusing on.
Thank you, Pune sir. Let's move one step ahead. Regarding, मला वाटतं काल सुद्धा कोणतरी प्रश्न केलेला होता रिगार्डिंग CEP किंवा FP किंवा OJT बद्दलचा. In connection with the CEP, Community Engagement Program, आपल्याकडे एक्सपर्ट आहेत भीम रासकर सर. सर, how does that participation in community engagement enhance students' employability, ethics and social responsibility?
Thank you. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Fergusson team, for inviting me here. मला खूप छान वाटतंय द वे यू आर ऑर्गनायझिंग इट, आणि कालपासूनच इथं असायला पाहिजे होतं असं मी मिस करतोय. बट स्टील कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट प्रोग्राम ह्याच्याबद्दलचे तिन्ही ॲस्पेक्ट थोडक्यात कव्हर करायचा प्रयत्न करतो. मराठीत मला जास्त कम्फर्टेबल वाटेल. पहिला भाग जो आहे इथिक्सच्या बाबतीत, तर मी खूप गावांमध्ये लोकांमध्ये फिरतो आणि एक प्रश्न हल्ली विचारतो की सत्यमेव जयते म्हणजे काय, आणि सत्यमेव जयते हे प्रत्यक्षात कसं येत आहे, काय वाटतं तुम्हाला? आणि सत्याचा विजय झाला पाहिजे वगैरे सगळे बोलतात, पण मग पुढे मी प्रश्न असा विचारतो की सत्य न बोलता आपल्या घरातल्या मुलांना तुम्ही खोटं बोलावं असं शिकवता का? तर सगळे म्हणतात नाही 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 असं नाही होऊ शकत. आणि मग मी त्यांना विचारतो की तुमच्यापैकी किती लोक असे आहेत की जे अजिबात खोटं बोललेले नाही आहेत? आणि मग तिथे तर मला असं वाटतं इथिक्स ही जी गोष्ट आहे, चांगलं काय वाईट काय, व्हॅल्यूज कुठले नॉन, ह्याच्या बाबतीत मी आता ज्या तऱ्हेचं शिक्षण घेतलेलं आहे त्याच्यामध्ये लक्ष देतोय की नॉलेज अँड स्किल बद्दल आपण खूप बोलतोय, पण ॲटिट्यूड नावाची जी गोष्ट आहे ना ती खूप हरवत चालली आहे. आणि कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट प्रोग्राम हे द्यायला खूप सक्षम आहे असं माझं मत आहे. आणि त्या दृष्टीने आपण मला असं वाटतंय खरं फर्ग्युसन काय पूर्ण आम्ही मिनिस्टर्स बरोबर 2-3 वेळा बसलो होतो, हायर एज्युकेशन टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन सेक्रेटरींच्या बरोबर बसलो होतो. हा प्रश्न फार सोपा नाही आहे, कारण झालंय असं की त्यात लिहिलंय खूप चांगलं, पण प्रत्यक्षात आणताना आपटे मॅडमने जे मांडलं खूप अडचणी आहेत व्यवहारात आणताना, इम्प्लिमेंटेशन करताना, आणि त्या अडचणी दूर करण्याची खूप आवश्यकता आहे. म्हणून हा पहिला भाग जो आहे ना की ॲटिट्यूडनल चेंज ह्याच्यावर खूप भर आपण देऊ शकतो जर कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंटचा प्रोग्राम आपण नीट करू शकलो तर. हा एक भाग. त्याचे उदाहरणं खूप आहेत, म्हणजे आता आम्ही खूप वर्ष अशा तऱ्हेचं एंगेजमेंट करतोय. त्याच्यामध्ये एक उदाहरण, अमरावतीला आम्ही हर घर संविधान साक्षर असं एक गाव साक्षर केलं, आणि त्याच्यामध्ये मुलं कशी एंगेज झाली आणि त्या स्थानिक लोकांशी, मजुरांशी, तिथल्या काय म्हणायचं प्रत्यक्षात वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अत्यंत गरिबीत जे जीवन जगतात त्यांच्याबरोबर त्यांचं जे काही इंटरॅक्शन झाली, मला असं वाटतं ते खूप महत्त्वाचं आहे. किंवा फर्ग्युसन कॉलेज बरोबर आता आम्ही जे काम करतोय ह्याच्यामध्ये मुख्यतः मुख्यमंत्री पंचायत राज समृद्धी योजना ह्याला कशी मदत करता येईल गावांमध्ये असा आम्ही प्रयत्न करतोय. आय रिअली थँक फर्ग्युसन कॉलेज की द वे म्हणजे ज्या शिस्तीने तो प्रयत्न झाला आहे मला वाटतं खूप शिकण्यासारखं आहे. किंवा आम्ही आता जलजीवन मिशनमध्ये काम करतोय ज्याच्यामध्ये ड्रॉट आणि डेटा असा आम्ही काही गावांचा अभ्यास केला. दुष्काळ खूप वेगळा आहे आणि डेटा खूप वेगळा आहे, तर ह्याचाही अभ्यास करण्याची खूप गरज आहे. त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की सगळे अनुभव मी खूप वेळ सांगू शकतो, पण कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट ही खूप महत्त्वाची गोष्ट आहे. आणि त्या दृष्टीने आपण जर काम करू शकलो तर बेसिकली एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी हा जो मुद्दा आहे ना, मला असं वाटतं CSR आता इतक्या मोठ्या प्रमाणात सुरू झालेले आहेत आणि तिथे खूप अशा प्रकारचे लोक हवे असतात जे मिळत नाहीयेत आणि ते करण्याची खूप आवश्यकता आहे. दुसरी गोष्ट मला अशी वाटते की आम्ही जे आता काम करतोय एकूणच सामाजिक परिवर्तनाचं, त्याच्यामध्ये डायव्हर्सिफाईड स्किल्स आम्हाला तिथे मिळत नाहीत. म्हणजे तुम्ही आता मॅथमॅटिक्सवाले आहात, स्टॅटिस्टिक्सवाले आहात, या सगळ्यांची खूप गरज असते आणि त्यामुळे एकाच तऱ्हेने काम करण्याची जी सवय आहे आणि खूप एजन्सीज आता अशा तऱ्हेच्या एक्सपर्टची कन्सल्टंटची तिथे गरज असते. तुम्ही आता पाणी फाउंडेशन ऐकलं असेल, माविम सारखं ऐकलं असेल, खूप असं उमेद सारखी संस्था आहे, यांना खूप आपल्यासारख्या एक्सपर्टची गरज आहे. त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी या दृष्टिकोनातून आपण जायचं म्हटलं तर खूप स्कोप आहे पुढच्या काळामध्ये. MSWचे कॉलेजेस खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात वाढत आहेत. UPSC MPSC मध्ये जास्तीत जास्त महिलांनी, मुलींनी, गरिबांनी जावं असंही आम्ही खूप प्रयत्न करतोय. मला असं वाटतं ह्याला तसा अंत नाहीये. फक्त एकच भाग आहे सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी म्हणून. मला माहित नाही तुम्ही हे शब्द ऐकलेत की नाही, पण पूर्वी आम्ही लहानपणापासून फुल टायमर, केडर बिल्डिंग, लिडरशिप बिल्डिंग असे शब्द आणि त्याच्यामध्ये मग चळवळ, परिवर्तन हे शब्द आम्ही खूप ऐकले होते, पण हे सगळे आता कानावर पण नाही आहेत तरुण मुलांच्या. आणि त्या दृष्टीने मला असं वाटतं की बदलाच्या प्रक्रियेमध्ये सुद्धा हे खूप महत्वाचं आहे आणि आपण निश्चितपणे करू शकतो. सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी म्हणून मी असं म्हणेल की ह्याची गरज तुम्ही सगळे आजूबाजूला तर पाहताय. तरुण मुलांशी मी खूप जास्तीत जास्त बोलतो. ही उदय प्रकाशांची कविता आहे, ती बोलून मी थांबतो. ही कविता फार महत्वाची आहे. ते असं म्हणतात की आदमी जब मर जाता है तो कुछ बोलता नहीं, कुछ सोचता नहीं, कुछ करता नहीं. पुढे जाऊन ते असं म्हणतात की आदमी जब कुछ बोलता नहीं, सोचता नहीं, कुछ करता नहीं, तो आदमी मर जाता है. तर मला असं वाटतं यासाठी, या सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीसाठी कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट प्रोग्राम इज व्हेरी व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. थँक्यू.
रासकर सरांनी अगदी मुद्द्यांनी जे पॉइंट वाईज पाहिजे त्याप्रमाणे त्याचं आपल्याला उत्तर दिलेलं आहे आणि त्याचं CEPच्या दृष्टीने फर्ग्युसनलाच नाही प्रत्येक इन्स्टिट्यूटला ह्याची गरज आहे, आवश्यकता आहे. कारण मुलांना CEP करून घेणं हे सुद्धा एक चॅलेंजिंग असतं आपल्याकडे. तुम्ही म्हणाल की एवढे सगळे व्हर्टिकल्स म्हणतोय पण आपण वी डिडंट से अबाउट द मेजर ऑर मायनर. त्याच्यासाठी वी ऑल आर एक्सपर्ट. म्हणून सुरुवातीला आपण कुठेही मेजरबद्दल बोललेलो नाही आहेत किंवा मायनरबद्दल आत्ता आपण बोललेलो नाही आहेत. सो वी आर गोईंग लिटल बिट अहेड की ज्याच्याबद्दल जास्ती चर्चा होणे गरजेचं आहे. विथ दॅट कॉन्टेक्स्ट वी आर डिस्कसिंग राईट नाव. अदरवाईज माझ्या सब्जेक्टसाठी मी एक्सपर्ट असतो. मी विद्यार्थ्याला तिथे ॲडमिशन देताना सांगतो ओ दिस सब्जेक्ट इज व्हेरी गुड फॉर यू अँड यू शुड टेक द ॲडमिशन फॉर द सेम ॲटलिस्ट. सो थोडासा तो बाजूला ठेवलेला आहे. अदरवाईज देर इज नो इंटेन्शन टू कीप दॅट मेजर अँड मायनर ॲट द मोमेंट असाइड. But let's see, on the same line, if we see the field project and OJT, which is very important as long as मुलांचं करिअर बदलण्याच्या दृष्टीने completing the 3 years, फक्त field project किंवा OJT मुळे काही विद्यार्थ्यांना चांगल्या लेवलच्या कंपनीमध्ये नोकरीचे मिळतात. That is being fact and we are observing this last many years, not because of the NEP, but even prior also we have observed this as a fact itself. आपल्याकडे पिंगळे सर आत्ता आहेत. मगाशी मी त्यांना मुद्दाम मध्ये सांगितलेलं होतं कारण मगाशी आमची चर्चा झाली होती. सर, वी वुड लाईक टू हॅव अ कमेंट फ्रॉम यू ऑन दिस पर्टिक्युलर पॉइंट. कॅन द फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट बी सीन ॲज अ स्टेपिंग स्टोन टुवर्ड्स रिसर्च कल्चर अँड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेव्हलपमेंट? अँड दिस इज इन कनेक्शन विथ द आर्ट्स अँड सायन्स as well as a commerce students also.
Thank you for this question, sir. There are several key words in this question. 1, research.
Yes.
2, entrepreneurship. 3, all the faculties, arts, science and commerce. So I should be addressing all these things. Talking about research first. So research is asking questions. 2, having a well-defined methodology to answer those questions. And 3, analyzing the findings. And entrepreneurship is taking it ahead, probably to, set up your own startups, bring it to business. And talking in terms of science, arts and commerce students. I have one simple case study from my institution which would address that when the students are doing field work, they are actually addressing all these aspects of national education policy through field work. I gave one of my student of zoology a project to study the effect of, say, fertilizers on earthworms, or say that study the effect of some heavy metals on earthworms. So she went into the field to some vermicomposting units, people who are doing vermiculture, and got some earthworms from them. and tried testing the effect of these fertilizers and heavy metals. And I had explained the protocol, how she had to do this. And one fine day she came to me, sir, I have completed the setup, and these are the details of the setup that I have actually done. And then she only realized and said, sir, I have made one mistake. Instead of say 50 milligram per kg of stuff, I have made it say 5,000 milligram. So some error in the calculation. And she was afraid. मुद्दाम मी तुम्हाला मराठीत सांगतोय कारण तिचे फिलिंग्स तुमच्यापर्यंत. सर मला तुम्हाला सांगायचं नव्हतं, मी खूप घाबरले होते की आता तुम्ही मला रागवणार आहात. I said no need to worry. Now you do the calculation for 5,000 milligram per kg, what you have taken. That will be our observation. So this thing addressed one of the important things that we were initially talking about, that ethics. Try to do what, or try to write what actually you have done. And that's where she addressed this question, that what happened or what would have happened for 50 milligram is not going to happen for 5,000 milligram. So this is the difference between the things that you do in the classroom and when you do it in the field. Field work actually, brings you to the reality and sometimes to the questions you are not prepared with. And suddenly those questions crop up and you start thinking as to what can be the logical solution to the given problem. Now, these problems can be of similar types for a student for arts, maybe a student who is carrying out a socio-economic survey, a student of economics who is carrying out socio-economic survey. So more often than not, that student might be carrying a questionnaire with him or her. Now, validity or validating a questionnaire before you actually go and, ask question to the respondents is very important. More often than not, we just make a questionnaire and go to people and start receiving the responses. And suddenly you go to question number 5 and you do not get a response suitable to the question that you had asked. And you realize that, oh, my question has gone wrong. This again happens in the field once you start asking the questions. Same can happen with students of linguistics. Can you give a question or a research problem to the students talking about, sir was addressing languages, dialects. In Hindi it is said, kos pe badle pani, char kos pe badle vani. So can you talk about dialects to different students? I see, I've been teaching for around 20 years. Every year a student comes to me and tells me that my heart is in the left. I tell him that it is not hurt, it is hard. So I have been wondering, where is this word hurt coming from? Who started pronouncing this as hurt for the first time? Was it his teacher? Was it his primary teacher? Was it his or her parent? So the pronunciation or pronouncing other as other. Can this sometime lead a student to make a software which will recognize wrong pronunciation and differentiate it from the current pronunciation, leading it to maybe a language lab and making him an entrepreneur? Right. So this is how a field work, a journey from field work to research to entrepreneurship can go for, the students of arts, for students of science, and for commerce as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pinga sir. But that means surely can we consider that as a stepping stone towards the research culture?
Definitely.
Yes. Yes. All this is a teacher faculty. की त्यांना एकदा आपण वेळ दिली, त्यांना एखादा प्रश्न दिला तर त्यांना कधी कधी आपल्याला सांगावं लागतं की सर आपल्याकडे वेळेची कमतरता असते, तुम्हाला थांबावं लागतं. दॅट कुड बी ए. नाहीतर आपल्याला शिक्षकांना सवय असते, एकदा सुरू झालं की समोरचा ऐकतोय ना ऐकतोय, बट वी कीप ऑन सेइंग दॅट सेम थिंग इटसेल्फ, बट इट शुड नॉट हॅपन. I think I have not covered all the questions. There are still more questions are there. पण वेळेची विचार करता we have to give a priority to our audience also. कारण की जे बाहेरच्या कॉलेजमधून आलेले शिक्षक असतात इथं, because they also implemented NEP at their level. आणि luckily we do have all experts available in the different fields at least. If you have genuine questions in the brief, I think we can consider some of the questions from the audience. But the priority surely will be given to the non-Fergusonian first. Please introduce yourself, ma'am, and then you can raise the question.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Gauri Devasthare from Abeda Inamdar Senior College. I'm IQAC coordinator at Abeda Inamdar. We have been talking about all the verticals. Since yesterday, we have not covered one vertical about CC courses. And it is across all faculties, 8 credits, and the 20 April GR says sports, NSS, NCC, yoga, wellness. It is not at all clearly defined. If we talk about NSS, in a college of 5,000 students, hardly 200 or 100 students enroll for NSS. Sports, out of 5,000 students, only 50 or 55 students play at inter-college or inter-university or state level. So remaining 4,500 or 4,700 students, we need to offer CC courses. And there are 8 credits across 4 semesters. So should we have a well-designed curriculum for CC course, which can be offered across all faculties? Or should we just give 2 credits for any workshop or any activity or anything that the student brings is a big question mark, because 2 credits is equal to 30 hours of engagement. That was my first question. And another question is that since yesterday we have been talking about cluster colleges, colleges coming together and teaching courses, few credits can be taken from other institutes, etc. But in autonomous colleges, the courses which are taught are passed from their own BOS or academic council. So if I take a course which is offered by another autonomous college, it is not passed through their BOS or academic council, will that credit be accepted in their college? Because it is not passed through their college, it is passed through our college BOS. So when we are talking about making clusters and working in collaboration, when it is with the affiliated colleges, the course or curriculum are more or less the same and they can be taken from other colleges. But if autonomous colleges form clusters and want to teach in collaboration, then what should we have a common BOS or academic council to pass such courses? That is my second question. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I think, good afternoon, ma'am. I think
Before we proceed, but I request all the participants actually to briefly have to raise the question, please.
I'll try to answer the first part of your question regarding CCs and their implementation. My answer to your question is a concern, rather concern. You know, with such big number of students, especially like colleges of the caliber of Abeda Inamdar College or Fergusson College and mine, where you have to evaluate around say 4,000 students who are appearing for CCs, it is not the conduct of CC which becomes problem, it is evaluation of the student which more or less becomes a problem. You know, because again relating it with say for example yoga for that matter, or for that matter sports, I'll have to cut short my things. These are again associated with the abilities. You know, you cannot evaluate a student for sports or yoga through an MCQ question paper. You are actually expected to evaluate him on the ground or asking him to perform some asanas. I have seen institutes who are conducting online sessions for CC because they have to accommodate 4,000 students and evaluating them in the same manner. So I would advise such institutes to carry out their evaluation in the phase manners throughout the year. Otherwise, if you wait for, you know, semester end, it will be disaster. And that is what is happening in most of the institutions. So a phased evaluation is what is expected. A phased teaching is what is expected in this case. That is what we have been doing in our institution.
To answer your question, ma'am, as sir has said, this is a concern with the number of students also. And as a Fergusson College, we are having the different activities. Students are selecting out of those activities. And as sir said, we are evaluating. External we are inviting and they are evaluating for the case of the yogas or maybe for the sports or maybe for other activities also. But I'm surely this is a concern as long as the number of students are large for that college at least. Good. Next one, please.
Sir, hello. About second question, I hope Pingle sir is also, Shede sir is also there. So, while I was talking with him yesterday, I understood that if your BOS put some space there that you can include other colleges or SWAYAM or anything and go through BOE and pass it through your academic council, then that won't be any problem for including in other colleges. Only problem is the timing. One has to go to other college. Can that happen? That is another question. But through your own BOS, you can put some resolve that point. You are allowing students to take courses from Fergusson or Modern College and allow that.
It seems that it's a lunchtime, seems to be.
नॉन फर्ग्युसन सांगितल्यामुळे कमी प्रश्न.
Sir, can I answer the question?
Yeah, you can.
Actually, ma'am, we are giving degree, our institute giving degree for major subject. So our academic council is sanctioning that courses. And yeah, if the student is performing any other course from other college, it should not be from major or minor. It will be from other verticals. So that will be allowed because that will be from their academic, their BOS and academic council pass, and that will be submitted to the ABC. And you are giving degree only basis he has completed 2 credit from ACC. He has completed, and that has been because the ABC no one can upload 2 credits in ABC if the institute is not sanctioned. Okay? So for major and minor it is not allowed. For other subject it is allowed.
All right. I think we have come to end of this particular panel discussion right now, but it was a very fruitful discussion. Still, it's not like it's being ye ho gaya, matlab ye pura ho gaya. It's a starting. We need to have, as ma'am has already mentioned earlier, as soon as that we have started implementing this NEP, we do have many number of meetings across this Fergusson College, SP College, Modern College, many of the colleges across the Pune as well as outside the Pune also. So this kind of the dialogue should continue. Then only whatever the difficulties we are facing and others are also facing, if they exchange this, possibly we can get the fruitful solution out of the same itself. With that comment, I would like to say thank you to all of you, even all the panel members or experts available here. I wish all the best to everyone. Thank you.
On behalf of organizing committee, I sincerely thank our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable expertise on the important topic regarding verticals of NEP. Your experience and ideas have certainly enriched our understanding. A special thank you to the moderator, Dr. Subhash Shende, for guiding the conversation and ensuring such a productive discussion. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this panel discussion truly insightful and engaging. With this, we come to an end for this session. We all will now proceed for the lunch break. The lunch will be served in the Vadia Library, and on the ground floor, there is one announcement. Library ground floor meeting hall only for resource persons, organizing committee, senior dignitaries such as vice chancellors, principals, and on the first
to begin with next session. Okay, good afternoon, respected dignitaries of the dais and all the participants. I, Dr. Rasika Kulkarni, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Fergusson College, Pune, welcome you all in theme 4 of this conference, which focuses on students' feedback on the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. The purpose of this theme was to understand how students perceive the changes introduced under NEP 2020. The objectives that we have set for this conference: first, to examine students' awareness and understanding of the reforms introduced under NEP 2020. Second, to assess students' perceptions regarding the changes in curriculum after the implementation of NEP. Third, to identify the benefits as well as challenges, which is very important, experienced by the students as a result of these reforms. Fourth, to evaluate student satisfaction with multidisciplinary learning and skill-based education, which are important aspects promoted by National Education Policy 2020. And finally, to collect suggestions from students for improving the implementations of NEP in higher education institutions. To conduct this study, a Google form questionnaire we have designed with respect to undergraduate and postgraduate, covering various verticals of NEP while also considering the objectives of this policy. In order to understand the actual perspective of students who are the primary stakeholders, this questionnaire was circulated among students from various colleges across Maharashtra. Overall, we have received 1064 responses, which included responses from both undergraduate and postgraduate students. So you can see the number of responses. For the undergraduate, we have received 764 responses, and for the postgraduate, we have received 300 responses. So we targeted more than 75 plus colleges and universities, out of which we have received responses from 22 institutions, including Fergusson College and many other higher education institutes. The Google form was circulated through multiple channels, including email, communications, WhatsApp groups, and our personal academic network to reach a wider student community. The entire data collection process took approximately 3 weeks. The responses collected during this period helped us understand students' experience, perceptions, and expectations regarding the implementation of NEP 2020. In the next section of presentation, Dr. Amruta Kulkarni will present the number of responses and key findings from the undergraduate students, and Dr. Ketki Vaidya, who will discuss the feedback from postgraduate students. Now, I request Amruta Kulkarni to continue with the next part of presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rasika ma'am. Hello, good afternoon. I am Amruta Kulkarni. I'm here to present the review of the feedback about NEP 2020, basically from the UG programs. This feedback is based on the Likert scale, which is a psychometric ordinal level rating tool. It is generally used in surveys to measure attitudes, opinions, or behaviors by asking respondents to rate their level of agreement or disagreement with a statement. In the feedback form, which was shared with the students, we have used a 5-point rating scale for each question from strongly agree to strongly disagree. It captures nuanced, intensity-based data rather than simple yes-no answers. Apart from the options agree, disagree, and strongly disagree, there was also a neutral option. This neutral option has been retained because we did not want to make it a forced choice survey. Also, many students may have not engaged enough with the whole curriculum, as it is just the first UG batch under NEP 2020 which is going to pass out now. It is all too new for all the stakeholders, including students and teachers. In addition to the Likert scale, students were also requested to express their opinions and suggestions descriptively. They have also been considered in this review. I would now lead you through the review step by step. Each slide on the screen here presents data from each question in the survey. The first question was whether NEP 2020 provided me sufficient curriculum flexibility with a multidisciplinary approach. While going through the responses from students, it is observed that students valued the flexibility offered by NEP 2020. The ability to design their own learning path across disciplines was appreciated compared to traditional rigid curricula. This reflects a shift towards student-centric education, offering them a wide variety of areas of investigation and inquiry. The second question was about the multiple entry and multiple exit system, whether it would be useful to the students if they need to pause or resume their studies. The system was perceived as highly practical by a considerable lot of students. They have recognized its usefulness in situations where they might need to pause or resume their formal studies after a gap. This shows that NEP 2020 successfully addressed real-life challenges like financial constraints, health issues, or career redirection, making education more inclusive. The next question, question 3, was regarding the 4-year degree program, whether the 4-year degree program would be beneficial for pursuing higher studies. Students believe that the extended program would be beneficial for higher studies. The extra year shall provide more research exposure and depth, aligning Indian degrees with international standards. This indicates that students see the 4-year model as a gateway to global opportunities for higher studies abroad. In order to prepare themselves for this, students felt the need for research competency, and they wish that the 4th year should focus on compulsory research component, which should be well mentored and supported by the faculty. Secondly, during the 4th year, students should be given an opportunity to earn extra credits of their choice. Coming to the further question about the major subject. The question was whether the major subject provided the students a deep and comprehensive understanding of the fundamental concepts in the respective discipline. Almost 70% students feel confident in their core subjects and felt that their major subjects provided them with comprehensive and deep disciplinary knowledge. This observation highlights the shift from sheer memorization towards conceptual clarity and multidisciplinary depth. Students felt that they had understood the fundamental concepts in their respective major subjects thoroughly. This suggests that NEP 2020 has succeeded in ensuring strong academic foundation for most students, and that the policy allows learners to engage with their majors through a lens of critical thinking rather than just exam preparation. Coming to the question about the minor subject. The question was whether the minor subject helped the students to explore their curiosity outside the major subject. Students opined that the minor subjects have allowed them to explore interests apart from their primary discipline. Having chosen their own minors, students saw the studies of these subjects as complementary to the major subjects. They have found the minors as intellectually stimulating and curiosity-driven. On one hand, it highlights the system's encouragement of interdisciplinary exploration and multidisciplinary understanding of the reality. On the other hand, a few suggestions include reducing of minor subjects, at least in the later semesters, increasing the depth in the major subject, and adding relevant electives regarding their majors. While responding to the question about the open elective, whether the OE has encouraged the students to gain knowledge in the fields beyond their major subject, fostering a well-rounded education, it was observed that students have appreciated electives as a way to gain knowledge beyond their core subject. This broadened their worldview and fostered a well-rounded education. The qualitative insight here is that NEP 2020 nurtures versatility and adaptability in graduates. However, some of the arts students have said that they found the science OE subjects as challenging and burdensome. Having spent over a decade immersed in the science subjects during their primary and secondary schooling, these students are now making a deliberate transition towards the humanities and arts. This shift represents their desire not to indulge in science subjects again, and hence the science stream OE subjects are received as burdensome. Instead of this, they would like subjects from the vocational streams or applied courses such as gardening, photography, etc., rather than theoretical ones or courses aligned to their major courses than taking up random courses from the science stream. The next question was whether the Ability Enhancement course AEC has helped them to improve their communication skills. Students have reported improved communication skills through AEC. This reflects emphasis of NEP on soft skills in English, Marathi and Hindi languages, which are critical for academic enhancement and employability. AEC implies recognition of linguistic competencies as equally important along with academic subjects. Moving to the further question about vocational skill courses and skill enhancement courses. When asked whether the VSC and SEC help the students to develop practical or job-oriented skills, many students have answered with the option agree or even strongly agree. Under the framework of NEP 2020, the curriculum creates a seamless flow between theoretical knowledge, practical simulation, and real-world application, allowing students to experiment and innovate within their fields and leaving enough room for skill development and creativity. These courses were valued for practical job-oriented training by prioritizing experiential learning that reflects the actual demands of the professional world. At the same time, there is also a lot of students from humanities, social sciences, who wish to have courses such as banking, wealth management, vehicle maintenance, which are skills required in day-to-day life. As per their suggestion, VSC or even OEs need not be always major specific, but should cater to general day-to-day practical needs of the students. Moving on to the next question, which was about the value education courses, VEC. They were asked whether the VEC course has helped them to become sensitized about social and environmental issues. Based on this feedback review, one can certainly state that the NEP 2020 policy ensures that intellectual growth is balanced with emotional and social maturity. This highlights the curriculum's strong potential to function as a catalyst for character building, shaping graduates who are not just career ready, but socially conscious citizens. Students responded saying that they have become more sensitized to social and environmental issues. This reflects the holistic vision of the education under NEP 2020 that goes beyond academics to instill ethics, empathy, and responsibility. Next question. The Indian Knowledge System, IKS subject, helped me to understand and appreciate India's traditional knowledge, culture, and values. While responding to this, students have given a very mixed feedback. They have appreciated IKS for fostering understanding of India's traditional knowledge, culture, and values. Moreover, IKS has also been widely appreciated for its ability to bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and contemporary academic rigor. Students felt more connected to heritage. This indicates NEP's success in integrating cultural identity with modern education by weaving traditional knowledge, cultural history, and indigenous values into the mainstream curriculum. Overall, there is a significant potential for this program, but several key areas require immediate attention to ensure it meets academic and professional standards. The course would benefit greatly from better trained staff who possess both deep subject matter expertise and effective teaching methodologies. A streamlined, well-structured curriculum is highly recommended. To provide real value to students, the course needs to be taken more seriously by the administration. Next one. While commenting on the Community Engagement Program, CEP, and answering the question whether the CEP has made them aware of their responsibilities towards the community and society at large, students have reported increased awareness of responsibilities towards society. This experiential learning component reinforced civic engagement and empathy. Students have transited from passive observers to active participants in solving societal issues. This highlights the focus of NEP on producing socially responsible graduates who are not only technically proficient but also morally and socially grounded. Next question. The co-curricular CC activities enriched my skill set and overall academic experience. Students felt enriched by co-curricular involvement with courses like sports, yoga, cultural engagement, NCC, and NSS, which enhance their skills like team building and teamwork, physical fitness, event management through activities revolving around social responsibility and discipline. This shows students' understanding of emphasis of holistic personality development beyond classroom learning under NEP 2020. Next is about the field project, FP. When asked whether the field project has given the students an opportunity to apply classroom learning and theories on field, they have responded saying that field projects have allowed them to apply classroom learnings in real-world contexts by transforming abstract theories into tangible solutions. This experiential learning was seen as highly valuable by most of the students, reflecting the success of practical application of knowledge under NEP 2020. This engagement has allowed students to deal with the complexities of real-world environments that a textbook simply cannot simulate. This high level of student valuation serves as a clear metric for the practical success of NEP 2020. It demonstrates that when the curriculum prioritizes learning by doing, students don't just retain information, they can master it. Now moving on to on-job training, OJT. The question was whether the on-job training provided a realistic insight and experience of work culture, professional ethics, and industry standards. About 67% students felt that they gained realistic insights into workplace culture, ethics, and industry standards, making their transition from academic life to professional work smoother. For them, the experience of undertaking OJT was the bridge between academics to employment, instilling readiness and confidence. Some students have suggested about providing a separate semester for OJT and a final project instead of conducting them along with regular subjects, as managing both simultaneously becomes hectic and affects the quality of learning. Secondly, the students would like to have an option between OJT and research projects based on their career goals. Students have requested for more institutional support for OJT and research by building tie-ups with industry and improving research infrastructure so that all the students get fair opportunities. The overall UG sentiment is that on one hand, students have expressed satisfaction with NEP 2020's undergraduate framework, whereas on the other hand, they have also given suggestions for betterment. The curriculum was seen as flexible, holistic, and practical, balancing academic rigor with employability, ethics, and cultural grounding. While the NEP framework is well designed with a visionary purpose, the current implementation and planning require a lot of refinement. There is currently a significant gap between the conceptual planning and the practical execution, particularly regarding the multidisciplinary approach which needs to be strengthened. The volume of subjects assigned simultaneously has led to academic pressure, making effective time management challenging for students. To remedy this, students have suggested a phased breakdown of courses across academic years. Students should be provided with more genuine choices and should not be compelled to take up specific subjects across streams if they do not align with their academic goals. I would now request Dr. Ketki Vaidya to present the feedback review of the PG program. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita Madam. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ketki Vaidya, and I'm here to present the feedback review of postgraduate section. The questions asked were based on curriculum of PG, ME policy, research methodology, on-job training, and research project. Next. This slide analyzes students' responses to the statement. The NEP 2020 curriculum helped me to deep dive into the subject that I chose. It presents overall responses and a stream-wise comparison between MSc, MA, and MCOM students. The majority of students across all the three streams predominantly responded positively to this question, and this indicates that NEP 2020 helped them explore their chosen subject in greater depth and supported deeper subject engagement across disciplines, though the degree of impact varies slightly across academic streams. Some students have chosen neutral attitude, suggesting that while the policy may have benefits, its impact might not be strongly felt by everyone. There is a very limited dissatisfaction regarding this vertical. So most of the students have a positive perception, indicating that NEP 2020 allows deeper engagement with their subject. Here are some of the suggestions from the students. Students need greater flexibility in the choice of electives and interdisciplinary courses. Also, the greater exposure through advanced practicals is expected. The syllabus could be relevant to the current industry requirements, and for that, there should be inclusion of interdisciplinary subjects. Now we move on to next slide, which focuses on ME system. This slide presents students' opinion about multiple entry and multiple exit system introduced under National Education Policy 2020, specifically whether it would help them pause or resume their studies when needed. A large majority of students either agree or strongly agree that the multiple entry and multiple exit system would be useful for managing interruptions or changes in their academic journey. Neutral responses indicate limited awareness or uncertainty about the system with how will it function practically. and there is a minimal resistance to the policy. Students generally perceive the multiple entry and multiple exit system as a beneficial and flexible feature of NEP. While minor differences exist among streams, positive perceptions clearly outweigh neutral and negative responses. Next two questions are based on research methodology. The slide presents students' responses to the statement that the research methodology course helped them understand the general research process, including defining research problems and conducting research ethically. A large majority of students either agree or strongly agree that the research methodology course improved their understanding of research process. The result indicates that the research methodology course effectively helps students understand fundamental research concepts. Students show very strong agreement, that is about 89%, suggesting that RM course plays a crucial role in helping students understand research concepts and academic inquiry. Students acknowledge that the research methodology course effectively builds essential research skills among postgraduate students. Next slide. The slide throws light on the perception whether research methodology course improved their skills in evaluating research data scientifically. Overall sentiment is strongly positive. Nearly 80% of the students felt the course improved their research evaluation skills. The RM course is largely well received across all the three streams, with MA students benefiting most consistently. Moving on to OJT. The next slide presents students' perception on on-job training in terms of how well it provides realistic exposure to work culture, professional ethics, and industry standards. The majority of respondents either agree or strongly agree that on-job training provides realistic insight into professional work culture. Few respondents expressed disagreement, indicating a very small proportion of dissatisfaction. Some remained neutral, suggesting some students may have had limited exposure or mixed experiences. Across all the streams, most students agree that on-job training provides valuable real-world exposure and plays a significant role in bridging academic learning. Next slide. The slide explains students' opinion on whether on-job training or internship help them identify their strengths and skills they need to improve for future employment. A large majority either agree or strongly agree that OJT helped them recognize their strengths and weaknesses both. Some remain neutral, indicating that the students may not have fully reflected on their skill development. Overall, the result indicates that on-job training or internship plays a significant role in helping students evaluate their skills, understand their competencies, identify skill gaps, and prepare for future employment. We move on to research project. The slide presents students' responses to the statement, research project RP course inculcated a positive research culture and motivated me towards research activities. The data indicates that the research project course plays a significant role in fostering research motivation and developing a positive research culture among postgraduate students across all the disciplines. Next slide. The slide provides the data to the question if research project helped the students to select relevant research topic, compile finding, and conclude the result. A large number of students responded very positively with minimal disagreement for this question. The research project helped the students to select the project in their area of interest. They learned the discipline of compilation and produce the result and finally conclude the project. Overall, if you see, master students seem to receive the questions well, as there is decrease in the neutral responses as compared to UG students. Here are some of the suggestions from postgraduate students. The students suggested to have a separate semester for final project instead of conducting them along with the regular subjects. Managing both simultaneously becomes hectic and affects the quality of learning. Students showed hesitation to have theory subjects when they are focusing on research project for quality work. Students also wish to have increase in the duration of OJT. Another suggestion was to allow flexibility between on-job training and research projects, giving students the option to choose either a 6-month industry internship or a research project based on their career goals. The students wish to have institutional support for OJT and research, such as helping students secure their internship and improving research infrastructure so that all students get fair opportunities. So this was the feedback of postgraduate section. Now I request Aarti Khatu to conclude the session.
Thank you, Ketki. Respected dignitaries in the amphitheater and fellow colleagues. We have had an enriching discussion on the NEP 2020 in terms of its various aspects, verticals, stakeholders, and outcomes. Some of the observations made by our experts match perfectly with some of the points made by our students in the feedback. If you have seen the whole discussion that has gone on in the last 1.5 days. It is heartening that we are taking the step back and working out changes and improvements needed to make this system more foolproof towards improving the higher education system as envisioned by NEP 2020. We have presented before you the findings from the survey regarding students' feedback on NEP 2020, while Amruta ma'am presented the findings from the TYBA, BSc and BVOC classes. Ketaki ma'am presented the same from the survey of the postgraduate classes of MA, MSc, MCom Part 2 classes. After considering the feedback data from UG students from Amruta ma'am's discussion and PG student from Ketaki ma'am's discussion, I am here to draw certain conclusions about the way forward for all of us from the suggestions and descriptive feedback given by the students. We have already been making conscious and concerted efforts to build a good system of higher education under NEP 2020. Teachers as well as students have shown remarkable flexibility in adopting and adapting to the system. And yet, we all know that we shall encounter learnings which will lead us to some fine-tuning of the system. Some course correction is warranted in the first steps of implementation of any policy in order to make it more successful eventually. You all have observed the increased maturity in responses and higher acceptance of the NEP from the PG survey compared to the UG data. This could be because when the surveys were taken in February 2026, one batch of postgraduate classes had already passed out. The second batch will pass out this year. The present batch of TYs, however, are going to be the first to yet pass out of the system. Receptiveness will slowly pick up among all the stakeholders as the system begins to benefit students' careers in a meaningful way. I shall summarize some suggestions from our students that show us the way ahead. First, curriculum should be comprehensive and multidisciplinary with a balance between theory, practical and applications-based components and enough room for skill development and creativity as well. The students are asking for job-oriented courses or courses that would enable them to be skilled enough to be self-employed. They would like to receive additional relevant elective courses. Secondly, the entire curriculum should be balanced
in terms of the major, minor, and the allied credit courses like CC, VEC, IKS, SEC, and BSc. Even as these are described by the students as brilliant add-ons, the students expected them to be delivered or implemented better. Thirdly, some felt that they did not get the right fit for their minor subjects due to capping for maximum number of students or pre-designed combinations for practical reasons. They would like to get minor courses that are relevant or useful to their major subjects. Fourthly, while some students felt overwhelmed with the volume and diversity of courses that they had to take up, they have admitted that they definitely benefited from this diversity. Only they are worried that too many courses are affecting focus on their major subjects. The course load should, according to the students, also be balanced throughout the 3 years. According to some students, currently they feel that there is a greater burden on the students during their 3rd year. Art students found the science OE subjects a burden. They have expressed the need for courses with practical application like food adulteration or wellness, which we are offering at Fergusson College and maybe at other colleges also. Students have thoroughly enjoyed field components that were consciously added to the different courses. They also had community engagement program that enabled them to understand the society around them better. Field-based research projects enabled them to take their learnings to the applied level and understand things practically. Having tasted success, they are now asking for more. They are asking for more field visits, more live projects, better planned implementation of the field components of the curriculum. In general, in order to create diverse learning opportunities and practical exposure leading to their success in diverse careers, including even entrepreneurship development. In order to achieve these career goals, they expect the colleges to have stronger formal collaborations with industry and employers to facilitate students' employability and eventually placements. In this context, they have said that the OJT and FP could be implemented better if the colleges develop better ties with the industry and employers who would be willing to take, especially the undergraduate students who they are currently not really willing to take under in the science stream especially. Also, the students felt that their academic schedules alongside the OJT program become quite hectic. Further suggestions to improve NEP curriculum with respect to on-the-job training or OJT. OJT should have clearer guidelines and structured learning objectives rather than only requiring completion of hours and a final presentation. The current 120-hour requirement is difficult to manage alongside regular lectures and exams. Reducing it to around 60 hours could be more practical. This is a suggestion. The colleges should provide dedicated time in the academic schedule for students to complete OJT. Proper orientation and mentorship should be provided so that students understand the purpose and expectations of OJT. OJT experiences should be relevant to the student's major subject to ensure meaningful skill development. Colleges should collaborate with companies and institutions to provide OJT opportunities instead of expecting students to find them independently. Nextly, further suggestions to improve NEP curriculum with respect to field projects. Field projects and OJT should not be scheduled in the same semester according to students, as this creates severe time management difficulties. In our college, we have them in the 5th and the 6th semesters respectively. Projects should have clear academic guidelines and structured outcomes focusing on research or practical application related to the major subject. Fieldwork should involve meaningful research tasks rather than only visits and report writing. Further suggestions to improve NEP curriculum with respect to internships. Colleges should build stronger partnerships with industries, NGOs, and organizations to provide structured internships and fieldwork opportunities. Instead of multiple soft skill courses, the internship programs or long-term industry exposure for 3 to 6 months could be introduced. Internship should be promoted more in 3rd year and part 2 of the PG courses according to this feedback. Some students have emphasized the importance of training of college teachers in the new system with innovative and participatory teaching methodology, which most colleges are already doing with several workshops and programs for teacher training under NEP 2020. Most students have also acknowledged the importance of the fourth year in the NEP 2020 in order to brace themselves for careers in the knowledge economy at the state, national, as well as international levels. Precisely for this opportunity, they also seek better equipment in terms of soft skills through language training, asking to strengthen the AEC or ability enhancement courses. Hence, they are asking for a greater research component as well, with closer mentoring and faculty support. Several students have expressed satisfaction with the system of 4 years of graduate education under NEP, as it also facilitates entry for institutions of higher studies abroad. Those who are looking forward to taking up the competitive exams also highlighted the significance of the fourth year. However, some students have also asked for an opportunity to earn extra credits of their choice during the fourth year in order to round off their knowledge better. Basically, students are asking for more flexibility even in the fourth year. Let me summarize now for you some specific suggestions from postgraduate students. They highlighted the need for stability in the syllabus, covering fewer topics in depth rather than covering too much in length and breadth of the subject. The need for greater flexibility in the choice of electives, interdisciplinary courses, and supported measures such as multiple entry and multiple exit options. The need for greater practical exposure through advanced practicals and internships. The need for in-depth training in research, sufficient time for dissertation, etc., along with less emphasis on theory during their last semester. The need for making the syllabus relevant to the current industry requirements, along with the inclusion of interdisciplinary courses. And lastly, the need for effective implementation of the NEP, including teacher training, infrastructure, etc., along with continuous feedback from the students, which would help the college to improve the quality of the outcomes of the system under NEP. As mentioned by our respected principal yesterday morning in the inaugural session, we are going to put up these learnings from the survey as well as the deliberations from the present conference in front of higher authorities and policy makers. We hope that this feedback review is considered for further enhancement of the system under NEP. What we have presented is simply a review of student feedback. If someone in the audience wishes to raise any doubts or ask any questions about the same, you are welcome. We shall try to answer to the best of our ability. Can we have questions at this stage? Can't hear. Yes, this is survey was done through the month of February, and we completed it in a matter of about 3 weeks. Basically, to not have a lagged experience, we wanted everybody, to be at the same stage of their experience of the NEP. So we had it crisp and short, and this is the number that we received. I mean, we reached out to several colleges all over Maharashtra, but we got this sample. Not adequate. We know it is not adequate at all. And that is the reason why we haven't gone into much of rigorous data analysis or anything. These are just findings that will probably help us to look at the process and, take a kind of a distant view of the thing. I think Anil sir would like to clarify this matter further.
Yes, I would like to add. Are you able to hear me? Right. So the whole perspective was, if you look at the 5 themes, one of the things which was missing of this conference was students evaluation. And that's what we felt, instead of calling the students here, why not develop a questionnaire and ask their feedback about it. So when you want to send a report, right, students' perspective was something very, very important. It is important, not to have anything about the students, but to something which is very, very concrete, some kind of feedback that if they are able to give us, would be a good idea. So I would say this is a starting point, but I think this can be a perspective that other colleges also can think and every college can take their feedback, and when we can take all this feedback together, it will be a good idea to understand really how the students are thinking about these verticals. So I think that's what the whole ideology of incorporating this factor.
The exercise that you have done is quite appreciable, but at the same time, we would like to know if any other college has done a different kind of survey, or the questions which are different than which were asked to the students. So if such questions are there, and if some outcome is there from their side, if they share, that will add to whatever work you have done. Thank you.
So I think sir has given a wonderful insight. So there are a number of teachers who are from different colleges. So if you have done any kind of this insight will be also beneficial for you. So is there anyone, any college who has done this kind of exercise? Okay, so that means an idea that if this is done would be beneficial. Yes, ma'am, definitely. We have 23 colleges. We don't want to take the names here because while collecting the data, it's always that, please do not report who are the students, which college. So we have taken care of the confidentiality. But if you like to know, we will send, but we will not give you the names of the students and who have the feedback. But an ideology of your students, maybe what is the number of data that we can give you.
A few teachers have reached out to us about the survey, and we can take this survey forward. We still have time, and these kind of investigations and these kind of feedbacks we will have to keep on receiving. It's going to be an ongoing affair. Maybe it builds into a corpus. I take this opportunity to thank the IQAC to have thought of this wonderful activity of conducting a survey of the main stakeholders of the education system under NEP, the students. I appreciate the different institutions which helped compile this data by getting their students to fill the data and get us their feedback. As a team, we are delighted that we were entrusted with the task of reviewing the feedback and presenting it to this August gathering of discerning academicians and policymakers. Apart from 4 of us who presented here, there is a team of 6 more faculty members who have done the hard work of putting together the data, analyzing it, and putting together PowerPoint presentation and everything. I thank the audience for a patient listening in this post-lunch session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so before the last session, we have tea break of 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes, please be back. We'll be
just like to first of all invite all our esteemed members for this panel discussion. So I request Narendra sir to please kindly accompany them. Yes, sir, please. Sir. Good evening. I welcome you all for this discussion on employability, skill development, and placement opportunities. We have been discussing various verticals of NEP since yesterday morning, and this is the last session and perhaps discussion with one of the most important stakeholders who are either going to yield the fruits of NEP or bear the brunt of NEP. So right now it is just unknown. Results are yet to come for the NEP. But as we discuss, NEP provides us an excellent interaction platform between an industrious teacher and a scholarly industrialist. So perhaps we are very fortunate to have a panel of heavyweights for this discussion. And I welcome again all panelists, and I request my senior colleague Uma ma'am to formally introduce all the panelist members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to introduce our distinguished panelist who brings rich experience from academia, industry, and creative sector. To begin with, I introduce our today's panelist, Dr. Pradeep Apte, sir, visiting professor at Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune. Sir is a distinguished economist with more than 4 decades of academic, research, and policy experience. He holds a degree with MPhil and PhD in economics and taught at reputed institutions including Fergusson College, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. Dr. Apte has also served in several important advisory roles with finance commissions, the Maharashtra State Finance Commission, and other government bodies. His insights into economic policy, employment trends, and workforce development are highly valuable to our discussion today. I kindly request our Honorable Vice Principal, Dr. Radhika ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Pradeep Apte, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Anand Kolarkar, founder of Upayam Groups, Pune. Dr. Kolarkar holds Master of Computer Management and PhD in Computer Management and brings more than 32 years of professional experience in data analytics, business intelligence, and data warehousing. Throughout his distinguished career, he has worked with several globally renowned organizations, including IBM, HP, Tata Group, and worldwide. He has successfully led major business intelligence implementations for companies such as Symantec, BMC Softwares, and JED Global. His extensive experience in data-driven decision-making, digital transformation, and analytics provides valuable insights. May I now request our Vice Principal ma'am to felicitate Dr. Anand Kolarkar, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our third panelist is Mr. Santosh Raskar, sir, founder and managing director of MIDCCA, Srajan College of Design, Pune. Sir is a visionary educator, creative technologist, and one of the pioneering voices in India's AVGC sector, animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics. With more than 2 decades of experience in design, education, and creative industry development, he has consistently worked at the intersection of design, technology, and innovation. He is also recognized as a strong advocate of the orange economy, which highlights the importance of creative industries in driving innovation, cultural development, and employment generation. May I now request our Vice Principal ma'am to felicitate Raskar, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request my colleague, Ms. Panchashila, to kindly come forward and take over.
Thank you, Uma ma'am. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the remaining panel experts who bring valuable perspectives from entrepreneurship, psychology, media, and digital innovation. Our next panelist with us is Dr. Anand Godse, an entrepreneur, transformation expert associated with the Asra Foundation, Pune. Dr. Godse is a psychologist, mentor, and leadership development expert with more than 20 years of experience in guiding individual entrepreneurs and organizations towards personal and professional transformation. Through mentoring programs and transformative workshop, he has helped entrepreneurs and professionals to enhance clarity, resilience, and well-being and organizational effectiveness, making his perspective highly valuable in discussions around skill development and human-centric leadership. May I now request our respected Vice Principal Ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Anand Godse, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Coming up to our next panelist is Mr. Manas Diwan, founder director of Bland Clean Private Limited, Pune. Mr. Diwan is a prominent brand strategist, technology thought leader, and researcher in emerging digital technologies. He has been recognized amongst India's top 5 brand tech pioneers of 2024. With more than 20 years of experience of global, he has worked with major international brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Dow Chemical USA, OTE Group Oman, and APG Group UK, where he held his leadership roles in corporate strategy, project management, marketing, and communication. He's also working and focusing his PhD on metaverse and Web 3.0 didactics, exploring the future immersive digital learning. I may now request our Vice Principal Ma'am to kindly felicitate Mr. Manas Diwan, sir. Finally, it's my privilege to introduce the moderator of today's session, Dr. Vijay Tadkesar, Coordinator, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Fergusson College, Autonomous, Pune. Dr. Tadkesar has been actively involved in academic quality enhancement, curriculum innovation, and institutional development initiative with higher education. Through his leadership in IQSC, he has supported several initiatives that promote student-centric learning, academic collaborations, and quality assurance frameworks. Also, along with this, he is promoting holistic education practices through National Education Policy 2020. I may now request our Vice Principal Ma'am, Radhika Ma'am, to please felicitate Vijay Tadkesar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request our Vice Principal, ma'am, to kindly take a seat amongst the audience as we begin with the panel discussion. With a great pleasure, now I hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Vijay Tadkesar, to take over the session and discussion forum. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good evening. We are in the last session of this 2 days state level conference on NEP. As per the recommendations from UGC, we have implemented NEP in Fergusson College 3 years back in 2023. Now we are moving towards 4th year. Up till now, either after graduation or post-graduation, the student used to go in the market, they used to get exposure, and they used to represent themselves. With some maturity, they used to go and they used to face the problems or other opportunities, whatever available in market, and they used to go through that. But at present, in NEP, now the field project and on-job training is being introduced at 2nd year and 3rd year level, and at MSc 4th. So how these students, when not having, rather especially for undergraduate, not having perfect maturity, when they are going to market, they are going to face different challenges for getting field work and on-job training. So here the panel with us now today, they are going to share their views. They are stakeholders. They are directly involved with all these things. So without wasting time, we'll start now. So far, whatever panel discussions we have conducted, it was planned and decided that who will answer which question. But for this panel, it is not yet decided. The question will come and anyone will answer for this. So
It's a
without
result of NEP.
right, this is the result of NEP, as sir is saying. Let's see. So coming to first question, from an industry perspective, how has the implementation of NEP 2020 impacted on the job readiness, technical competence, and professional attitude of graduating students? We are expecting industry feedback on the employability.
Yeah, maybe I'll go first. And that's one of the biggest risks that one can take in front of all the scholars sitting here. But I've been working with the Asra Foundation, which works for nano entrepreneurship, and therefore my connect with persistent systems has also been very close. So I've been working with Dr. Anand Deshpande and his team. With NEP coming in for last 3 years, and my association with Fergusson College under community engagement program for the Asra Foundation related activities has been present. Now, when I say that how much has it had as impact, I would say that it's too early to say anything about that because when you are assessing any sort of an impact, there are a lot of parameters that one needs to look into about what we mean as impact. The diverse changing or dynamically changing environments in the industry and what industry is facing today is something that I would like to share with all of you. So recent most training programs where CXOs are, trying to handle their teams of 100 and 200 people, and we are going in there as external consultants working with these people. Let me tell you that as much we are right now in uncertainty about NEP, the industry is equally in a state of flux because of AI coming in and technology changing rapidly, right? So what is going to happen in the industry is also completely uncertain and unknown for even the leaders who are leading for last 25, 30 years, right? And there have been questions that are being asked about will education system, institutional education, how is it going to respond to what is happening in the current and dynamic situations that are open when it comes to learning, right? Simple things like YouTube as a channel is providing a lot of information, data, as well as very good content as well. There is a lot of content which is you can say, substandard or not really interesting from the education point of view, but there is equally amount of educational content being available in various media. So there is a flux on the industry side as much as there is a flux on the education side. So let us all accept the fact that there is flux on both sides. While I'm working with the entrepreneurship sector, there is one thing very clear that today's youth, is extremely dynamic and has a lot of power in their hands because of technology. And where this youth is leading, is something that is going to challenge all of us as teachers, right? And has challenged all of us as teachers. So adult education is one area that all of us as teachers need to look into, is about what are the teachers learning to be 2 steps ahead of what students already know or what they are knowing. And when we talk about entrepreneurship or the field that I am restricted to, the entrepreneurial skills of how an small business is formed, what are the skill sets that you need to earn money, what is financial literacy, what is marketing, sales, all the domains of a business is something that is a need for every single individual that is sitting here, that is getting out of college, that is graduating, that is working for 5 years, that is working for 10 years, working for 20 years, right? So entrepreneurial and intrapreneurial skills at a basic level is a requirement for each and every individual. So certain components that are part of NEP and that are trying to actually inculcate these entrepreneurial skills is something like on-the-job training, opportunities, and all of these things are something that have been ideated really well. For the impact, I would say that there are a few more years, 2 years, 3 years, and we will be able to speak about that.
All right. Dr. Godse, thank you. That was a very, very well nuanced start. I am also in the home ground, by the way. Tadke sir has been my teacher almost 30 years back, BSc Geology. And after that, मैंने घाट घाट का पानी पिया हुआ है. So in a way, I went on and did my management from SIBM. Worked for a few years, and recently when I decided that I wanted to take a break from the corporate world, I came into SP College where I did my philosophy masters, my second masters. Now I'm working on my PhD, which is in the area of technology, metaverse, Web3, blockchain, and AI. Why am I sharing this journey with you? Is because I want to specify two things here. One, that the industry, as I see it, does not reward narrow labels. It does not reward narrow labels. What do I mean by that? I mean to say that if you are a domain expert and know only that domain, it's good, but not good enough. Not anymore. Why is that so? What AI is doing to the overall job scenario, okay? We've got Kolarkar sir from the hardcore tech side, so I'm sure he would be kind of backing me up here. Until a few years back, coding used to be one very important skill. And now people are saying, don't code because you've got vibe coding, all right? What does that mean? It means that the bottom rung. Yep, okay. Thank you. Yeah, this is great. Thank you, sir. So what's happening is, in the job world, the bottom rung of skills, which are less in cognitive, okay, which are more repetitive, which are more logic-based, which are potentially template-based work, they are increasingly getting automated. I would not use the word AI because AI has been used and abused very badly, but I would just say automation, all right? And AI is just the flavor of the season, but you would have automation which would start taking up the bottom rungs of the job. What does that mean? It means that what our students were expected to do as freshers in the workforce, that job is no longer going to be there. Look at accountants. Europe does not have any accountants anymore. Vibe coding, very soon coders will not be there. Project management, basics are done. Research, legal, across all of these areas, the initial layers are now getting automated. And that means what's required of workforce is critical thinking skills. In Bloom's taxonomy, it would be probably called as the higher level cognitive skills. So in simple words, we don't just need people who are asking the question, how do I do this job? We need people who are able to look at the various options and then say, why do I need to do this job? And among the options available, what is the right option? That's what the industry expects now. This was earlier the expectation from mid-management. Today, it will be the expectation from entry-level people, all right? Now I want to come to, with this background, I want to come to NEP. What's happening here is, NEP, in my opinion, is a wonderful framework. It's setting the right kind of expectations. But if you look at, again, sorry, my PhD, it's very fresh in my mind, and I'm looking at socio-technical systems as a theory. What does that say? It says that any implementation has got one technical component and one social component, right? The technical component is the framework. That's what, at best, NEP can give. The social, that's the social subsystem, is what we are needing to create. And that will mean all of us being able to come together to create meaning. Now, Anandji, he mentioned one very, very interesting point, right? And if you look at young people in the workforce, they are confused and we are confused. Why? They don't know what to do. We don't know what to make them do. It's a real scenario, all right? And why is that happening? Because they don't have the exposure while they were studying.
they have had a very sheltered life. And I'm being very honest. You invited me as an industry panelist. I will talk straight. Until now, they don't have anybody pulling them up really hard if they're delaying their assignment submission. The same habit, if they're bringing into a workplace, I give them a project and they're not submitting in time, would I be as easy on them? Can anyone afford to be as easy? And why is it that they don't realize it? Because they have not had the exposure. So in a way, what we are saying is NEP creates the framework, but it's on all of us to make sure that framework is implemented in a way that truly industry can benefit. I think that would be really the way that I look at it, sir.
Yes, sure. So I think it's going to be an interesting discussion now. I totally agree with what is getting discussed here. I just like to put some context to this. And I come from the industry. So is industry telling what they want, is it new? Absolutely not. Over the last 2 decades, I've been part of some or the other BOS committee. And we as industry are trying to tell people that what is that students should do, blah, blah, blah. And most of the organizations, educational institutes, actually they followed up with that. And we saw some good change in the students' knowledge level, if we could say. Now, what has happened is, over the last 2 decades, there is phenomenal increase in technology landscape. And things have gone so wide that it is becoming increasingly difficult for all the BOS to capture everything in one particular course. And that's the reason many courses have been added and so on and so forth. I'm just trying to put a perspective from industry, as sir asked. Now, what has also happened in last decade or two, many people have gone international after they passed out from these various educational institutes. They have made big money out of it, to put it simply, and hence the students, and very honestly, don't take me wrong, they have no need to earn money now. And I'm putting that very simply because there was a time when people used to get out of college and then work on some projects, and that work used to actually get them some jobs. Okay. Now comes a situation when the money is available, there is no tremendous, and I'm not telling this for each and every student, but by and large, the society, I believe some of you will agree, that the urge of getting that kind of money has reduced a bit. So what NEP has added now, how do we fill that gap? So पहिल्यांदा काय म्हणायचं की तुम्ही काम केलं असेल तर तुम्हाला काम मिळेल. म्हणून मुलं लगेच त्याला आपण काय म्हणायचो की पास आउट झाल्यानंतर काय बिगारी म्हणा काय म्हणायचं सर त्याला इंटर्नशिपला काहीतरी मराठी आपला टिपिकल शब्द ज्याला तुम्ही पास आउट झाल्यानंतर तुम्हाला कुठेतरी कोणाच्या हाताखाली काम करायला लागतं होत करू तिथे तुम्हाला तुमचे स्किल्स दाखवायला लागतात. सो व्हॉट इज हॅपन्ड इज दॅट इज गॉन नाव. हाऊ डज NEP help? NEP now mandates under OJT that you should work. I'm still scared about it because in internship also they had a possibility of learning. So what is going to happen now is industry is going to put forth their requirements. We recently had a workshop where we got a lot of industry people. We got a lot of educational institute at the floor. Some social organizations also, because there is a mandate. Now how to use this mandate? So people who do not need money, but there is a mandate to work, we get a phenomenal chance to actually put them into action. Because it is not such a great thing to say that I have now graduated, now let me figure out what I should be working on. You were in college, so you were supposed to learn and you were supposed to think about what is that you should be working on. So fantastic opportunity is what NEP is given, provided the industry puts the right perspective. Mala hi local लागतात काम करायला. If you don't get it out of them and put it into a project of 60 hours or 120 hours or whatever, people try to do a blend of educational course as well as the industry. So we have a phenomenal chance, and along with the mentality of the students that they don't really need to work because there is no need of money right away when you pass out of the college. we can catch them in the college, give them some interesting work, and by the time they pass out, they have seen what work is. One of the very difficult situation I see is people go to college and they say that if I do this course, how much will I earn? What kind of jobs will you give me? Hey, I am not the one who is going to give you a job. You are supposed to study. But gone are those days. We say that if you take this course, then you are going to get these 5 jobs. So this particular OJT thing, sir, as you mentioned, is going to give us wonderful opportunity to get everybody on a forum, share the views, put it into some concrete work, and let them taste the work, experience the work, and then make NEP to solve this problem, get some kind of success out of it. Thank you.
I have first comment to make about the industry's expectation. This whole business is what we teach in economics. It's called a problem of asymmetric information. In the sense that, suppose you are selling a second-hand car, your own second-hand car. There are certain things that you will exaggerate, and there are certain things that you will understate. And the buyer is also not a fool. He will also try to probe what you respond to, set of questions with which what you are likely to hide is likely to be revealed. I think this is the game between the employer and the potential employee. And this has been going on for several years. Only difference is, in many walks of life, in many employers' point of view, let us explore for a month. Otherwise, why should there be something like you will be an apprentice, you will not be confirmed till 3 months. All this is primarily trying to, in fact, match each other's needs, whatever way you define it. Now, having raised the question, therefore I am commenting on this. This need not to earn immediately is valid for certain section of urban population. In particular, those children whose parents have already built up a large amount of investment, for which the parents had to themselves spend something like 10 to 15 years of their monthly income continuously. For example, buy a house, okay? Buy a car. For that matter, for one generation before, buys even a two-wheeler. These were long-term kind of capital investments. So obviously, with a little better prosperity that we have now, there is a segment where there is a generation whose compulsion to invest early part of their life in the hope of earning a similar asset has either vanished or has diluted. But still there exists a very large layer of young population where this is something which is not already fulfilled. And you can notice this in probably class 2 town onwards. Class 1 and metropolitan is a very amorphous kind of a monster. And it's very difficult to look at them, but it exists even there. Now look at this question of asymmetric information. NEP is primarily predicated on the idea that A, you have your freedom to learn at your own pace, number 1. At your own likings, number 2. At your choice, which was initially very badly conditioned by environment around it, in particular the domestic environment, where you would be brooded to become a doctor, engineer, computer engineer, software coder, whatever your fashion is of that decade or two. This has become often a mirage to follow. And NEP says that this is not all. And there are many walks of life where people have been earning money, making their livelihood. And it's possible for you to learn this. So make your canvas little larger, make your perspective little larger and more inclusive. And don't consider yourself to be employable only when you do so and so things, probably 6 or 8 major kinds of degrees, which were usually considered to be the keys to success. There is much more in the life which you can explore. Now, is this sufficiently signaled by the restructured courses or the nature of institutional arrangement of NEPs, I would have otherwise given you first lecture on this. Yesterday itself, we had a seminar on GST. In taxation, the first thing that we teach is tax policy is tax administration. What are the procedures? What are you expected to do? Blah, 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 long list. If I teach taxation in my class without teaching this, I am a useless teacher in economics. Definition which will make large number of economics teacher unemployable. Believe me, all of us, many of us, if not all of us, have been holding a degree which by itself is not all that productive as we hoped, or probably did not hope but happened to earn it. Okay? When in my institutions with which I am affiliated, I always ask this question, that if I make someone industry employable, means what? Is industry necessarily expecting this? What is my bet? For example, I teach 60 students of mine in Gokhale Institute every term who would be at least well familiar with most of the direct indirect tax provisions. What is the likelihood that they will get recruited for this? Very slow, very, very slow, very, very unlikely. Why? Because the taxmen don't retire that quickly. In case of software, I can teach them a code which is the latest one, and there is a great deal of employment opportunity that we can see right before they have got their degree. So the actual economic world is fairly diverse. And to expect that some educational policy can address all these issues is a hype about that policy. Let's not do that. It is doing something which was earlier not possible. So it is trying to simply liberate itself from the kind of shackles that it has generated for itself. That's all the sincere effort of NEP is. Now, how people look at that NEP design and how institutions implement it, that's what I mean, tax policies, tax administration. And secondly, the people who are going to pay taxes have their own innovative ways of escaping it either simultaneously.
Not taught.
Which is not taught, but sometimes the wisdom gives them if their self-interest is alive. So what matters is a self-interest in a broad sense of a student. It is predicated on the idea the student has a self-interest. And that self-interest gives him enough signals through NEP that there is no one finite way of thinking about one's own life. And somehow you can always make through. Maybe some initial years you slog a lot and later you reach a prosperity. Maybe sometimes you are lucky enough to walk on a very comfortable kind of a path right in the beginning. But that's all is about NEP. If industry has long been, I have been party to this for long on either side. In fact, our own IMDR used to face this problem of placement. In fact, our founder director of IMDR had an excellent solution. When all IMDR management institutions were clamoring for getting their placement record highest, Dr. Shezwalkar had a very nice way when he started IMDR institution. We were very close friends, though he was too senior to me. He was my teacher in BMCC. The simple trick was, he would recruit half of the students who had their own business. Question of placement solved. Now, what do you want in terms of industry expectations vis-a-vis educational institutions? So, best way is, in fact, you elicit industries that if you want to give us better people on which your cost of training, which is called on-job training or a pre-job training, is to be reduced, come and set up a setup here, we will train it for you. Solve it as a shop and don't be shy about it. You are talking of a market. And what you are selling is a half-trained, ill-trained, semi-trained, fully trained kind of an employable person. If you don't have a capacity for this, go and beg with the industry. We are prepared to give you what you want us to deliver, but please come and teach here. Please come and put up a shop here, workshops here. For example, if Mercedes-Benz can think of putting up a workshop for the training of all kinds in automobile in Aurangabad, why Pune, the so-called Detroit of India, is not capable of having any such in either Fergusson College, forget that, Fergusson College, at least engineering college. It is now that engineering college is boasting about industry alliance, blah, 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 blah. Earlier market did it, now industry realizes that in fact believing in a degree for the sake of it and spending something like 5 to 6 months after the person getting employed, it is better to do it right 1 year before, 2 years before. So instead of asking industry, if we try to ask a question, what do you expect, without asking a direct question to it, at least to few of them, because in turn you will signal students that something of this can be given by your own college. First bother about your own industry. You are running an industry. You are running an industry of training people. How conscious you are about the market that you are actually trying to cater? Has NEP signaled institution to do this? I think they have not. And this is probably one of the major failure of it. That is because, again, the thing which I started, policy is administration. Administration has been trained to think of education in a certain manner, and therefore it does not signal educational institutions to be free. First thing that we should do is remove NAC, the most nonsensical labeling that we are doing. It doesn't signal anything. Really, it doesn't signal anything. No one is going to come to you because you have got A grade and then it is hunting for skill which are employable potentially after even 1 year's training. It is better to do something else than this. And let me give you an example. I have talked to your D Society president about this. Probably we will visit. There is a small engineering college in Hubli. And that got transformed by a person who was working with Texas Instruments, resigned from it, and he transformed this college into a major, what we call startup hub. Nearly 40 startups have emanated from one single college in 5 years. The best possible achievement had been that their college students and the faculty created a chip which has beaten Google and all the industry leaders in the design. It is this kind of locating for where your place is in a training industry that you have to define. Which institutions have not been signaled? Because we have been kind of captivated with this idea that my best score is NAC A++. I don't know what. I really didn't know when we got from A to A+. Nothing had changed in my teaching. But somehow the Fergusson College grade was upgraded. Nothing had changed, nor the students, nor the teacher. So get out of this first. Think yourself as an industry. If the colleges are trained themselves to think of an industry, they will realize what industry are looking for and think of courses other than whatever there are various ways. I am afraid Professor Acharya will teach you better. The same number can be reached by splitting it in a number of ways. In how many number of ways 12 can be added? This is one classic problem in mathematics, which Ramanujan in fact solved. So you think of whatever division that you want. Make your courses as flexible as you possible, but think of creating your own infrastructure which can cater to this. I'm not saying that you start anything and everything under the sun. Something which is feasible with your own employment presently, for which anyway you are pretty handsomely paid by the state government, including the whatever pension scheme now runs. So it is better, in fact, why don't you signal your own teachers to locate the kinds of things that they would like to teach? Maybe as a part-time, maybe at the end of the college, maybe at the beginning of the college. That is something which is the industry which needs to transform itself so that it will be able to answer this question of what industry needs from NEP.
Just like to, fantastic. I mean, just like to add one small point that I had a chat with Dr. Anand Deshpande, and we were signing an MOU with Shivaji University in Kolhapur. And he was telling the Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, that why aren't you actually looking at the adults as your target audience? Because adults need to learn a lot. And imagine how many number of adults are available today. So if you're looking at education as an industry, it's important that we don't restrict our, teaching learning process till 22, 23 or master's degree or doctorate. There are so many people who are trying to, learn different things at different ages. And this entire point of industry and education being industry will only be possible when enough penetration of consulting projects, technology driven projects are as first hand projects that are being run in the education setups, where they are being led by the teachers while they are teaching, and then that becomes a dynamic engine of students learning on the fly. So we are having OJT, which is external, and we have started that penetration, and maybe across NEP's years progressing, the ideal situation would be that it is penetrated fully and the teachers are the industry experts and industry experts are the teachers. So it's not two separate things, but the same thing.
And the last one. So I'm very bad at answering the question. So I will start with asking question. Is it okay? So we are talking about National Education Policy 2020. How many of us know what was before that? In 86 policy, 68 policy, what was there? We need to understand. Before 2020's policy, India became a world's 5th largest economy. Correct me, sir? I'm wrong. Okay, I'm correct.
I don't give ranks.
I was expecting this answer, but okay. India became the 5th largest economy before 2020. On what basis? Basis of industry, na? Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Again. Then how we developed our industry? With the policies in 68 and 86, we have completely in mind we need education to develop our industries. So our education was completely focused towards science and commerce. We made engineers, we made accountants for the companies, industry. Now, coming era means industry 1.0 what brought all we know colonial era. All European countries came here and there and ruled all over the world. Then in 60s, industry 2.0 was started, and then again new revolution, and now in after 2000 we saw industry 3.0. So industry 3.0 was little bit digital and all. So considering this all, we had to change our education system. Previously, our education system was completely focused toward science and commerce and completely knowledge based, and the coming era of industry will be the different, and I think that era will be the about creative thinking, psychological thinking, emotional thinking. Everything will be considered for the industry. And so national education policy is important. So we need to change all this. Again, see, in national education policy, what I means that time Girish Bapat was MP, and when it was discussed in the Lok Sabha, I called up him immediately and I asked him, I want that document immediately. And I read and I have wrote articles on Facebook. That time Facebook was little famous. Nowadays, not more people are using Facebook. But I wrote a series of 13 articles on Facebook. National education policy, what is? Means we usually pray for 3 matas. One Bhu Mata, Don Lakshmi Mata, or third one is Saraswati Mata. We got independent in 1947. We got freedom for our Bhumata in 1947. We accepted globalization in 1991. That was again freedom with the Lakshmi Mata. But still, Saraswati Mata was not freed, and this NAP has made Saraswati Mata also free. I think Apte sir mentioned that. NEP is the freedom. But when freedoms come, it brings lot of responsibilities. Responsibilities between the student, responsibility between the executors, responsibility between the institutions. Everyone should be the responsible, because first time this education is also free from everything. Now coming to the main question. See, I had very clear idea. OGT is useless. We will be, as an educator, I have no doubt it will be much difficult to implement, but field project is the much better option, much not most better इंग्रजीची वाट लागली जाऊ द्या सगळ्यात भारी ऑप्शन आहे फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट तयार करा that will develop your student creative thinking, that will develop problem solving, which industry actually require. I don't know about other industry. I work for AVGC industry and I'm handling lot many studios in Maharashtra and India. I usually represent them in worldwide. So my idea is very clear. Field project will develop research ability between the student. In the era of AI and coming agentic AI, knowledge will not have value. It will have zero value. Because everyone, what you want to know? Let me know. 2 minutes लगते यार. And what difference has been made? I have some figures. You all know the placement percentage of engineering students in India right now, correct? But do you know in 2025, science graduate and arts graduate student placement percentage has been increased. Arts 57.7 and science is increased by 61%. And whole credit goes to ideas behind national education policy. So I had straight opinion, means with industry connectivity is altogether different task. Education should be the education. Education should be for creative thinking, research, doing field projects. It's very clear.
Thank you, sir. We had very heavy discussions on one first question only. And so far,
covered all your questions.
all questions are covered or rather answered properly. Yes. The time was given up to 4:45. Yeah, it is almost 4:45. From audience participants, if you have any questions, you can ask. The session is open for question answer.
Hello, good evening all. I'm from computer science and this year we have OJT in third year. So it's regarding OJT only. For third year in the sixth semester, we have OJT for 120 hours, that is for 4 credits. So I want your opinion, like industry person's opinion. Is it, whether this OJT is implemented for third year for 120 hours, is it a good option for the third year? Because when we started implementing OJT, when we approach the industry persons, they, many industry denied for 120 hours only. Because they thought that at least OJT should be at least for 3 months or 6 months. So I want the opinion from the industry person.
You see, the thing is, moment you say OJT, on the job training, and you send people to the industry, there is direct level of investment in terms of time, effort, that industry starts counting. Now, if the students are half ready to do something that industry wants them to do, it is students learning that is happening, but the industry doesn't get anything out of it directly, right? And every minute and hour, not just of the student, but also of somebody who is supervising that person, is also counted in terms of outcomes, right? When any CEO sits down with the sales team or anybody, they are finally talking about dhanda kitna bana, paisa kitna bana, right? So this entire calculation of how much time is being spent is always counted, and therefore OJT will only be successful when their work that they do at the industry is something that industry is able to evaluate and also say that it was beneficial. So teachers that are actually putting their students up should sit down with the industry people about setting up the right expectations and setting up the right outcomes that they want. Once it is outcomes driven, then this group of students that go into the industry will be acceptable. So the gap is of what are the outcomes and what is its translation into monetary benefits for the industry on one side. Learning is fine because these 30 hours and 120 hours are too short a period of time for the industry to get anything out of it. So therefore, it is a framework. Finally, students also have to understand that it's a beginning. They need to, do more than 120, more than 30. Only then it will benefit both parties.
Great. Again, thank you for the opening. See, I'm looking at it from two different angles, okay? And I want to just go back to my own college days. And when I look at the overall, cohort of students, I would look at them as three distinct groups, okay? There was one group which were highly motivated. For them, the system does not matter. They will crack it, right? Then there's a group. So these guys don't need motivation. They are self-motivated. They will find a way and they'll crack it. Second is the group who are not sure. Why am I here? I'm not very sure exactly. I don't find anything better to do. Therefore, I'm here. This, and then there's a third group. We used to call them BBBB. Bade baap ke bigre bete. All right. So the second two groups comprise 80%. Now, when this translates into the workforce, what happens? Attitudes have not changed. What are you expecting? By transmitting these students into the workplace, what are you really doing to us? You're really just shifting the attendance from the college into another office. Nothing else you're doing. So the question is this the right OJT that we need? Absolutely no. Industry does not need this. Why is this happening? Now, why are these 80% unsure about what's expected? Because you're placing OJT at the third year. And what do you need? You're asking them to go deep dive into a vertical, right? Here's what I think. It should be first a broader spectrum of exposure, which will help these guys to understand which of these nuggets do I find interesting. That's when an OJT with a defined number of hours will make more sense. That's part one. So don't do it only in the third year. Invite them to do other things. A day in the life of. Why don't we do that? Shadow a person. Understand what happens. Because I'll tell you, the way I see it, there's a distinct difference between the humanities and arts students versus the science students, okay? Probably it would be left brain versus right brain. I'm not the right person to talk about it. We've got better qualified people here. But what I have seen is when it comes to defining the contours of a problem, and in business, we are always defining and solving problems. When it comes to defining the contours of the problem, I think the humanities people do it better. Little exposure that I have had. When it comes to embedding yourself into the problem, being a part of the solution, I have found the science stream doing it better. All right. Now, what do we need as industry? We cannot have two separate people. Bhai, aap problem dhondo, ye solution karenge. Aisa nahi hota. We need people who will be able to understand the complexity and then be a part of the solution. So if we are looking at it that way, when you're able to manage exposure earlier on and then give them depth, that's when you're creating an asset which we as industry would love to have. I'm talking purely from a very selfish point of view. The other part of the story also is, why are young people that balance 80%, why are they so uncertain? If they found a reason to be motivated, they would have. All right. They just are not exposed enough to know, is this what interests me? After all, we all have triggers that are intrinsically motivating. we are not being able to expose them to those triggers. So if we are able to help them get better exposure, those triggers will be self-identified and hopefully they would find it better. Because otherwise what's happening is the moment they start asking industry the question, bhai aap batao mujhe aap tankha kitne doge, and then I will define how much of effort I'll put in. As an industry, you also have alternatives. And I'll give you a very clear example. Couple of months back, we put up an internship possibility. We try to make it as sweet as possible. 5 days work, paid internship. I'm not asking free work. Remote, sit at your home and do the work. Flexi hours. You work when you feel like working. We sent it across to a couple of departments in our college itself. Do you know how many responses we got? 0. And now what did I do? I took it to Internshala the next day. Within 24 hours, I got 1,000 applicants. Understand this. Industry is not having a problem of identifying people. But what will happen is, if the students understand that I am representing my institution, the OJT, the internship is a doorway. But if I have that relationship, I'm converting that doorway into a pathway. Next time I will come and tell, the teachers, we really enjoyed the students. They were great. Can I have some more? Right? That's the way of creating a pathway. And the third thing is, an internship today is looked at as a very transactional thing. You click a selfie, you make a LinkedIn post, and you get a certificate and you go walk away. Actually, an internship is an opportunity for creating a lifelong mentor. Imagine you have somebody in the industry who's senior to you, who will always support you and look after you. Even your parents cannot offer you that. So what we need to do is sensitize these opportunities to the students when we are actually sending them out for an OJT internship, whatever we may call it. But without doing that, if we land them in an alien environment, they will behave the way they expect behavior should be. And that will not be the right match. That's where I feel.
Yeah, just a few more points on this. Hello? Am I audible? Hello? Hello, thank you. So basically, this internship OJT is in 3rd year, right? The thing to be thought is, what are we going to do in year 1 and 2? So when they go to any internship, are they even aware about what a company is? What are the job roles in a company? What is the organizational structure of a company? And I'm not saying about heavy dosage and some heavy topics to be introduced there. But just jate, we have to tell them, these people, that these students, you are about to enter a company because you selected a course called as so-and-so. And what does that course means? Because there are so many people in the BOS and they design a course, there is some understanding to the course. I don't know how the introduction, the induction program in the college is today, but right from that induction program, they need to understand in year 1 and 2 that what are they up to, why have they selected that course, what the industry looks like, what are the job roles in the industry, and this will not take many hours. And as you can just go on Google or any kind of AI engine and they will give you answers to this. Then OJT is going to be wonderful, because now, as Anand said, is the company ready to take you? You go in a company and say that, "Aap log kya karte ho? What is this title called?" And then I don't want to probably give that much. Forget about that mentorship. I may not want to talk also because there are some workload on me. But yes, if somebody comes with that kind of interest and they know a little bit about me, and now they have 120 hours, probably that might get into what we call as PPO, pre-placement offers and all, only if they have interest. And we have, this entire community have good 2 years to keep them engaged and get their motivation up. If we are able to do that, then I see that is a wonderful opportunity. Otherwise, people will strive hard and it will be just one more formality, is what I see in my opinion.
I think learning is a very difficult and complex process, and no standard menu exists, except few things which look very abstract. I don't know how to teach curiosity. It's difficult to teach. How do you know, how do you teach what to observe and what to absorb and what to retain of that observation? Again, difficult to teach. It is for this purpose because you don't know person's ability in many aspects of his personality as an intellect. It is to shape these kinds of variety of things which are potentially there. Some of them would be strong, some of them would be weak across different persons. So the whole idea of liberal education was meant to, in fact, ensure this kind of a large menu so that person can pick and person can train himself or herself better. There is another feature of education that we tend to forget. Something that you cannot simulate at home is more readily simulated in schools. This is what, in fact, he was saying. If you have not seen a factory and if you have not seen people, how they interact in a factory, how they behave in a factory, what kind of engagement that they have in a factory, mentally, personally, interpersonally. This is an experience which teaches you, not a description. And when it is not a description, howsoever rich the AI would be, the person's ability to carry and match with it will not develop automatically. This is something what you usually call in plain language learning by doing. And exposure to different kind of an work environment is an essential part. If nothing else, no job done at all, but being in a place which is not so familiar to you, not necessarily very friendly with you, still your ability to survive in that place teaches you a lot. That's one of the unintended but one obvious, better, positive effect of on-job training. You being ignored, you being considered irrelevant. Sometimes families give it a lot more. But this is something that is a part of, this is the sociology of learning. This is the sociology of being a working person in life. And coming back to what I was arguing, I think when I say that educational institutions have not recognized the signals that NEP intends to give to them, look at your own syllabus. Can you deliver it differently? I know the difficulties of doing this in variety of fields, in particular the so-called humanities. It's not so easy. You can do it with only certain kinds of stages, interaction, and so on. But think of your own science students. Why do you consider the physics laboratory cannot be a laboratory where engineer can be trained? Believe me, engineering courses are nothing but only 1 year to 1.5 year engineering course. Otherwise, they are all science colleges. Look at their syllabus, and then you will realize that everything that is taught topic-wise in physics is there in one machine. You teach one machine, and probably you will be teaching 5 topics at a time. This is what the engineering does. So don't believe that you are a physics teacher. Don't believe you are a chemistry teacher alone. There are many things. There are biochemistry. There is a biology. Everything in science can be taught in a manner which can be considered where the world is a lab. World is a lab to learn, to observe, to notice, and to recognize, and to invoke certain degree of curiosity. This is the spirit of education, and this is a more generalized spirit of liberal education. It's this departmentalization and compartmentalization that we did, which NEP in fact tries to consciously break by saying that you want to walk over, you also have to have this course. You have an option. You have an option. The option is not necessarily to be entirely taken by the student, but it is to be created within the environment of educational institution. That's what I mean by the NEP signal has not reached the educational institution. They think it just is another revision of syllabus. That's not the case with NEP. And that's the reason why NEP is not delivering as fast and as extensive results that it should be capable of producing.
Any more questions?
Just
Sir.
one more, if I may. Going back to the point that was raised earlier about how there's a lot of confusion on the industry side as well about what they would need and the kind of dynamic nature that we are facing on both ends, right? So with that perspective, what NEP tries to achieve here is inculcate critical thinking so that we can create what is termed as lifelong learners, so that they can unlearn and learn as they go ahead in their careers, which is a very different and new thing as opposed to what the older generations have been used to, that we would be trained in a particular discipline, we would retire with that discipline, right? So if we could have some insights from the industry about how you're looking at this point that NEP is trying to bring. Thank you so much.
I'll be sensitive to the time and I'll answer in short and we can take the discussion offline. The whole idea is that what you're saying is true. What NEP is trying to propose is exactly the same. And then you don't retire with the same knowledge base, but it's dynamic. Now, there are certain first principles that are still existent, irrespective of NEP. What Pradeep sir is trying to say, that education is available, or knowledge is available in the world around us. I would say that this whole communication between industry people and educational institutions need to increase a lot. We need to make friends. Industry needs to make friends with professors, and professors need to make friends with industry, and a regular communication has to be present, and that is the only way you can tap into the dynamic changes that are happening. We would interact once in a while, industry and academicians, and that wouldn't solve the problem. So I would say that penetration has to be more.
Sorry. I'd like to just answer with 2 data points. If you look at the World Economic Forum's 2025 Future of Work report, it says one very interesting thing, that by 2030, approximately 40% of the jobs or job skills, job roles would be redundant. That's one. The second part is, today, the shelf life of skills is 5 years. What it really means is exactly the point you were trying to make, ma'am. My father entered State Bank, retired from there. I have worked for about 25 years and I've changed about 8 jobs. I know for sure that the next generation and the generations after would be switching between entrepreneurship, gig work, and regular paid work. Okay? And during this course, they would have multiple disruptions which will need them to completely change, because whatever they were working, that might just vanish, just like we talked about accountants. So the idea is not just to focus on knowledge that you acquire, but the idea would be to look at learning how to learn. That's going to be the most important skill, in my opinion. Last point would be, how do you do that? You do that by exposing kids early, making sure that they understand there are only 2 options. Change is going to happen, all right? Either you embrace it as an adventure, or you get stressed and you're dragged into it as the undercurrent, So better to have that right attitude, and that's where all the discussions shape up. Look forward, which means understand a trend before it comes up. Prepare in advance. That's where OJTs, mentorships, everything happen. And then when the change comes in, you're ready for it. So I think that's the right way to address these dynamics.
Excuse me, sir. With this question, I have one more question. What is the role of NEP in innovation incubation program?
Actually, one thing, I will answer your question also. But I think sir mentioned in 2030, 40% of job laid down. From 1994, I'm observing development of technology rapidly. When computer was introduced, everybody was scared that how many jobs will go out. Then again, I belongs to orange economy industry, AVGC industry. So I will give you example. When Photoshop introduced in 1993, everyone was scared. Artist, पागल हो गए थे. अब सारे आर्टिस्ट के जॉब चले गए. सगळे ब्रश बीश फेकून देऊन जाळायला निघाले होते. But what is the scenario? The creative artist who was painter or artist before, now earning 10 times more comparative that time. Do you agree with this? So technology, whatever AI, agentic AI, and whatever is going to come, will not take job. Only the process of working will change. Today, we work for what? Tomorrow we are going to work for why. और why पूछना किसी को अच्छा नहीं लगता है. If I will ask why are you sitting there? You will not. What are you doing here? You will accept that. So I had simple ideology कि student should be that much curious. Here, ask us how to teach curiosity is the biggest question. We have to think, and this is there in the NEP. How you can increase curiosity. Normally, what happens when we go to understand anything, whatever we know, we make our opinion according to our knowledge. NEP is giving opportunity to the student to explore everything. Music explore कर, maths explore कर, तेरे को जो भी explore करना है explore कर, and finally take your decision. So in my last answer I said, I have strong belief OJT will not work. Rather, we know National Apprenticeship Scheme. Now, last year in 2025, new policy of Maharashtra government has announced Maharashtra Apprenticeship Policy. If the companies are hiring freshers, 25% of employees have been paid by the government of India. Means if I am hiring 100 people, I can hire freshers at the ratio of 25%, and government of India will pay for them. माझ्याकडे 100 लोक काम करणार असतील तर 25 लोकांचा पगार सरकार देणार आहे ना स्कीम आपल्याकडे. Then again, that are not working. Why they are not working properly? We need to think over this thing. One more thing I want to add. I'm running an animation school from 2006. So my first project, field project, you can say the field project, but I consider it now at a OJT program. I did a colorization of Marathi 1930s film. Sant Tukaram Sant. You go and search on YouTube, colorize 1930s film. Sant Tukaram was shot on black and white camera, but you can see it on YouTube in color. My student did that. Do you think? Student, I asked my student, we will do a studio game. For 1 month, I asked my student to work for 14 hours in the class, 12 hours in the class. My college was open for 20 hours. So half of the students were coming in the morning batch and half, most probably male students, boys were coming in the night, and we did that. And almost 6-7 movies we did in colorize. Do you know first Marathi films gaming project? Aina Ka Paina. We did it. Based on that, Mahesh Kothare, when he saw that, my student, and similar project, field project, but the field, my lab was adjusted like that way, it is a company. Student has to come, register in the, his presentee, as an employee, everything was going on. Mahesh Kothare made a first Marathi film game on Zapatlela 2. My student did world's first 3D stereoscopic historic biography, Shivte Sambhaji. And it was all before this 2020, NEP 2020. So it is in our hand how to utilize facilities in the syllabus. We can convert this OJT model in our college campus, any project, we can design any project or anything, and we can ask anyone, sir, come, we are developing this, you take in charge of this thing, we will, when it will done, you can take it with you. They will certify your student. Student don't need to go outside. See, there are always problem खूप असतात हो, प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्ह करायला आले पाहिजेत आपल्याला, आणि मी प्रॉब्लेम सोडवण्याचा विचार करणारा माणूस. So my suggestion is you convert your labs, you convert your campus in the companies. क्योंकि आने वाले दिनों में तो मतलब तो मिनियन्स नावाचा एक चित्रपट आहे, त्या चित्रपटाच्या सुरुवातीला एक शॉट आहे, माणूस इतकी टेक्नॉलॉजी ऍडव्हान्स झालेली आहे की माणूस काहीच काम करत नाही, नुसता बर्गर खातो आणि फिरतो, काहीच काम करायची गरज नाही माणसाला, बरोबर ना? कदाचित अशी वेळ येईल बरं का, दिस इज गोइंग टू हॅपन, वी विल नॉट नो नीड, शिक्षकाची गरज काय ना. मी तुम्हाला सांगतो की आज मला अवघडातल्या अवघड विषयासाठी मी पीडीएफ मधलं पुस्तक नोटबुक एलएम ला दिलं तर तो भारी लेक्चर तयार करून देतो मला. त्याला मी सांगायचं असतं फक्त आय हॅव टू टेल हिम ओनली, फिनिश युअर लेक्चर इन 15 मिनिट्स, फिनिश युअर लेक्चर इन 30 मिनिट्स, करेक्ट? सो व्हाई वी विल नीड, रिस्क पे तो सब है. I think this is sufficient answer for your question also.
Thank you, sir, for this fruitful and valuable discussion. Sir, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries, honorable moderator, distinguished panelists, and all the participants. It is my privilege to propose our top thanks for successful completion of this insightful panel discussion on NEP 2020, employability, skill development, and placement opportunities. I extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists, Dr. Pradeep Apte, Dr. Anand Godse, Mr. Manas Diwan, Dr. Santosh Rashkar, Dr. Anand Kolarkar, for sharing their valuable perspective from academia, industry, media, and professional sectors. Your insight on skills, internship, industry expectation, and future career opportunity have been extremely enlightening and beneficial for both faculty members and students. I would also like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our moderator, Professor Dr. Vijay Tadke, for skillfully guiding the discussion and making the session engaging and thought-provoking. My sincere thanks to our respected principal for their constant encouragement and support in organizing such meaningful activity. I would also like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of organizing committee, coordinators, anchors, and volunteers who work behind the scenes to make the program successful. Finally, I thank all the faculty members and students for their enthusiastic participation and attentive presence. I hope the idea shared today will strengthen academia industry collaboration and help our students develop the skills required to succeed in the evolving world of work under NEP 2020. With these words, I once again thank everyone for their valuable presence and contributions. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening, everybody. So we will be starting the valedictory function soon. I request you to all be seated patiently. Distinguished dignitaries, respected speakers, delegates, faculty members, and dear participants, a very good evening to everyone present here. I, Tanya Bhatnagar, welcome you all to the valedictory session of this conference titled Policy to Practice, Reality, Opportunities, and Challenges under NEP 2020, organized by Deccan Education Society's Fergusson College Autonomous. Over the course of this conference, we have engaged in thoughtful discussions, exchanged innovative ideas, and reflected deeply on the transformative vision that the national education policy brings to our education system. Through insightful panel discussions and collaborative dialogue, this conference has served as a platform to highlight not just the challenges we face in implementing education reforms, but also the immense opportunities that lie ahead. It is my privilege to welcome our dignitaries on stage. Our chief guest for the valedictory function, Dr. Anand Kartikar, Secretary, Deccan Education Society and member governing body, Professor Dr. Shyam Mure, Principal, Fergusson College, and Dr. Vijay Tadke, IQAC Coordinator, Fergusson College. Thank you for gracing this occasion with your presence today. To formally begin today's ceremony, I now request our Honorable Principal Sir, Professor Dr. Shyam Mure, to address the gathering.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Professor Anand Kartikar, Secretary, Deccan Education Society, and Head Department of Marathi, Professor Vijay Tadke, IQAC Coordinator of the dais, life members from Deccan Education Society, Head of the Department, Council members, teachers, participants, and my dear friends. So it's indeed a pleasure to be over here. So now we are at the end of the 2-day state level workshop on national education policy. as I said in my day one talk, that we are going to prepare a report. So whatever the deliberation that were happen over here, so in day one, there were two invited talks and two panel discussions, and today two invited talks and two panel discussions. So we had four talks, invited talks, and four panel discussions. And for few panel discussion, I was not available due to some administrative work and university work. But as this is available on a YouTube, so later on I will see that on a YouTube. But I got the feedback from the participants and the organizers that all the sessions were happened excellent, and discussions were more informative, and lot of questions were asked, and the satisfactory answers were given by the panelists, and huge data was generated as far as the implementation of NEP is concerned. So I congratulate to the team IQSC and team Fergusson for organizing this event. And as far as the aim of this conference is concerned, I think that we have fulfilled the aim of the conference, because we are going to make a very good document, and finally, as I said earlier, we are going to submit this to the government of Maharashtra. So, and I congratulate to all the participants who have attended this conference, and I think 35 to 40 participants outside the college. They are representing various part of Maharashtra, and the whatever the experiences they had, they have shared over here. And accordingly, as in one of the panel discussions, that the what are the difficulty, as far as the difficulties are concerned, difficulties of the colleges from a city, and urban colleges and rural colleges. So obviously the difficulties are there. So as the big colleges from the Fergusson, like a Fergusson College and other colleges, they are also facing some sort of a problem as far as the implementation is concerned. So when we think about the colleges from the rural areas, so obviously the problems will be more over there. So apart from that, there are various institutes and colleges, they overcome these whatever may be the difficulties they were having. So from this conference, we have to take a positive note that the whatever may be the difficulties that we are having, if we have a will to overcome those difficulties, definitely we can go ahead. So as far as the implementation of the NEP is concerned, in last 3 years we have implemented the NEP very well, and whatever may be the problems that we are having, so we try to overcome those problems till we are having some problems. So, and that problem will not be solved by at our level, so that will get solved at the state level, where the government machineries will come into the role. So as I said, we will make a document and we will send it to the Maharashtra government. Thank you very much for your presence over here. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and inspiring words. Now, to reflect upon the enriching journey of the past 2 days, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Savarkar, Joint Coordinator IQAC, to present an overview of this conference.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends. I'm here to give you the review of the happenings of 2-day state-level conference on policy to practice, reality, opportunities, and challenges under NEP 2020. Please bear with me, it is going to be little lengthy. Professor Dr. Shyam Mure sir, Principal Fergusson College, addressed the gathering by explaining the idea for having the state-level conference on national education policy. He briefly explained the importance of each theme on which the whole conference was all about. Professor Dr. Gosavi sir
Vice Chancellor SPPU was the chief guest for the inauguration function, spoke about the need to upgrade student skills through translation and contextual learning. He emphasized that upskilling should be accessible to students studying in regional language, particularly Marathi. According to him, many educational resources are still limited to English, and therefore creating Marathi-based academic material and skill programs can help students understand concept better and participate more actively in higher education. Professor Dr. Anand Kartikar, Sir, Secretary DS, shared his thoughts by reflecting on real-life practical problems faced in the implementation of educational reforms. He emphasized that the importance of reflecting on past action while moving forward. He stressed that it is important for institutions to review, evaluate, and reflect on how the policy is being implemented in practice. Shri Ashok Palandi, Sir, Vice Chairman GB and Council DS, spoke about issues related to the implementation of NEP 2020 at the institution level. He mentioned that various practical and administrative challenges faced during implementation should be systematically documented and reported to the government so that appropriate measures can be taken to address them. The conference first theme was policymakers' view on NEP. To address this, we had Professor Dr. Anil Rao, member NEP Steering Committee and former principal MG College, as the keynote speaker. Dr. Rao began by highlighting the changing demographic pattern in India. He noted that the country is gradually experiencing a decline and plateau in population growth, which may eventually affect the number of students entering higher education. At the same time, there has been significant growth in the unaided educational sector, although it remains uncertain whether this expansion will have positive or negative long-term consequences. He also expressed concern that government aid and funding to educational institutions are gradually eroding, which may create financial challenges for colleges and universities. A key emphasis of his talk was the importance of multidisciplinary education, which is a central principle of NEP 2020. Institutions were encouraged to increase the basket of open electives, OE, and generic elective GE to provide students with wider learning opportunities. Dr. Rao also suggested that universities and colleges should collect feedback from alumni and undergraduate students while designing or revising curricula. He further pointed out several challenges in implementing NEP, including lack of awareness among stakeholders, a system that is not yet sufficiently student-centric, and a fragmented higher education structure. According to him, the policy required aggressive unfolding and implementation, including the introduction of new academic models such as double major program. In conclusion, Dr. Rao emphasized that successful implementation of NEP 2020 ultimately depends on a change in mindset among educators and institutions, stating that let us change the mindset in order to effectively realize the vision of the policy. We also had Professor Dr. Nitin Kalmarkar, Sir, Chairperson, Steering Committee and former Vice Chancellor SVPU, who spoke on the first theme. Kalmarkar, Sir, discussed several practical and structural challenges related to the implementation of the choice-based credit system and the transition towards the new framework under the new education policy. He expressed his concern as to why students struggle to get internship or OGT. He mentioned that the institution should align their curriculum with the different national programs, which our government implement, which in turn will help the students and make them ready for the industries. Another point discussed was related to the concept of professor of practice. He noted that although this idea aims to bring industry experts into academic institution, its implementation remains limited. For example, in Maharashtra, only a smaller number of such positions are currently being considered, and the representation of professionals from diverse fields still need expansion. Another important concern raised was the possible reduction in government grant funding in the future. In such scenario, institution may need to explore alternative revenue generation mechanism. Finally, he noted that transformation envisioned under NEP will require time, coordination, and sustained institutional efforts. The first two panel discussions were based on the second theme of the conference, opportunities and challenges in implementing NEP. The panel discussion was structured in such a way where we had resource people who raised their concerns about challenges they faced in the institutions while implementing NEP, And we also had panelists who have contributed in policy making, tried to address these challenges, and also encourage the gathering to look at NEP as something which is going to benefit largely to students if it is implemented in right spirit. First panel discussion was moderated by Professor Dr. N. Kulkarni Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Quality Assurance DSPU. The discussion also addressed several structural issues in higher education, such as teacher vacancies in institutions, difficulty in filling faculty positions, challenges in teacher transfer and recruitment processes, need for better coordination between institutions and regulatory bodies. The panel proposed several ideas to improve implementation of NEP. Greater focus on skill-based education, encouraging student participation in decision-making processes, strengthening industry-academia collaboration, promoting interdisciplinary learning flexibility in course selection, providing training and orientation program for the teachers. The second panel discussion was moderated by Dr. Radhika Jadhav, Vice Principal, Fergusson College. The panel discussion largely focused on the institutional practices and practical experiences in implementing NEP 2020, particularly in areas such as admission process, program structure, evaluation method, and academic flexibility. The second day of the conference, we started with the invited talk on the implementation of the fourth year in undergraduate program under the National Education Policy 2020. The session was delivered by Professor Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan, IQSC Director, Hindu College, Delhi University, who shared insights into the structure, objective, and practical challenges of implementing the fourth year undergraduate program. Dr. Shalini explained that the four-year undergraduate program aims to provide greater flexibility and academic freedom to students. It allows students to explore their interests and potential by choosing subjects across discipline. A key feature of the framework is the multiple entry and exit system, which enables students to receive appropriate certification depending on the stage at which they complete their studies. Dr. Shalini noted that while the policy promotes flexibility, some academic constraints remain. For instance, students pursuing honors programs generally continue with the same subject throughout their degree. However, generic electives can help students develop a minor in another discipline, which may also support further studies at the post-graduation level. She also described the research track in the fourth year, which requires students to work under a structured mentoring system. A three-member committee oversees the progress of the students' research work, and regular monitoring and evaluations are conducted in accordance with institutional guidelines. Despite the advantages of the system, Dr. Shalini highlighted several practical challenges in implementing the fourth year. These include issues related to the faculty workload, availability of the resources, infrastructure, logistics, and funding. Institutions may also face difficulty in offering a wide range of electives due to the limited faculty strength. Another concern is the uncertainty of the student enrollment in the fourth year, particularly for the research track. Overall, the talk provided valuable insights into the opportunities and challenges associated with introducing fourth year in the undergraduate education under NEP 2020. The second invited talk was on OBE implementation. The session was delivered by Mr. Prashant Ambat, IQSC Director at JSPM University, Pune. He explained that the current education system should move from a teacher-centric approach to a learning-centric approach. He highlighted that curriculum restructuring is necessary to effectively implement OBE. The speaker emphasized the importance of developing higher order thinking abilities and professional skills among the students. He also discussed the structure process involved in OBE implementation. It includes outcome-based curriculum OBC, design-based learning and teaching DBLT, and outcome-based assessment OBA. These steps ensure that teaching, learning, and assessment are aligned with the expected learning outcome. He also addressed the difference between teaching and learning, stressing that effective education should focus on student understanding and application rather than only on delivering content. Lifelong learning was highlighted as an important goal of the modern education system. Towards the end of the session, the speaker highlighted the role of facilitators and students in the OBE framework. Teacher acts as the facilitators who guide and support students in the learning process. While students take an active role in achieving the expected learning outcome, the session concluded with the emphasis that successful implementation of OBE requires active participation from both educators and learners. We further continued the theme with a panel discussion. The panel discussion on the verticals of the national education policy was moderated by Dr. Shubha Shende, former Vice Principal, Fergusson College, Pune. The discussion focused on the understanding the origin, purpose, and the practical implementation of the various academic verticals introduced under NEP. The panel highlighted that these verticals are rooted in the vision of NEP to create a student-centric and transformative education system. The objective is to move beyond rote learning and encourage experiential learning, interactive and active students' engagement. Panelists emphasize that NEP education integrates local, national, and global perspectives, enabling students to address real-world challenges. The discussion also underlined the significance of developing employability skills, entrepreneurship, and practical exposure for students. Panelists stressed that initiatives like community engagement program, skill enhancement courses, and internship can help students become socially aware and professionally prepared. The vertical structure of NEP was discussed in terms of 4 key areas: academic components including major and minor subjects, skill-based courses such as skill enhancement courses, value-based education through community engagement program, internship and field-based learning to provide real-world exposure like OGT. Overall, the panel discussion emphasized that the vertical of NEP aims to create holistic, socially responsible, and industry-ready graduates, while also encouraging institutions to adopt innovative and flexible approaches to teaching and learning. The fourth theme of the conference was student feedback on NEP verticals. We are proud to state that Fergusson College is the first college which has taken the initiative to collect the feedback from students about the NEP experience. The feedback was collected from 1,064 students from 23 colleges in Maharashtra. The questions were related to the philosophy of NEP and their experiences about the different verticals of NEP in their institution. Students from UG and PG responded to the survey. Overall, analysis of the student responses was presented before the gathering by the Fergusson College teachers. What is the level of satisfaction about NEP? What are concerns about it? Why many students responded as neutral to few questions were also discussed. An attempt was made to understand overall concerns of the students around NEP. The fifth and the final theme of the conference was on the stakeholders' contribution in the implementation of the NEP. Professor Dr. Vijay Tadke sir, IQAC coordinator of Fergusson College, moderated the session. The session was organized to understand how best we can bridge the gap which our students often face between the academics and industry competency. We tried to understand from the panelists what best we can do for the students so that they are industry ready. The panelists did give number of suggestions and recommendations to the gathering, which was largely very practical and implemented and incorporated in our curriculum. To conclude this review, I would say that NEP is like a vehicle which does not have reverse gear, nor it seems to have any brakes. If I have to look at it from psychological perspective, I would not be totally optimistic about NEP, neither would like to have pessimistic approach. If we teachers do have a realistic approach towards NEP, then we'll able to collectively deal with the challenges it offers and would able to implement it in the true spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this extensive conference overview. Every successful conference is reflected through the experiences of its participants. And to understand the impact of this academic gathering, we will now be inviting a few selected participants to share their thoughts, experiences, and key takeaways. To begin, I would first call Dr. Vanita Kamath, NEP coordinator and IQAC coordinator from Kirti College, to share her views.
Thank you, madam. Namaskar. I'm Dr. Vanita Kamath, Assistant Professor in Zoology, Kirti College. College has recently given me responsibility of NEP coordinator. All of you are aware, but Kirti College is located at Dadar, Mumbai. We have students coming from different parts of Mumbai. Basically from basically from socially economically weaker sections. Many of them are working part-time or even full-time, competing with other nearby colleges like Ruya College, Ruparel College, MD College. We also have a weaker and moderate students. I'm talking with reference to the learners, weaker and moderate learners mostly. To cater such students, our all departments work very hard. Under NEP, changing pattern and different verticals, we give counseling to the students and during the admission itself, so that all the departments, the faculties, admission process, it should be maintained fairness. So it is very compulsory for all the departments to contribute during the admission process itself. Now we all are aware that Kirti College is known for its contribution in sports as well as in theatres. Every year we offer variety of CC sports, like CC like sports, NSS, NCC, cultural, music, yoga, as well as meditation. But with a limited space and its great challenges are there for the timetable committee to address these issues. So it is very cumbersome for the timetable committee to handle all this. Though every department in its syllabus, they frame OE, it is offered as only depending upon the need of the workload. It is only told like that. Attending this particular conference, I got many insights with reference to conduct of exam of CC, implementation of 4th year, etc. I appreciate many speakers openly accepted limitations as well as challenges. Along with giving solutions, they implemented what solutions that they have implemented in their own institution. I believe implementation of NEP is not only the responsibility of NEP, IQSC or administration as such. I believe that every stakeholder should be involved in this execution. So I feel the training has to happen, especially for the autonomous colleges where permanent staff is drastically reducing. So this is what is my belief. We all are really fortunate to listen to the NEP steering committee members, Professor Principal Dr. Anil Rao, Dr. Nitin, Honorable VC Dr. Nitin Karnarkar sir. It was very enriching and I thank organizing committee for the same. Lastly, very important that I believe is sometimes we get very exhausted facing all these current academic challenges. But when we talk with other colleges, we also understand how they are coming with the solutions. We feel that we all are sailing in the same boat. I feel that though journey may be at different locations, but our destinations are same. So this conference has given me opportunity to interact with various faculties, confidence, and it has also given me confidence that to face the odds that would be coming for NEP implementation. I am grateful to the organizers, DES management, Principal Kirti College, Principal Fergusson College, to give me this opportunity to learn and express my views. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Pragati Abhyankar, Head of the Department of Microbiology, HV Desai College, to present her views of the conference.
Good evening to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, colleagues, and my dear friends. This 2 days state-level conference by Fergusson College on policy to practice, reality, opportunities, and challenges under NEP 2020 comes to an end with this closing ceremony. The day one when Meghna madam told me that this was to happen, I think I was the very first one to register immediately, since I had been given the charge of NEP in my college, that is HV Desai College, from day one when we decided to implement NEP in the college. The conference was great as we were engaged into the vision and philosophy of the national education policy. Dr. Rao sir's and Dr. Karmarkar sir's deliberations highlighted NEP's focus on multidisciplinary education, flexibility in learning, and centrality of the learner. It brought a clarity into how effectively fourth year of NEP can be brought into reality. The panel discussions strengthened the understanding of NEP, not just as a policy, but as a transformative framework. The talk by Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan explaining spread of the verticals was followed by presentation by Dr. Prashant Ambad on outcome-based education. The panel discussions on day 2 were very fruitful, focusing on institutional readiness, academic reforms, and other associated changes that the NEP is to bring about. Discussions involving stakeholder contributions in implementation of NEP focused on collaborative efforts at all levels. What I found most interesting part of this entire conference was the presentation of data based on student survey on NEP. I must say the results of the survey are encouraging for us, the educators, as it reflects students are in agreement with the present structure of NEP. So the beginning is good. On my side, our college would be implementing fourth year from the academic year 2027-28. So we have an year in hand to plan, keeping in view what I received in this conference. A big thank you to the entire team FC for organizing such a big event so successfully. I'm aware that the success of the conference will be measured not by just what we discussed here, but what we as educators implement in the classrooms, in our campuses, and in the community. Thanks are due to all the organizers for providing a platform for that. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to witness such a great event which had all lovely talks and discussions. Thank you for managing the time so critically and not wasting a minute anywhere. A very well organized and a very well managed conference. Thanks again.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Anil Garze from SP College to share his insights about the 2 days state level conference.
मी डॉक्टर अनिल गर्जे, प्रोफेसर सपा महाविद्यालय पुणे. आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाच्या अध्यक्षस्थानी असलेले मान्यवर, सर्व वक्ते, आयोजक आणि उपस्थित प्राध्यापक. कुठली परिषद जेव्हा आयोजित केली जाते तेव्हा त्या परिषदेचा एक सक्सेस हा त्याच्या टायटलमध्ये 50% लपलेला असतो. आणि जेव्हा हे टायटल मी वाचलं, पॉलिसी टू प्रॅक्टिस, ही खूप महत्वाची गोष्ट आहे. कारण बऱ्याच ठिकाणी इम्प्लिमेंटेशन ऑफ NEP असे साधारण टायटल NEP वर्कशॉप्स किंवा कॉन्फरन्सेसाठी वापरले जातात. आणि त्याच अनुषंगाने हा 2 दिवसाचा प्रवास झाला आहे, तो म्हणजे पॉलिसी टू प्रॅक्टिस. पहिल्या दिवशी जेव्हा या कॉन्फरन्स अंतर्गत पॉलिसी रिलेटेड 2 असे कीनोट स्पीकर आपल्याला उपलब्ध करून दिले. त्यातले एक म्हणजे डॉक्टर अनिल राव, ज्यांचं एखाद्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये असणं देखील प्राध्यापकांना एक अंगावर मूठभर मास वाढल्याची अनुभूती देते. त्याला कारण असं आहे, कारण सर ज्या पद्धतीने ही पॉलिसीचे सगळे मांडतात किंवा त्यांचा जो अभ्यास आहे त्याचा फायदा खूप कॉलेजेसला, म्हणजे विशेषतः खानदेश, मराठवाडा आणि विदर्भ या बऱ्याचशा कॉलेजेसला त्याचा फायदा झालेला आहे. आणि ज्यांना प्रत्यक्ष राज्यपाल किंवा मुख्यमंत्री पॉलिसी डिसिजनसाठी बोलवतात असे करमाळकर सर यांनी देखील आपल्याला त्या दिवशी अचूक असे मार्गदर्शन केले. आणि या परिषदेमुळे धोरणांपासून प्रत्यक्ष अंमलबजावणीचा हा प्रवास अत्यंत प्रभावीपणे आपल्याला उलगडून दाखवण्यात आला. त्यानंतर करमाळकर सरांनी त्या दिवशी सांगितलं की बऱ्याच ठिकाणी केवळ या 2 वक्त्यांनाच बोलवलं जातं आणि याच्यामध्ये आता कुठेतरी बदल करावा. त्या अनुषंगाने त्यांनी स्पष्ट उल्लेख केला होता की इंडस्ट्री पर्सन्स आपण बोलवले पाहिजेत. आणि आजच्या शेवटच्या पॅनल डिस्कशनमध्ये प्राध्यापकांनाही लाजवेल अशा पद्धतीचं डिस्कशन इंडस्ट्रीयल लोकांनी छान पद्धतीने आपल्या समोर मांडलंय. आणि तो पॉलिसी टू प्रॅक्टिस हा प्रवास खरोखर त्यांनी आपल्यासमोर अतिशय छान व्यतीत केलाय. त्यानंतर दुसऱ्या आजच्या दिवशी व्हर्टिकल्स, विशेषतः 4th इयर इम्प्लिमेंटेशन, त्यानंतर आउटकम बेस्ड प्रोग्राम, विद्यार्थ्यांना आणि विविध स्टेक होल्डर्स यांचा सहभाग, यामुळे ही जी चर्चा आहे ही अधिक व्यापक आणि व्यावहारिक परिमाण या चर्चेला प्राप्त झालं असं मला वाटतं. माझ्या मते या परिषदेचं सर्वात मोठं यश असं आहे की NEP कडे आपण केवळ धोरण म्हणून नाही तर शिक्षण व्यवस्थेतील परिवर्तनाची एक संधी म्हणून पाहण्याची दृष्टी या परिषदेने आपल्याला दिलेली आहे. मला सांगायला अतिशय आनंद वाटतो किंवा एक माहिती म्हणून सांगावंसं वाटतं की इथे फॅकल्टी रिक्रुटमेंटचाही विषय झाला 2 दिवस. त्यामध्ये आत्ताच आपलं 60-40 ही भरती प्रक्रिया आपण अवलंबिली आणि त्यानुसार प्राध्यापक भरती होणार आहे. त्यामध्ये 60 मार्क्स तुमचं ATR आहे आणि जे उरलेले 40 मार्क आहेत त्यातले 20 मार्क हे तुमचे डेमो लेक्चरसाठी आहेत आणि उरलेले 20 मार्क हा फक्त NEPचा इंटरव्ह्यूसाठी त्यांनी दिलेला आहे. म्हणजे NEP इम्प्लिमेंटेशन त्या प्राध्यापक किंवा त्या पोस्टवरच्या व्यक्तीला किती खोलवर माहिती आहे यासाठी ते 20 मार्कांचे खास प्रयोजन गव्हर्नमेंटने त्यासाठी दिलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे याची व्याप्ती या परिषदेची किती मोठी आहे हे आपल्या लक्षात येतं. अशा पद्धतीची ही मला असं वाटतं की NEP इम्प्लिमेंटेशन नंतर 2 दिवसाची राज्यस्तरीय असलेली ही पहिली परिषद असावी, किंबहुना दुपारी बोलण्यातनं कळालं की ही पहिलीच परिषद आहे. त्यामुळे खूप कौतुक आहे डेक्कन एज्युकेशन सोसायटी आणि फर्ग्युसन कॉलेज आणि या सगळ्या आयोजकांचे मनपूर्वक अभिनंदन. दोन्ही दिवस खरं तर सगळ्या इंटलेक्च्युअल डेव्हलपमेंट हे पोटातून येतात आणि तो देखील दोन्ही दिवस आमचं तोंड गोड ठेवल्याबद्दल खरोखर मी आयोजकांचे धन्यवाद देतो. ही परिषद संपली जरी असली तरी येथे मिळालेले विचार आपल्या संस्थांमध्ये जाऊन ते कृतीत उतरवणं हीच या परिषदेची खरी फलश्रुती ठरेल असं मला वाटतं. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, I would like to invite Ms. Saili Karekar from the Department of Microbiology at Fergusson College to share her key takeaways.
Good evening. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished speakers, and all my dear colleagues. I am Saili Kalekar from the Department of Microbiology. On behalf of organizing college, even though I was not the part of committee, but from the organizing college, I take this pride to present a feedback for this 2-day state level conference on policy to practice reality, opportunities, and challenges under NEP 2020. So for the past 2 days, This conference has provided us with a wonderful opportunity to participate in the meaningful discussions on one of the most important reforms where we are part of it, that is National Education Policy 2020. The sessions have been enriching, helpful to understand how the vision of the policy can be effectively translated to practice. Day one began with a inspiring thought by Dr. Anand Katikar sir. He explained an objective just in one word, that is Sihavalokan. That is, overview the past, decide the future. So decide the actions of your future things. Keynote address was given by one of the policymakers, Professor Dr. Anil Rao sir, and he played a very crucial role in setting the tone of this conference. Dr. Karmalkar sir also offered valuable insights and the policymakers' perspective of NEP 2020. Panel discussions helped us a lot. So to understand ground realities, because we at Fergusson College certain times don't know the reality, especially of rural areas, the challenges of teachers and students there. So even the different stakeholder perspectives were very properly understood. The interesting quote I remember by Dr. Professor Rao, learning to unlearn. So I really understood this, that we have to adapt or acclimatize to changing environment and letting go of our primitive or traditional ways of teaching. The second day continued this intellectual journey by Professor Dr. Shalini. Professor Shalini, she actually gave a clear idea of fourth year, how exactly we can implement it. I appreciate the external planning and coordination of organizing team, registration team, and which ensured actually the timely sessions, like all the sessions were properly timed. The tea breaks were given properly after lunch, immediately after the post-lunch sessions. So along with this enriching academic sessions, we were also treated with wonderful hospitality. Delicious food was served, very well arranged refreshments, and that reflected the hospitality committee participation properly. So as a faculty of Fergusson College, it is a sense of pride to witness such enthusiastic academic exchange. I am confident that the insights and ideas shared here will continue to guide us as we continue to work together towards effective implementation of NEP 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to all the participants for sharing your valuable thoughts and experiences. It is now my privilege to invite our respective chief guest for this session, Dr. Anand Katikar, to address the gathering and share his valuable thoughts.
व्यासपीठावरील मान्यवर आणि समोरील मान्यवर, जेव्हा भरलेल्या खुर्च्यांपेक्षा रिकाम्या खुर्च्या जास्त असतात तेव्हा किती बोलायचं याचं भान ठेवून मी बोलणार आहे. एका अर्थाने तुकारामांचा एक अभंग आहे, तुका म्हणे होय मनाशी संवाद, आपुलाची वाद आपणाशी. फर्ग्युसन महाविद्यालयातला एक प्राध्यापक आणि संस्थेचा कार्यवाह अशी दोन्ही मनं एकमेकांची संवाद करतायत की आपल्या संस्थेतल्या सगळ्या महाविद्यालयांचं मुकुटमणी असणारं फर्ग्युसन आणि त्यांनी घेतलेला पुढाकार आणि नवीन राष्ट्रीय शैक्षणिक धोरण प्रत्यक्ष अंमलबजावणी ती होताना काय काय अडचणी येत आहेत याची चर्चा करणं, केवळ चर्चाच करणं नाही तर पहिल्यापासून जेव्हा सरांनी कल्पना मांडली, मुडे सरांनी, प्राचार्यांनी, की ही चर्चेतनं जे मंथन येईल हे मंथन आपल्याला माननीय मंत्री महोदय, मुख्यमंत्री यांच्यापर्यंत पण ते पोहोचवायचं आहे. म्हणून आपण देवळणकर सरांना खास आज आमंत्रण दिलं होतं, पण स्वाभाविकपणे त्यांच्या कार्यबाहुल्यामुळे त्यांना जमलं नाही. पण हा सविस्तर अहवाल करून आपण त्यांच्यापर्यंत पोहोचवायचं आहे. अनिल सावरकरांनी अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीने सादर केलं. मी म्हटलं यांचं 2 दिवस चालणार आहे की काय व्याख्यान.
कारण 2 दिवसाचं सगळं सार त्यांना काढायचं होतं. गमतीचा भाग सोडून द्या, पण अतिशय तपशीलवार त्यांनी काय काय घडलं प्रत्येक सेशनमध्ये हे नोंदवलेलं आहे. आणि एका अर्थाने कुठल्याही चर्चासत्राचं सार काढणं हे सगळ्यात महत्वाचं असतं, कारण मला त्यातनं काय कळालंय, काय मिळालंय, हा पण एक महत्वाचा भाग आहे. त्यामुळे सेशन्स जी होती सगळी, स्वाभाविकपणे आपण फर्ग्युसन मध्येच असल्यामुळे आपल्याला आधी माहिती होतं कोण काय बोलणार आहे, पण ती व्यक्ती कसं बोलणार आहे याच्याविषयी मनात शंका असते. योगायोगाने जे सगळ्यांचे अभिप्राय आलेले आहेत त्याच्यातून लक्षात येते की सगळे वक्ते अभ्यासू होते, चांगलं बोलणारे होते आणि त्यांच्या अनुभवातून आपल्याला बरंच काही काही मिळालेलं आहे. केल्याने देशाटन पंडित मैत्री सभेत संचार के अशाने मनुजा चातुर्य येत असे फार, अशी एक उक्ती आहे. आपण प्रत्यक्ष देशाटन केलं नाही, पण काही जण दुसरीकडनं इथं आलेले आहेत आणि आपण काही जणांना दुसरीकडनं इथं बोलवलेलं आहे बोलण्यासाठी. स्वाभाविकपणे सगळे पंडित माणसं होती, त्यामुळे पंडितांची मैत्री आपली झाली. त्या सहज गप्पांमधनं 4 विषय कळाले आणि सभेत संचार केला सगळ्यांनी. त्यामुळे सभेमध्ये संचार केल्यानंतर चहा पिता पिता सुद्धा आत्ताचं सत्र कसं चांगलं झालं, त्यातनं आपल्याला काय चांगलं मिळालं, आपल्याकडे असं केलं पाहिजे, त्यांच्याकडे असं आहे, त्यांनी याच्यावर ज्या बेस्ट प्रॅक्टिसेस आपण नॅक मध्ये नुसता उल्लेख करतो त्या इकडनं तिकडे गेल्या पाहिजेत. नकळतपणे हे एकमेकांमधली जी चर्चा घडलेली आहे या चर्चेचा उपयोग आपल्याला पुढे जाण्यासाठी होणार आहे. आपण तो करावा आणि यासाठी आवश्यक त्या सगळ्या गोष्टींची, म्हणजे फर्ग्युसन महाविद्यालय जेव्हा स्थापन झालं तेव्हा त्याचा हेतूच मुळात सरकारवर अवलंबून न राहता आपल्या समाजाला राष्ट्रीय शिक्षण देण्याचा होता. त्यामुळे आता देखील जेव्हा असं मंथन घडल्यानंतर आपल्याला काही गोष्टी समोर आल्या असतील, तर सरकारवर अवलंबून न राहता आपण महाविद्यालय म्हणून, संस्था म्हणून कसं हे पुढे नेता येईल याचं नक्की भान राखूया. त्यासाठी आवश्यक ती सगळी मदत संस्थेच्या वतीने होईल एवढं आश्वासन देतो. प्राचार्य आणि फर्ग्युसन महाविद्यालयाच्या सगळ्या आयोजनांचं कौतुक, म्हणजे मी म्हटलं तसं दुसरी भूमिका पण आहे. एका अर्थाने कौतुक करण्यासारखं आहे, कारण वेळ कमी असतो, मार्च महिना असतो आणि आता सगळ्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये लोकांचा येण्याचा किती उत्साह राहिलेला आहे यालाही आपल्याला भान आहे. बरं, इथं फार जणांना पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन करायला नाही, त्यामुळे मार्क मिळणार नाहीत, त्यामुळे कशासाठी यायचं आहे. काही जणांचं झालं मी प्रोफेसर झालेलो आहे, आता नवीन काही मला एपीआय वाढून काही उपयोग नाही. अशा परिस्थितीत कॉन्फरन्स आयोजित करणं खूप अवघड आहे. नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी सारख्या ज्या विषयात फारसा रस नसतो लोकांना, अशा विषयात आपण कॉन्फरन्स आयोजित केली. वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणावरून लोक आले, त्यांनी चांगले अभिप्राय दिले, चर्चा चांगली घडली. हे सगळं फर्ग्युसन महाविद्यालयासाठी, डेक्कन एज्युकेशन सोसायटीसाठी अभिमानास्पद आहे. सगळ्यांचे मी मनापासून आभार मानतो आणि माझं बोलणं थांबवतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. As we approach towards the conclusion of this ceremony, it is now it is time to express our gratitude to all those who have contributed towards the success of this conference. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Alka Deshmukh to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Tanya. Most of my job has been done by most of the speakers here, but I would still like to formally propose the vote of thanks. On behalf of the Deccan Education Society's Fergusson College, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, and the National Education Policy Implementation Committee, I am grateful to present the formal vote of thanks for this ceremony. I would like to begin with thanking office bearers, Chairman, Governing Body and Council, Deccan Education Society and College Development Committee, Fergusson College, Shri Pramod Rawat sir. Vice Chairman, Governing Body and Council, Shri Ashok Palande sir. Secretary, Deccan Education Society, Professor Dr. Anand Katikar. Secretary, Governing Body and Vice Principal, Swati Zodekar Madam. Finance Controller, Fergusson College and Vice Principal, Dr. Vinay Kumar Acharya. All our Governing Body and Council members of the Deccan Education Society. All our Vice Principals, Dr. Prakash Pawar, Dr. Radhika Jadhav and Dr. Nyaneshwar Kumbhar. All of these people have supported us throughout the planning and execution of this conference. I would especially like to thank our esteemed speakers and panelists, Professor Dr. Anil Rao, Professor Dr. Nitin Karmarkar, Professor Dr. Shalini Suryanarayan, Professor Dr. Prashant Ambad, Professor Dr. Jayant Pal, Professor Dr. Arvind Shaligram, and all our moderators, Professor Dr. Nitin Kulkarni, Dr. Radhika Jadhav, Dr. Subhash Shinde, Professor Dr. Vijay Tadke, for giving us an engaging interaction. I would like to thank our registrar, Shri Chetan Uncle Kote, office superintendents and staff for giving us the financial and administrative permissions and all the support required. I also thank all the heads of the departments, all our faculty members, non-teaching staff and office staff of Fergusson College. I would also like to thank the vice chancellors of other universities, principals, vice principals, controller of examiners, NEP coordinators and faculty members who have helped in circulating the feedback regarding the national education policy with their students. I would also like to thank Anil Savarkar sir for providing the overview of the conference as well as coordinating the groundwork for this conference along with Meghna Kulkarni madam. I thank each and every student volunteer for their continuous support. I thank Vaikhari for presenting the Saraswati Vandana. I would like to thank our committee, especially all the coordinators of different themes and the supporting teams along with their teams for continuous brainstorming, arranging wonderful resource persons and trying to deliver all the objectives of the conference. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Shyam Mude, our principal, for being a big support throughout the conference. I would also like to thank everyone who has contributed towards the success of this conference. In case I have missed out anyone, I would like to thank them too. Finally, I would like to thank all our participants for your patient listening, active engagement and support throughout the 2 days of the conference. I request you all to please overlook any shortcomings on our part and let us take the knowledge and connections made here back to our respective fields. Thank you all for coming. Thank you everyone. I hand over to Tanya. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those heartfelt words of appreciation. Finally, I would request everybody to rise as we play Vande Mataram. Thank you, everyone. With this, we declare that the conference has been concluded. Thank you all for your presence and participation. All participants are requested to collect their certificates from the registration desk as they leave. For Fergusson departments, all the certificates have been arranged department-wise, so I would request any one representative to collect all the departmental certificates. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.